Part 1. Day 1. The dinosaurs never knew what hit them. Mishiokaku. 1. KYLE. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 8:00 a.m. PDT. Good morning, Los Angeles County. We've got another gorgeous weekend in store, so it's time to roll out of bed and put the coffee on to brew if you aren't already on your second cup. Well into my third, Kyle scoffed as he eased through another tight turn in the descent from his neighborhood. Amateurs. Taking a long sip of liquid energy, he admired the view that never got old. Nestled in the foothills of the Verdugo Mountains, Crescenta Valley spread to the west in cascading layers of coastal ranges. While less than 20 miles from Los Angeles, his house was isolated in the valley at 1,000 feet in elevation and overlooked the massive Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, where he worked as an astronomer. Setting the rocket-shaped mug in the center console of his aging Land Rover, Kyle turned the old-school radio up for the rest of his 3-minute drive. He was surrounded by leading-edge technology 40 hours a week. He preferred to keep things simple the rest of the time. We're looking at highs topping out around 90 smoldering degrees this afternoon, so you should include a bathing suit and sunscreen in your plans. Here's some Led Zeppelin to help get you moving, with Going to California. Grinning, Kyle hummed along with the iconic intro of Plucked Chords. The song was before his time, but still brought back cherished memories from his childhood in the 90s. Now that he was 37, he had a greater appreciation for the network of homes in the mountains above Vail, Colorado, where he grew up. His parents still owned the property, and the similarities with his current neighborhood had been part of the lure for choosing to live so close to JPL. It was the sort of place he and his wife had wanted to raise their daughter, Evie. Standing on a hill in my mountain of dreams, telling myself it's not as hard as it seems. Kyle slapped the power knob as he approached the security gate, the excitement for his morning's work overshadowed by lingering dreams from the night before. He didn't dream about his wife as often as he did the first year after Sonia's death, but when he did, they were typically a mashup of emotions that were hard to shake off. "Dr. Reese," Mel bellowed with a huge grin. "What are you doing here so early on a Saturday?" The older security guard managed to appear delighted every time Kyle rolled through. Any haunting remnants of the night before were instantly pushed aside as Kyle returned a genuine smile. "Today's the day, my man." His eyes widened, and Mel stepped forward to set his hands in the open window as he bent over to peer inside. Prometheus. Officially known as 2020 PH, Kyle corrected. "I don't usually give the asteroids a nickname, but this one was unique." "Because of its moons," Mel said with a nod, demonstrating his ability to not only listen, but to retain information he heard from the thousands of employees he encountered every week. 3 moons, to be precise. Gesturing toward Mission Control, housed in one of the many buildings in the distance, Kyle relished the surge of adrenaline the discovery could still provoke 4 years after he first documented the asteroid with its rare satellites. Prometheus should be coming into viewing range of the Deep Space Network, DSN, this morning. I've been waiting a long time to get another chance to study it. Mel took a step back and ran a meaty hand across his forehead before glancing up at the sky. "It's a near-Earth object." Nodding, Kyle put the Land Rover into gear. "Right, but not potentially hazardous since it's around 20 million miles from Earth and not tracking for anywhere near a collision course. Which is good, because he's a big one. It's all about the moons, Mel. There's only been one other asteroid documented with so many companion moons. Leaning over to press the button to open the gate, Mel broke out in another one of his classic smiles as he bobbed his head at the mountain bike strapped onto the roof rack. You and Evie hitting the trails later. This won't take long, and Evie is getting soccer practice out of the way this morning, Kyle confirmed. After 7 years of exchanging information, Mel knew almost every aspect of his life. Though I might grab the boards and find us a wave instead if the weather forecast holds out. Throwing up a hang-loose gesture, Mel chuckled. You know me, Dr. Reese. If I'm not here, I'm on a beach somewhere with my grandkids. A native Hawaiian, Mel was very vocal about his love for the sea. Returning the island's salute as he passed through the rolling fence, Kyle fought against the urge to press down on the accelerator. The campus was spread out over 170 acres with enough buildings to rival a small city. He was one of more than 6,000 employees, so even on a Saturday, there was enough activity to warrant some restraint when he turned onto DSN Road. Mission Control was located toward the front of the fenced property, making it a short drive to the reserved parking. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kyle pulled in next to his friend's red BMW. Troxel was brilliant, but when it came to communicating without the intervention of a computer, he was a complete scatterbrain. Anything outside their normal work hours meant there was no guarantee he'd show up or be on time unless it was their weekly game night. Leaving his Rover unlocked, Kyle grabbed his favorite mug and the keycard hanging from the rearview mirror. The whole place was secure, but Mission Control had a few more redundancies. The lobby was unmanned for the weekend, and once Kyle crossed the threshold into the Space Flight Operations Facility, the rest of the world fell away. No matter how many times he went through the same motions, the novelty of it would never fade. The facility was nicknamed the Dark Room, due to its overhead lights being kept off, but the room glowed a calming blue from the rows of monitors and black lights. Pausing to pay homage as he approached the center of the hub and the plaque on the floor, Kyle muttered the words etched into it that had become his daily mantra. The center of the universe. Kyle glanced up automatically at the Deep Space Network display as he headed for one of the empty data controller workstations. The man situated at the far end gave a cursory wave in greeting without looking away from his monitor, something Kyle didn't take personally. Dr. Palmer was the lone weekend crew and someone he crossed paths with only on rare occasions, such as coming in on his day off to obsess over his favorite asteroid. Kyle. Jerking to attention, Kyle pivoted to address the ace where she was seated at the helm at the back of the room. Hey, Steph, anything exciting going on? Nothing exceptional, Stephanie replied, pretending to stifle a yawn. Kyle grinned. Too bad, I was at least hoping for some new alien tunes. There was an ace present 24/7, tasked with intercepting and dispersing communications from deep space and managing any critical developments. Growing serious, she leaned forward onto her console and pointed at him. When are you going to cave and shave that 3-day growth off your face? It looks like your kid's hamster crawled on there. When Troxel gives into the heat and shaves first, Kyle laughed. It was juvenile, but they often enjoyed finding creative ways of testing the limits of their maturity over beer and heated debates. Where is he? He asked, plopping down to log into the system. Troxel, Steph shrugged. Haven't seen him yet, but don't worry, he won't miss your rock's grand return to center stage. Kyle spun around on the seat with a lopsided grin. His beamer's out front, but I should have known better. He's the only person I know that can get lost in a span of less than 50 feet. The glass doors flew open on cue. Strawberry strudels, Troxel shouted as he entered, one hand holding up a large cup of coffee and the other a small white bag. The coffee cart in the courtyard has strudels on the weekend. We're lucky if we get day-old donuts. We're special, Dr. Palmer explained, still glued to his screen. Issuing a snort of discontent, Troxel withdrew a pastry to hand off to Steph as he walked by. I'm still sharing, even though you've been holding out on us. Plucking it from the air, Steph took a big bite. It's called being willing to work a rotating shift, my friend. You should try it out and reap the benefits while you're still single. He'll always be single, Kyle interjected. Patting at the office chair next to him, he laughed at the pained expression Troxel shot at him. Dropping the bag in front of Kyle, Troxel sat down heavily with a huff and ran a hand over his impressive afro. You see these goods? I choose to be free, just like you. A dead ringer for Chris Pratt, and yet you somehow never land a second date. The sacrifices of a superhero. It's rough out there, Kyle muttered. And your Guardians of the Galaxy jokes are getting a little old. Huh, Steph laughed. Speak for yourself. Troxel raised a brow at him. The whole benefit of an inside joke is its inability to ever get worn out. Kyle dug into the bag and gestured at the monitor in front of Troxel with the pastry. Can we try to focus? Prometheus should be tracking by now. Let's see if we can pull some data. You two better not try and bail on tonight, Stephanie said, taking another mouthful of strudel. Paul's been driving me crazy the last few days, going on about the new campaign he's put together for us. Troxel pivoted to shake his head at her. Are you kidding? Your husband's the best dungeon master I've ever played with. We'll be there. He turned back to Kyle and elbowed him when he didn't chime in. Reassure the lady, Star-Lord. Kyle shook him off to concentrate on the display he'd been waiting 4 years to dig into. The awe that came with reaching across millions of miles was as strong as the first time he'd experienced it, and Kyle paused to relish the moment, with the literal universe at his fingertips, until he saw that something was off. How about it, Dr. Palmer? Troxel was saying. Can I lure you over to the dark side? Same time and place, as the last dozen times I've invited you for a thrilling night of legendary campaigns. Steph added something and Palmer may have answered, but Kyle wasn't listening anymore. Everything around him faded to the background as his pulse surged and his breath quickened. He had to double-check the information. It had to be wrong. Troxel's demeanor instantly changed when he saw Kyle go rigid and he swiveled to face his monitor. What is it? The trajectory. Kyle pulled up another screen and entered some of the calculations into a secondary program. It's changed, and there's a debris field. Troxel's clacking at the keyboard grew louder and he made a hissing sound. Stephanie jumped to her feet. 2020 pH was 18 miles in diameter, a potential planet killer. Do we have a virtual impactor? Dr. Palmer looked away from his screen. No, Troxel answered for Kyle, already going back over the primary data and inputting the next round of calculations being sent back automatically from the network. At least, not for another 8 years. The altered trajectory puts it on a collision course with Earth, but only after 2 more circuits around the Sun. That should give us the needed time to implement one of the deflection programs. We'll get a show from the debris field a lot sooner than that. It's on the same trajectory, but moving faster as it's propelled away from the main body. Most of the pieces are small enough that they should burn up harmlessly in our atmosphere. Kyle glanced over his shoulder at Steph. Something big collided with it, he surmised, the expected euphoria pooling into an aura of dread like the remnants of his nightmare. He pointed at his center screen. The asteroid's rotation has shifted, and it's lost around 20% of its mass. Stephanie was still standing, looking back and forth between the men. But if it's not an imminent threat, why are the two of you acting like I need to start making some phone calls? Kyle cupped a hand over his jaw and drew a long breath in through his nose before turning around to face her. Because Prometheus isn't the current threat we have to worry about. Regretting the extra coffee and sugar, he slumped into the seat. Its moons are missing. Steph reached for the phone. It was going to be a long day. 2. EVIE. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 8:45 a.m. PDT. Gravel crunched beneath her tires as Evie careened across the side yard of her best friend's house and slid to within inches of the wooden fence surrounding the backyard. Dirt and rocks pattered the cedar planks when she squeezed the brakes and threw her foot down, causing the back of her bike to kick around. "Allison!" Evie shouted amid the dirt billowing up around her. A blonde head sprang up above the fencing and then a running hose. Mrs. Parker squinted and pointed it at Evie. "Slow down, Evil Knievel. I swear I spend an hour every week repairing all your skid marks in the yard." "Sorry, Mrs. P," Evie quipped. "It's just that you're at the bottom of the hill, so it's hard to stop." Technically speaking, the sprawling, two-story stucco house was nestled up against the hillside in the middle of one of several switchbacks on the way down to the valley floor. Evie lived at the top and could have ridden the course with her eyes closed after 7 years of friendship and countless trips. Allison's mother made the same complaint numerous times, and a sudden upwelling of guilt made Evie stop to consider how she might be serious. "I can rake it up," she offered, running her foot back and forth over the new groove in the gravel landscaping. Resting her arms on the top of the 4-foot fence, Mrs. P smiled at her. "That's sweet of you to offer, Evie, but you know I'm just giving you a hard time. I love that you girls still ride around everywhere together. I'm not looking forward to Allison getting her license next month." Reaching over the fence, Mrs. Parker sprayed down the side yard to control the dust. Allison should be right out. She was still trying to find her shin guards when I came outside. That girl can't keep track of anything. Her smile widened. "Your dad at Mission Control this morning for Prometheus." Mrs. Parker worked on the Mars project at JPL and knew all about Evie's dad's obsession with the three-mooned asteroid. "Yup," Evie confirmed. Dropping the dirt bike, she joined Mrs. P at the fence. He and Uncle Troxel are hanging out there for a few hours to geek out over it. Troxel wasn't really her uncle, but the nickname had stuck over the years. "Dad's picking me up from practice, so we can go straight to the canyon for the rest of the day." The canyon was a network of rugged trails crisscrossing the ravines in the mountains behind their homes. There were a couple of trailheads not far from Evie's back door, but their favorite track was located a short drive away. She was looking forward to the rush that came with the speed and hours of physical punishment, followed by a big steak dinner, and then her favorite ice cream from a stand on their way home. Mrs. Parker turned sideways to water the plants on her side of the fence as she continued speaking, shaking her head. "I've never understood the allure of extreme mountain biking, especially from a man as intelligent as your father. I'm relieved Allison doesn't share your enthusiasm for the sport, though I suppose she's endured more injuries from soccer than you have from your biking." Ally mentioned something about a sleepover at Megan's. She cocked her head ever so slightly with the abrupt change in topic, gauging Evie's reaction. "Don't worry," Evie laughed at the obvious attempt to trip her up. "There's nothing sneaky planned as far as I know, unless you count some questionable tactics for keeping Megan's little brothers out of the pool." There had been an incident at the beginning of summer where another friend covered for Allison's unapproved date. Evie figured it would be several more months before Allison's mother's trust was fully restored. The side door slammed open, saving Evie from any further interrogation. "Evie," Allison hollered, running to grab onto her arms as if they'd been apart for weeks instead of only 12 hours. "Our first legit practice, and I can't find one of my shin guards." "There'll be extras," Evie said with an eye roll at her drama. "So long as you don't mind the smell. I'm sure that old sweaty gear has been simmering in storage since last season." Grimacing, Allison let her go to adjust her backpack as she went to retrieve her bike from where it was leaning against the house. "I'm more worried about the coach reaming me for not being prepared." Evie smiled. The comment was a prime example of why she and Allison were such good friends. They'd made plenty of mud pies together and climbed some big trees before dresses and makeup became a thing, though Ally was much more of a perfectionist and took after her mom and her love of science. Evie, not so much. Math was not her friend, and the similarities with her dad didn't extend to computer science or physics. "Be safe," Mrs. P called out as they mounted the bikes. "And have Megan's mom give me a call later." Allison waved in acknowledgement and then shot a look of caution at Evie when she pulled up alongside her. "Can it?" she snapped before Evie had a chance to say anything. "I don't need any judgment from you. Mom already lectured me this morning." "I don't know what you're talking about," Evie said with mock innocence, batting her eyes. "Except from my perspective, I was the one being grilled by your mom just now, not you." Ally huffed. "I'm sorry. You'd think I got drunk and ran off to get married in Vegas or something." Evie pursed her lips, "Or something." Wrinkling her nose, Allison gave her braids a shake. "I wouldn't mind the torment so much if it was worth it. Why did Eric have to turn out to be such a jerk?" "It wasn't a surprise to me," Evie muttered, jumping a curb as she led the way in between two houses and through a shortcut to the next switchback. Allison worked hard to keep up and let out a whoop as their speed increased. Sitting up to coast down the next block before heading into another turn, Evie closed her eyes briefly and lifted her face to the sky. The smell of warming sage was already strong, a sure sign of a scorcher of a day, and she wanted to enjoy the cooler air while she could. The row of stucco houses they passed had manicured lawns and nice cars in the driveways. A large percentage of them belonged to JPL employees, expanding the sense of community. Evie waved at a woman taking in groceries and then at a child playing in a sprinkler, their names dancing at the edge of her memory. She met almost everyone on the Hill over the past 7 years, and it was uncommon for anyone to move out. JPL was rated one of the top employers in the country, and people tended to stick around. It was a relatively quick dash to the bottom, and the two girls turned together onto the connecting road before jumping over another curb and pedaling through a short alley. Relieved to see their friend Megan already waiting for them at the other end, Evie got to her first and reached out to slap her backpack as she braked hard. "Ready for our first practice." Dodging Evie's attack with a laugh, Megan turned to include Allison in her response. "I dunno, you guys. I can't even remember how you talked me into soccer practice in the summer, and I'm not 6 feet tall like you, Evie. I'm going to be a midget compared to the other players we'll go up against." "I'm 5'8", Evie corrected, though Megan knew full well how tall she was. "And this isn't football, you're fast, you always have been. That's why the coach picked you for the select team. Stop worrying so much." Megan pointed a finger at her as she led the way onto the main street and back into full sunshine. "You remember that when you're scraping me off the bottom of one of those Amazon's feet." Allison snorted. "You can always quit and be our cheerleader." I'd never live it down, Megan cried, proving she valued her social status at school more than her health. That early on a Saturday, it was hard to find much traffic anywhere in Flintridge, so she and Ally were able to pull along either side of Megan and spread out across the road. Evie resisted making a face when Megan glanced over at her. While she was quick to complain about anything and everything, the three of them had grown close over the past 2 years, and Megan always ended up having fun in the end. She just needed some extra encouragement. Megan continued to stare at her until Evie raised a questioning brow. Tacos, Megan blurted. Mom's making her spicy tacos for dinner tonight, so be sure to get over to my place by 5. And bring your water guns because the twins have been a nightmare this week. I'm sure they're plotting against us right now. I always wanted a brother until I met yours, Allison laughed. Reaching the outer fence of the school grounds, the girls were forced to dismount to walk their bikes around the barricades and toward the bike racks on the side of the main building. It had to already be over 70 degrees, and Evie regretted not grabbing her ball cap. You know I can't handle spice, she said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. I'll bring some pizza. I'll never understand that, Megan said, with a nervous glance at the soccer field off to their left. Wasn't your mom born in Mexico or something? How can you not like spicy food? Brazil, Evie said with a laugh. She loved Megan, but the girl took a lot of emotional energy to be around. I inherited my mom's dark features, but not her love for spice. Megan continued to study the field as they approached the bike racks, moaning dramatically. Perfect. Collie's watching us. She'll be blabbing to everyone about how we're still like little kids going everywhere on our bikes. I think she has her phone out. She's probably taking pictures. Let her talk, Allison said, with a dismissive wave of her hand. She won't be so full of herself when we run circles around her. I'll bet the only cardio Collie has gotten so far this summer is from walking around the mall. Not convinced, Megan stared accusingly at Evie. You've been 16 for 3 months. You've had your permit for over a year. I don't understand why you haven't even tried to get your license. Ally slapped her bike lock into place and turned on Megan. Let it go. No, Evie intervened. It's okay. Taking a breath, she finished securing her bike and then faced Megan. You know my mom died 3 years ago. Megan frowned, confused. Of course, from a stroke or something. A ruptured aneurysm in her brain, Evie explained. I don't talk about it much, but it happened while she was driving, when I was alone in the car with her. Megan gasped, Oh my. The shrink says it has something to do with post-traumatic stress, Evie said, cutting her off. The reason why I start to panic every time I try to drive. She shifted her backpack and nodded at the other girls in the distance. I'm working through it, but right now we'd better hurry because practice is about to start. Hunching her shoulders and looking at the ground, Megan nodded slowly. When she looked up, her eyes were glistening. I'm sorry. Throwing an arm around her shoulders, Evie turned her toward the soccer field while reaching for Ally's arm. Dragging both girls across the grass, Evie could care less if they looked childish to Collie or anyone else. You don't need to be sorry, she said, squeezing Megan. You didn't know. Just do me a favor and keep it between us. Of course, Megan promised. And you don't need to bring a pizza tonight. I have your favorite meat lovers stuffed crust in the freezer. I'll make sure my brothers don't eat it. Evie's phone chimed before she could respond, and she forced the other girls to stop so she could shrug off the backpack to retrieve it. Frowning when she saw it was from her dad, she tapped to expand the message. Your dad texted you, Ally exclaimed. Isn't he at the JPL? Megan asked. With that asteroid thingy. SHH, Evie hushed them, thrusting a hand out for emphasis. Her dad despised texting and usually called when he had to get a hold of her. It was one of the many things he was so old school about, and it likely meant he was still on the mission control floor. He wants me to go straight home after practice and wait for him to check in before I go anywhere. I'll think positive and cook the pizza, Megan offered before jogging off. Ally stayed, watching Evie closely. Your dad never texts, she repeated with a nervous glance at the sky. Evie followed her gaze and studied the azure blue of a normal California summer day and shivered. Something was wrong. 3. LUKE. National Zoological Gardens. Pretoria, Africa. Day 1. 6 p.m. SASD. 9 hours ahead of PDT. Luke dashed through the employee side entrance and into the break room, clasping his ID card on the lanyard around his neck as he ran. Kathy was already there, leaning against the wall next to the time clock. I swear, Luke, if you get me in trouble again for any unauthorized overtime. Got it, Luke shouted as he slammed the card against the front of the digital display, and it chimed a successful scan. Grinning sheepishly, he pointed at the readout. See, a minute to spare. Crossing her arms over her chest, Kathy squinted at Luke, but failed at pretending to be pissed off. Her small frame and pixie-ish looks matched her sweet demeanor, and it took a lot more than overcommitment to get her angry. Your shift ended at 5:30. I told you this morning. You're only a half hour from the threshold when we'll both get lectured by Lessetti. You've got a short memory if you've already forgotten how unpleasant it was the last time. She doesn't like paying the overtime, Luke. He eyed the window beside his boss and the rapidly fading daylight. Luke's real trouble was only beginning, and he feared his father's wrath more than the zoo director's stinginess. I'm not trying to get the extra money, Luke declared while scooting across the room to retrieve his backpack. I just don't have enough time to get everything done, no matter how fast I work. Then you leave it for someone else, Kathy spat, the first sign of legitimate annoyance creeping into her voice. I promise, none of the animals will go hungry because you aren't here to oversee their feedings. I can appreciate your dedication, but I explained it to you when I caved to your daily harassment and finally hired you, Luke. You have to follow the rules regardless of how smart, funny, or overzealous you are. Pausing in the doorway, Luke shrugged into the pack and turned to face Kathy. You forgot cute. Throwing out a hand to stop her retort, he forced his most charming grin. What if I promise to clock out early tomorrow and then volunteer for a few hours to satisfy my need for perfection? Shaking her head, Kathy gestured to the sprawling zoo grounds at his back. I can tell you come from a family of politicians. Go, run free, be safe. I'll see you in the morning. Sprinting away down the cobbled walkway, Luke was tempted to stop and enjoy the magic hour developing in the twilight. That was what he called the time after the crowds were gone and the animals began the sounds of their nightly rituals. Funny, how he was living in Africa and had retreated to a zoo to experience the calming effect of nature. The 200 protected acres sat in the middle of Pretoria, the fourth largest city in South Africa. Turning sideways to slide through the iron gates at the entrance to the park, Luke moaned when he saw the idling town car waiting for him. Though it was barely 2 miles from the zoo to the Italian embassy, where his father worked as the ambassador, his parents forbade him from walking alone after dark. Deemed the second most dangerous city in the world, Luke understood the need for caution, though some common sense and not acting like a tourist kept him out of trouble. In a country where you had to be 18 to get a driver's license, his freedom was rather limited. Luke pulled the hood of his sweatshirt up against the chill in the air as he approached the vehicle. Late July was the dead of winter in that part of the world, and it was dipping down into the 40s. Reason number 101 to go back to America, he muttered, opening the door. Sawubona, Mr. Rossi, Bakamoso said with a bow of his head from behind the steering wheel as Luke climbed into the spacious back seat. Your father also sends his greetings and requires you to return home at this time. Come on, Boca. Luke slammed the door and leaned forward to smile at the driver. You know you want some ice cream. My treat. Ice cream, Boca grimaced. You have strange traditions. Dinner is already being served and your mother would be most unhappy. You were due home 15 minutes ago. Bakamoso was an indigenous man assigned to Luke's family by the embassy to help as an aide in a variety of capacities. Though English wasn't his first language, Boca spoke it fluently. He was highly educated and had grown up in Pretoria, making him the perfect liaison. Luke had come to rely on Boca in ways he couldn't have imagined, and next to his parents, was the one person he'd miss most when he turned 18 in 5 months and was able to move to California. Flopping back on the leather seat in resignation, Luke buckled up as they pulled away. Ever since Dad got promoted to ambassador, my life has been a never-ending cycle of schedules broken up into 15-minute intervals. Especially these last 2 years after he was appointed here. I can't wait until I don't have to account to anyone for my whereabouts every single freaking moment of the day. Boca glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Your father is an important man. Being his son comes with certain responsibilities. It is for your safety. Right. Luke ran a hand over his face and sighed. I'm sorry. I know it is. It's just that the days are really dragging now that it's winter and I'm eager to get my finals done. These are to happen next month. They were supposed to, Luke complained. Sitting up a little straighter, he lifted his chin, recalling his recent instruction on how to present himself in a confident, professional manner rather than a petulant child. I found out yesterday it won't be until late August, and then a couple of more months after that before I'm officially done and given my diploma. Which is still early, Boca pointed out. You are fortunate to have private tutoring. Staring out the window, Luke admired the greenery of the immaculate landscaping along Government Avenue. He had no idea there were pine trees in Africa before moving there. I know how lucky I am, but I'd rather go to the local school, he said without looking away as the lamppost sprang to life. I was able to when we lived in Washington, D.C., and I loved it. I had a bunch of friends and even got to play football. The car slowed as they turned onto the road leading to the embassy property. The jacaranda trees are blooming late this year, Boca pointed out, leaving the school debate alone. He had heard it all before. The jacaranda trees were incredible and reminded Luke of blossoming cherry trees, except they had bright bluish-purple flowers and a sweet scent like honey. Afraid he'd offended Boca, Luke nodded in agreement, determined to stay positive. Pretoria is a beautiful city, and I've experienced some amazing things living here. It's just that our 2 years in America were so different. For the first time, I felt like I fit in some place, even more than in Italy. Luke unbuckled as they came to a stop at the entrance to the embassy grounds and flung his arms over the bench seat as the steel gate slid open, eager to share his latest news with Boca. You know my best friend, Kevin from D.C. He already made it into the zoology program at the University of California, and his aunt has an apartment in Davis we can rent for dirt cheap. I'm waiting to find out if I got accepted. I'll find a job there while I'm waiting to start until next year. Boca twisted on the seat to stare at him after pulling through the entry and parking in the driveway. Do your parents know of this plan? It was Luke's turn to grimace. You're the first to hear it, he confided. Davis has one of the top zoology programs in America. It's what I want to do, he added when Boca remained silent and unmoving. To get an animal biology degree, I mean. His confidence ebbing, Luke met the other man's gaze and held it, waiting. After several tense heartbeats, Bakamoso broke out in a hearty laugh and slapped Luke on the arm. I of course know what you mean, Ingain Yami. You will do well in whatever you pursue. Of that, I am sure. Thank you, Umkikeshu, Luke smiled, returning the local term of endearment for my child with one that loosely translated to mentor or ally. He cherished the friendship he had with Bakamoso, and his approval was important to him. Boca's expression shifted. His brows drew together, and he clasped Luke's forearm before he could turn away. You will be home tomorrow. Confused, Luke shook his head. I work the whole weekend, and I'm staying late tomorrow since we've been getting behind on some things. I was going to ask if you could pick me up again. His grip tightened. Stay home. There is much political unrest and talk of more riots. He looked out the windshield, the lines of his face deepening. There is a danger coming. Luke tried to blame the sudden chill on the cool air seeping inside, except it was so unlike Boca to exaggerate. Outside was a clear night sky, and the first of the stars were flickering to life, the same as any other night, though it took on a menacing heaviness amid the warning. Luke had been the son of a diplomat long enough to appreciate the dangers that went along with it. I might be due for a day off, he admitted, and was rewarded by another smile from Boca. As they mounted the stairs to the grand house, Luke paused at the entryway to take in the deepening night, the vibrant jacaranda trees glowing in the distance. South Africa was an ancient land full of mystery and a sense of power. Luke would always be an outsider, but his desire to leave had never been driven by fear. Not until that moment. 4. Dallas. Undocumented cave system. Cradle of Humankind Heritage Site, South Africa. Day 1. 6:30 p.m. SASD, 9 hours ahead of PDT. Dallas slammed the Jeep into park and took a moment to enjoy the view as the final colors of a radiant sunset faded from the sky. Though it had been less than an hour's drive from the international airport in Johannesburg, it was like stepping back in time. There was no doubting they were on sacred ground. She'd been to other historic locations around the world with the same sort of palpable energy, and Dallas had given up trying to explain it away. The dirt track that served as a road had an elevated view of the vast African savanna expanding to the east, where the main building for the Cradle of Humankind Heritage Site was located. The preserve was over 180 square miles, with multiple significant archaeological locations scattered about. Her discovery was going to be the biggest of them all. That's it. Kelly leaned out her open window to get a better view of the hole in the ground, illuminated by the headlights. Set back under some scrub and below a rock outcropping, it could easily be dismissed as nothing more than one of thousands of other nondescript shallow depressions among the rugged terrain. I'm pretty sure I saw this movie, and this was the point where I started to regret my choices in entertainment. They were plunged into a semi-darkness when Dallas pulled the keys from the ignition, and she frowned at Kelly as her friend turned to face her. She was trying to be funny, but Dallas knew her well enough to see around the sarcasm. You saw the pictures and videos. I told you exactly what this was, Kel. Kelly was chewing her bottom lip, and she closed her eyes while taking in a big breath before nodding slowly. I know. It's just, well, it looked bigger in your report. Another Jeep pulled up alongside them, kicking up fresh dust to billow through the headlights and lend a more sinister atmosphere to the cave opening. Dallas clenched her jaw and fought back her initial frustration. She had the advantage of having been there before, and very few people were crazy enough to follow her on such an extreme expedition, regardless of their qualifications or history together. Dallas had known going in she might lose one or two members of her team to various circumstances before they'd even gotten started. With all the moving parts to make it come together, she was fortunate all 5 of them made it that far, and the only setback was a 12-hour flight delay. She checked herself before taking Kelly's hand. "This whole excursion is voluntary," Kelly interrupted, pulling her hand away to wave it in a dismissive gesture before unbuckling her seatbelt and letting it snap into place. "You think I'm going to let you have all of the fun? We've dreamt about something like this since grad school. I'm fine. I'll be fine. I've been on plenty of digs inside of caves. It's just the whole narrow, 50-foot vertical shaft thing that I don't like, and especially doing it in the dark. I'm beginning to think you orchestrated getting here late and take pleasure in finding new and exciting ways to make me panic." 10 years of trying and I haven't succeeded yet," Dallas laughed. Mitch appeared at Kelly's window, bending over so he could whisper close to her ear. $100 says this is the one that does it." "Stop it," Kelly spat, rolling the window up on him. "I'm trying to curb my gambling. Now that I'm a mom, I have to set better examples." The easy banter went a long way to settle her unease, and Dallas smiled as it was replaced with a familiar kind of exhilaration. Part fear and part euphoria, she experienced the rush at the start of every big expedition, and the current archaeological site was so much more than that. It could change the known history of humankind. The back door of the second Jeep opened, and a tall, lanky blonde woman emerged. Giving her single braid a tug before stretching her arms over her head, Nikita pivoted to take in the scenery and then pointed in the distance as Dallas got out and slammed her door. "The Rising Star Cave is located, a mile to the southeast of here?" Nikita asked, though she already knew the answer. The Russian woman's brain was like a supercomputer. She never forgot a detail once she'd seen or heard it. "Roughly," Dallas confirmed. "The main tunnel from this system heads away from it to the west." "So far," Mitch added. He turned to include Andrew, the 5th and final team member, who was sitting behind the wheel of the second Jeep with his door open. "I've only just started to chart it. These tunnels are vast, and it's possible they could connect with the Star Cave system at some further, deeper point. Can you imagine? The implications are outside the scope of our permit," Dallas chided. "You know that better than anyone, Mitch. We need to stay focused and not get ahead of ourselves. This next week is all about unearthing what we need from the main chamber to expand the permit so we can come back with a bigger, better-funded team for the sort of expedition this find warrants." The Rising Star Cave was famous for the Homo naledi fossils found there in 2013. Estimated to be 235,000 to 335,000 years old, they were a new human species and possibly provided a missing link in human evolution. The femur Dallas excavated after locating her new cave system was at least 50,000 years older. Andrew turned off the Jeep but kept the lights on. Swinging his legs out, he rested his elbows on them and squinted at Dallas. "What is it with you and your need for this secret squirrel stuff? We could be having a steak dinner and a nice, long soak in a hot tub tonight before being lowered into the depths of hell." "Speak for yourself," Nikita teased, her accent sharpening. "I'll be sleeping like a baby later." As their techie, she was tasked with establishing their communications and uplink via the hardline they would take down with them. Once the equipment was in place, if all went well, Nikita could monitor them from the comfort of a nearby resort. Going to the back of the Jeep, Dallas pulled out the first of several cargo bags and dropped it onto the ground with a smile. Andri was one of the top researchers in their field, though she hadn't worked with him often. He was brilliant but arrogant, and putting up with him was a trade-off. Dallas needed Andri and his experience, and she didn't have an issue with his egotism so long as he could back it up. "I don't have to explain to you what's at stake," she said. Kneeling to unzip the bag, Dallas held up a harness. "I'm not about to waste another 12 hours of the permit waiting for the sun to rise. I didn't just pull strings to get us here, I cut cords. It might be a blessing in disguise that we got here so late. The last thing we need is for this dig to go public prematurely. I learned while we were out here with the ground-penetrating radar how there's plenty of curiosity from both the locals and tourists." Mitch joined her to haul out another bag. "Once we're down, it won't matter what time of the day it is, so it makes no difference to me. At least this way, we can set up our base camp in the primary chamber and be ready for a full day of work after catching a few hours rest." Kelly jumped to her feet and slapped her hands together, rubbing them vigorously. "Then let's get this show on the road, boys and girls. I'm ready to make some history." After locating the cave system and partial femur earlier that year, Dallas and Mitch had done the initial charting required for the permit, so the critical anchors for the descent were already in place at the edge of the shaft. After unloading the rest of the supplies for the 5-day excursion, it didn't take long to gear up. Activating several blue chem lights, Mitch dropped them down the hole before turning to physically examine each of their harnesses. "We'll stick with the original plan. I'm down first, then Andri. That way, if you have any issues, I can give you a leg up from below and Dallas will have you covered for retrieval topside." At 59, Andri was an inch shorter than Dallas, but his shoulders were slightly broader. It was going to be a tight fit. Watching stoically as Mitch expertly arranged his rope for the rappel and then disappeared into the ground, Andri turned to Dallas. "If your measurements are accurate, I've been through smaller openings," he said, nonplussed. "I'm not the one you need to worry about." "Was that directed at me?" Kelly laughed, hooking her thumbs in her harness and grinning. "I think he was talking about me." "Climb on," Mitch shouted from far below to indicate that the rope was clear for Andri. "Hurry up and get in the hole, Romeo," Kelly said, batting her eyes. "I'll be right behind you." Cracking a smile, Andri sat to dangle his legs over the edge before spreading his arms to brace them against either side, measuring the span. He nodded and clasped the rope, shifting to belay the line and create some slack before scooting out into open space. Kelly leaned in close to Dallas as he disappeared. "I think he's starting to like me." "I don't think that man is capable of liking anyone more than himself," Nikita laughed. Dropping a large spool of computer cable she'd retrieved from the second Jeep, she grew serious. "I'll send this line down after you. I'll have everything up here ready to go once you've reached base camp. You estimated 2 hours worth of spelunking to get there." Dallas knelt to examine the hardware that Nikita continued to unpack. "Give or take," she said, picking up some sort of transmitter. "This will enable you to pick us up from a distance." Nikita frowned, turning to study the rocky landscape. "That's the idea, but I'm more than prepared to set up my camp right here if I have any issues. We'll stay connected 24/7. Nikita might have been making light of the accommodations earlier, but she was a hardcore professional, and Dallas knew she could rely on her. That was why she was the first official member of her team. Andri's grunts echoed from the shaft as he struggled through the confined space, and Dallas dropped to her stomach to peer over the edge. "You good?" she barked, unable to see much of anything. His getting stuck was her greatest concern. A blue glow emerged from far below as he dropped down past the brim of the shaft and into the open expanse of the 20-foot-high cavern. "I'm through," Andrew shouted, somewhat breathless. Relieved, Dallas pushed up onto her knees and smiled at Kelly. "You're up." Jiggling her harness rigging, Kelly did a triple check on the equipment. She was an experienced climber, and with her petite frame, she wouldn't have any issue getting through. "This won't be any harder than the cliff climbing we did in Greenland a couple of years back," Dallas offered when Kelly hesitated at the opening. Shifting toward her, Kelly smiled broadly and flicked one of Dallas's long, auburn braids in one of her classic diversion tactics. "Did I mention how I'm digging the whole Tomb Raider vibe you've got going?" Laughing, Dallas waited for her friend to lock into the ropes and ease herself down into the shaft before leaning over the hole. "It's to keep the giant cave spiders out of my hair," she called out. "That's cruel," Nikita scolded when Dallas stood and looked at her. "Maybe," Dallas agreed, "but I'll bet it takes her mind off the confined space and compels her to move her ass as fast as possible." When Dallas reached the bottom 5 minutes later, Kelly was busy braiding her shoulder-length brown hair while Mitch set up a couple of battery-operated lights. They would last the week and act as a safety net for the exit. "Impressive," Andrew said, gesturing to the glittering cave features that surrounded them. In addition to the typical stalagmites and stalactites, the icicle-shaped formations created by dripping water were interspersed by columns where the two had come together, surrounded by small streams of water and pools with calcite edges. The walls of the cavern revealed hints of raw crystal and huge clusters of cave popcorn, otherwise known as cave coral, formations of calcite that looked otherworldly. "What until you see the main cavern," Dallas said. "It's close to twice this size." "It's even more beautiful in person," Kelly gasped. "I can't wait to tell Izzy about it." Dallas smiled at the mention of Kelly's 5-year-old daughter as she undid her harness. "I'll do my best to find her a worthy souvenir," she said, her voice echoing around them. "It's a good thing you finally got yourself a family, so I can live vicariously through you. I'm destined to always be married to my job." Kelly returned the smile. "You don't become a world-renowned paleoarchaeologist at 38 by spending time and energy on things like true love and offspring. Besides, how else could we end up in a place like this?" She spread her arms wide, though her face clouded. "You were joking about the spiders, though, right?" "Sure," Dallas drawled with an exaggerated wink. "They aren't that big." She took the harness Kelly held out to her and turned to address the pile of bags in the middle of the cave. They had an intense hike ahead of them and a lot of gear to cart through the underground passages. It wasn't necessarily a great distance on paper, but the ground they had to traverse to get there made it time-consuming. Selecting Kelly's pack, she turned to hand it off to her but held on when Kelly tugged at it. "Are you good now? Because this isn't for everyone. No judgment if you want to back out. You can go up now and help Nikita with comms." Kelly snatched her pack away from her. "Resorts are overrated." She eyed Mitch as he and Andrew sorted through the other bags. After all, our resident caver and cartographer deemed it safe down here. Mitch looked up with a grin. "I saw no indications of recent instability." Andrew shrugged into his backpack. "Define recent." "At least a good 10,000 years, Mitch answered. "Though of course, these caves have been here for hundreds of thousands of years." "Protecting its secrets," Kelly whispered, her face cast into conflicting shadows between the blue chemical lights and brighter halogens. Cinching down the straps of her backpack, Dallas picked up a lantern and clicked it on. "So let's go find them." 5. KYLE Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Mission Control. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 10:20 a.m. PDT. Steph hovered over Kyle's shoulder, the low buzz of muted conversations growing louder around them as the control room continued to fill. She was holding a clipboard with some sort of checklist attached. I need the size and estimated speed on all 3 potential impactors. Kyle hunched in his seat and pinched the bridge of his nose in a vain attempt to ease his headache. I already sent. He stopped himself with a grimace. As ace, Stephanie was under immense pressure. They all were. He straightened and turned to face her. She was waiting with her pen poised in the air. The one designated 2020 PH1 is the smallest moon at 950 feet. 2020 PH2 is 1,200 feet, and 2020 PH3 is 1,500 feet in diameter. None of them are planet killers like Prometheus, but each of them is large enough to cause continental-scale devastation. Prometheus is still traveling at approximately 50,000 miles per hour, Troxel added. But the moons. When it was struck, the moon's orbits around Prometheus could have acted like a slingshot effect from the force of the collision, Kyle interrupted. Given their smaller size and the gravitational force of Prometheus, the speeds could be anywhere from 70,000 to 100,000 miles per hour, maybe more. The unknown factors were his primary concern, and he had a sudden and foolish superstition that acknowledging them would make it more plausible, that he shouldn't say the rest of it out loud. The headache intensified. Of course, we have no way of knowing when they got knocked out of orbit, he said instead, turning back to his console. Which means not only do we not know where they are or exactly how fast they're traveling, we don't know how long they've been rogue. Only that based on the previous trajectory, how Prometheus is now rotating, and the debris field, they would have likely continued along the same path. At those excessive speeds, and with such a close approach, it's feasible Atlas wouldn't spot the moons within its normal parameters. They could have already shot past us. We can hope, Steph muttered, clearly not swayed by Kyle's poor attempt at optimism. The asteroid terrestrial impact last alert system, Atlas, consisted of 4 telescopes spread across the globe that automatically scan the night sky for moving objects. Normally, for a celestial body over 300 feet, they would have at least a week's notice. Except these weren't normal circumstances, and there were way too many unexpected variables. The cold sweat on the back of Kyle's neck dripped down under his shirt as his hand slid over to tap the screen of his phone. Evie had yet to answer his last text message, which wasn't a surprise. Her practice was 2 hours long, so she'd still be out on the field without her phone. Troxel cleared his throat. I know it sounds like guesswork, but by extrapolating the current. Troxel. Steph slammed the clipboard against her thigh, the resounding clap plunging the room into silence. I have at least 2 degrees and 5 years experience on you. I don't need a lesson in celestial mechanics. I unfortunately have a clear understanding of the exponential threat involved. What I do need is for you to find those damn moons. It would be even better if while I'm busy continuing the initiation of at least 4 different protocols, you confirm how they've fallen into some nice, non-threatening orbits around the sun that keep them out of our atmosphere, like good little asteroids. We're locked into every asset in our arsenal, Kyle offered. I just got confirmation from the Canadian Space Agency that NEOSat, Near-Earth Object Surveillance Satellite, has all hands on deck. We'll find them. Ace, a young woman shouted, nearly slamming into Steph as she slid to a stop at her side. Whoa, Aubrey, Steph grabbed for her arm. Slow down. You won't be any good to me if you hurt yourself running around half-crazed." Aubrey's head bobbed in understanding as she glanced nervously from Steph to Kyle and Troxel. The badge on her shirt was a standard-issue solid orange for interning students from Caltech. She was so new to the program that it was the first time Kyle had heard her name, but seeing as how it was mid-morning on a gorgeous Saturday, it would take time to get a hold of the senior staff. The phone. Aubrey gulped and pointed at the small office at the back of Mission Control. "You have a call from the, Director of the Planetary Defense Coordination Office. Should I transfer it out?" Steph cut her off with an abrupt wave of her hand. "No, I'll take it in there." She raised a brow at Kyle before turning, whispering as she walked away, "Here we go." Troxel waited until she'd left before issuing a slow whistle. Hopefully, this is all a huge shit show with a really big letdown of an ending. A boring, non-explosive ending, which is still the most likely outcome. The odds, well, they're in our favor, astronomically speaking. We usually at least have a confirmed virtual impactor before going up to the food chain. Kyle pivoted away from his monitor to squint at him. "Please share with me the one time you were ever a part of identifying and making notifications on a virtual impactor." Troxel held his gaze. "That's not the point. I'm attempting to be optimistic. Give me this moment." Kyle took a big swallow of cold coffee and grimaced. "I appreciate the optimism, but you and I both know how many steps and layers of organizations are involved if this becomes a situation where a warning needs to be issued. It's better to start the process now." Aubrey was still there, listening raptly, and she grinned sheepishly at Kyle when he looked at her. "Can I make a coffee run for you?" Kyle set his mug down. "I'm not about to ask a postgraduate student to get me coffee." "I appreciate that," Aubrey said, taking a step closer so she could lower her voice as another data controller entered the room. "But I'm offering. Honestly, I need something to do. I could use more coffee, and this would give me an excuse to make a run for the cart." Troxel already had his wallet out. "In that case, you can grab us a couple of triple vanilla lattes and whatever you'd like," he said, thrusting a couple of 20s at her. "And a bag of those strawberry strudels. You're gonna love 'em." Kyle nodded a greeting at the new arrival as Aubrey made a mad dash around him for the door. Dr. Koch was the first of the senior Deep Space Network team to get there, and he had a sour expression as he selected one of the empty stations in front of them. "I hear your pet project decided to up its game," Koch muttered, slamming a hand onto the console controls. He was always a hard man to read. Kyle had yet to break through his icy exterior, which earned him the nickname Dr. Comet between him and Troxel. But at the moment, he couldn't care less about the doctor's personality. The only thing that mattered was that Koch was one of the leading scientists in the world on celestial mechanics. He'd helped write the programming they used daily. "I've already sent you the latest data on Prometheus," Kyle said, matching his tone. "I'd like to get your input on what's been extrapolated. Primarily, the potential speed and velocity on the 3 missing satellite moons." Koch tapped at some keys, grunting in acknowledgement. Kyle knew better than to push for more. Dr. Koch would speak up when and if he had something significant to say, and Kyle would be sure to listen. Refocusing his attention on his center console, Kyle checked for any updates, feeling rather helpless. The hardest part was waiting for the satellites, telescopes, and radar to do the work. He was the interpreter. "Haven't heard back from Evie." Kyle looked over at Troxel, who was gesturing at the phone he'd automatically reached for again. Confirming there were no new notifications, Kyle yanked his hand back. "She's at practice for another 30 minutes. She already said she'd go straight home afterward, but I'm wondering if I should have her come here instead. They won't let her into mission control. Right, Kyle agreed. But there's a nice, big, public lobby right outside those double doors. It'd make me feel better, he added when Troxel gave him one of his looks. Well, that wasn't pleasant, Steph announced as she resumed hovering at their backs. I'm assuming nothing new. Oh, hello, Dr. Cock. Thank you for coming in. Another grunt was the only answer as he continued his calculations. You'd be the first to know, Troxel confirmed, spinning to stand and intercept Aubrey as she jogged up with a loaded cup holder. Maybe you don't need any extra caffeine, he joked, plucking the bag of pastries from under her arm. Did you get any pushback? Kyle asked Steph as he took his latte from Troxel. On the contrary, Steph said, though her expression didn't match the sentiment. The director was very supportive, and calling them up was absolutely the right move. It's just a big process with a lot of potentially serious ramifications. Going over the protocol hit home how some of that could play out, if we need it. What do you mean? Aubrey asked over the rim of her cup. Troxel cleared his throat. Any one of these 3 moons represents a significant event. If just the threat of it were to be made public, there would be mass panic followed by hysteria. I'd put money on rioting in most major cities in less than 24 hours. If an asteroid over 800 feet hits anywhere in the world, we're talking about the possible collapse of whole economies and countries, infrastructures falling apart. With the way the world is today, we don't need a planet killer to effectively do the job. Atlas has something, a man shouted from the front of the room. Everyone froze. Kyle glanced at his phone while sliding over to the monitor with the Atlas Ling Cup. Which telescope? Stephanie barked. South Africa, the young tech answered. It's night there, so, oh my God, mother foo. Keep it professional, Stephanie shouted. Give me details. Dr. Palmer stood abruptly and turned to them, his face pale. We have 2 confirmed virtual impactors. Probability of impact, Steph huffed, clutching the clipboard to her chest. Kyle struggled to swallow against the rising bile in his throat. They're going to hit us. Moons 1 and 2, and his gut twisted further when the speed calculation updated. They're traveling between 90,000 and 110,000 miles per hour. Stephanie grabbed at the back of Kyle's chair and pushed him aside to inspect the information herself. How can this be 100% probability? She demanded. Because they're close. Troxel stood and took a step back, bumping into Aubrey. Very close. What about one of those deflection programs in development you mentioned? Aubrey whispered. It would be like trying to hit a bullet with a grain of sand, Kyle answered, without looking away from the screen that Steph was bent over and scrolling through. We're years away from implementing anything and would need months to make the calculations, not hours. Aubrey clutched at Troxel's arm. Hours. Steph jerked upright. This is going to be international. I have to call the director while you finish calculating the time frame and... They're both going to hit the northwestern hemisphere, Dr. Cock announced. How can you possibly say that with any kind of confidence? Stephanie demanded. It was normally impossible to get within 1% accuracy on a strike prediction. Not until it was imminent. Because the first one will impact somewhere near North Africa in just over 3 hours, Cock replied with a calm demeanor that left no room for doubt. Moon 2, in around 5, and it will likely fall in the western region of the North Atlantic Ocean. Steph sought out Kyle, her face contorting when their eyes met, and he didn't challenge the information. A 1,200-foot stony asteroid traveling at over 90,000 miles per hour striking the ocean, she breathed, already walking backward toward the office. The White House has to be notified. They're going to have to start evacuations. Evacuations, Aubrey gasped. Kyle reached for his cell phone and stood. The whole eastern coast of North America is about to be wiped out. Zix. EVIE. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 11:25 a.m. PDT. The gate banged shut behind Evie as she ran across the green grass of her yard. Not wanting to waste any time changing, she dropped her backpack next to a lounge chair while kicking off her shoes and dove into the pool in her shorts and tank top. The water was cooler than the air, and as it enveloped her, Evie instantly fell into a relaxed state. Where soccer was her physical outlet, swimming was her form of meditation, and she needed it. Breaking the surface, she kept her eyes closed and rolled over to float on her back. It wasn't even noon, and they'd crushed the predicted high. Evie opened one eye and sought out the large thermometer positioned on the back of the house. She moaned, backstroking to the side of the pool. 94 already. That's going to bring the crazies out. No amount of water therapy was going to ease her anxiety over the cryptic messages her father was sending. He refused to tell her why she needed to go straight home after the third text demanding confirmation she'd comply, and then he even said he couldn't take a phone call. It was odd and unfriendly, so not like her dad. Adequately cooled, Evie hauled herself out onto the ledge of the pool where she sat for a moment, basking in the few minutes of perfect balance where the goosebumps on her bare skin drank in the warmth of the sun. It didn't last long. Clambering to her feet, she dashed over the burning cement as the stifling heat won out, grabbing her bag on the way. A quick shower, clean clothes, lunch, and the air conditioner were all in order while she waited for her dad to show up. In his last abrupt text, he said he'd be home right after her, so she rushed to accomplish her simple tasks. As soon as Evie stepped inside through the glass door, she sucked in a breath of chilled, less humid air. On the way to her bedroom at the back of the house, she counted to 5 while exhaling and focused on some other techniques she'd learned in therapy. They were simple things primarily aimed at distraction, but they went a long way to keeping her grounded whenever she felt herself spiraling. It had been over a year since Evie suffered a flashback or the debilitating anxiety that followed the death of her mom. One of the few remaining triggers was the threat of anything happening to her dad, or the life they'd worked to rebuild together. He was her rock, her best friend, her world, and something was definitely wrong. Evie hesitated outside the bathroom door, stopped by the framed photo of the family that used to be, positioned on her dresser. Picking it up, she traced the outline of her mother's gorgeous face and long black hair. Only 3 years, and already she was beginning to forget what her voice sounded like. Thank God for the videos she had, though they were often too painful to watch. Her focus shifted to her father. The definition of tall and handsome, there was an obvious change in his features. It wasn't just age, but hardship, that gave him a rougher demeanor that now took someone years to break through, when it used to be almost instant. Evie remembered all the parties they would host in their house on the top of the hill, and it was her dad who organized them, not her mother. After she died, he retreated to an extremely small circle of friends, and she was okay with that, because she was almost always at the center of it. Carefully setting the picture back in place, Evie stomped into the bathroom and slammed the door. Reminiscing over old photos was not the way to stay distracted. Instead, she pulled up some loud music on her phone and got in the shower. By the time she re-emerged, there were 3 new texts from Ally waiting for her. WTH. Mom's freaking. EVIE. Call me. Her anxiety flared as Evie hit dial and put it on speaker phone while drying off. Ally answered on the first ring. Please tell me you know what the hell is going on. Ally blurted before Evie had a chance to say anything. Is your dad home? Did he tell you what's up? My mom locked herself in her room with her phone and came out crying, Evie. She snapped at me when I asked what was wrong, then hugged me all dramatic-like and locked herself in the bedroom again. She's talking to her boss. Evie froze with her arms halfway through her shirt. Your mom cried. Right. Ally must have gone outside because the background hum of the air conditioner disappeared. My mom isn't in charge of some of the top literal rocket scientists in the world because she's emotional, Evie. This has to have something to do with your dad's asteroid. Evie snagged her phone and then tossed it onto her bed so she could finish dressing. He's not here yet, but you're probably right. Going to a three-tier menagerie of cages connected by plastic tubes that dominated the far wall of her room, Evie dropped to her knees and opened the door. A white, fluffy head popped out of a pile of bedding. Come on, Gizmo, she cooed, shaking a bag of treats. Oh, great, Ally moaned. You're going for your support hamster. Now I know we're in serious trouble. Evie stood with a snort and reached for her phone and a hamster ball. He just needs his exercise. Look, it can't be anything that major or we would have heard something about it by now. Going to the family room, she kissed Gizmo before setting him free to roll around and looked up at the television. Wouldn't we? Finding the remote, Evie turned on the local news station. They're reporting on how fast popsicles are melting at the beach. I'd say we're going to survive. How can you be so calm? Ally huffed. Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question. Whatever it is, I don't even care about the sleepover anymore, but either you end up here or I'm there tonight. Got it? Got it, Evie assured her. I'm gonna go smother my anxiety with food while you work your mom. I'll let you know if my dad spills the details first. Typical Ally, she hung up without saying goodbye only to immediately shoot her a text. T-tile. Yes, I'll talk to you later, Evie laughed. The simple act of conspiring with Ally had grounded her, and she felt much more optimistic as she began digging around the refrigerator for her killer sandwich ingredients. She was taking the second bite of her monstrosity when her dad slammed the front door. Dad, pick up your damn phone, he shouted from the foyer instead of issuing his typical obnoxiously sweet greeting. Slowly lowering the hoagie, Evie listened for his approaching footsteps as the news droned on in the background while her dad continued to leave a message. Dad, Mom, you'll have to listen to my other messages before getting to this one, so if you haven't already left the golf course and aren't on the road, do it now. Get in the rental car and go. Don't waste time going back to the hotel, just get out of there. We'll meet you in Colorado. The phones will likely get jacked up as soon as, well, just go. I love you. We love you. Her appetite gone, Evie dropped the sandwich and slid down from the counter. Dad. He had stopped at the threshold to the kitchen like he was gathering himself, and the silence was more than Evie could stand. Running, she nearly collided with him and the case of water he was holding as she flew around the corner, and was forced to catch herself by grabbing his arms. What's happening? She demanded. Dropping the water onto the tiled floor with a resounding thud, Kyle took hold of her forearm with one hand and dragged the other across his face while letting out a huge breath. He looked like he'd aged 10 years since that morning. The East Coast is going to be evacuated. My parents should be on their favorite golf course in Florida this afternoon, waiting for their annual cruise to leave port tomorrow morning. Grandpa turns his phone off when they're golfing, Evie said, her mind racing. She had so many questions that she didn't know what to ask first. His grip tightened. They'll be okay. Your grandpa will know what to do. Do about what? Evie cried, pulling her arm away and taking several steps back. You're freaking me out, Dad. Should I be freaked out? Instead of consoling her and telling her to calm down, he glanced around the house like he wasn't sure what to do. And her dad always knew what to do. "Go pack a bag," he said with a shake of his head to snap out of it. "I have to get back to mission control, and you're coming with me." "But—" "Don't argue with me," Kyle shouted. His features softened when Evie cringed away from him, and he immediately gathered her up in a fierce hug. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Just do what I say, and I'll explain on the way. It has to do with Prometheus. All hell is about to break loose, and I have to get—" Emergency alert tones blared over the television amid a red screen, causing them both to freeze and then turn slowly together toward the sound. Before the third screech faded, both of their phones kicked on with the same alarm, creating a surround sound effect that made Evie's mouth go dry. "This is a national alert for an extreme threat. This is not a test." Evie turned her face into her dad's neck and held on tight. 7. LUKE. Italian Embassy. Pretoria, Africa. Day 1. 10:35 p.m. SAST. 9 hours ahead of PDT. Luke tossed a large duffel bag onto his bed and began stuffing clothes into it with one hand while holding his phone out with the other. "Kevin, are you there?" The video had gone dark, so either the call was dropped or the camera was covered by his friend's hand. The connection was awful, but he'd been lucky to get through after the alerts went out. It was only because the app they'd used for the past year relied on an internet connection, not a cell mobile network. The increased call volume started crashing the networks over an hour earlier. Ran off the road trying to hike out. Luke dropped the socks he was holding and cradled the phone with both hands. "Where are you? How far did you get?" The broken conversation was confusing. He determined Kevin and his parents were trying to get out of D.C. and had gotten stuck on the freeway. The image brightened and Kevin's red, sweaty face came into view. "Not far, man." He ran a bloodied hand through his blonde hair and glanced over his shoulder before squinting back at the camera. "Barely made it over the Woodrow Wilson Bridge." Everyone flipped the alert. "We packed and on the road 30 minutes. It too late, trying to Fairfax. Couple hundred more feet of elevation." They lived on the outskirts near Alexandria and had to cross the Potomac River to flee west, away from the coast and a potentially massive tsunami that the second asteroid would create. It would hit the North Atlantic Ocean in less than 2 hours. Luke frowned when the image blurred as Kevin began jogging. "You're already over 100 miles from the ocean. Isn't that far enough?" he asked, struck by a pang of guilt for not searching out more information on the asteroid threatening his friend's life. The news channels in Africa were dominated by the first asteroid about to hit their continent at any minute. Between his parents panicking and trying to get the call through to Kevin, Luke hadn't considered the broader implications. The second asteroid was landing way out in the ocean, not on land. From what he had heard, the evacuation of the coast was more of a precaution in case the prediction was off, and it ended up being closer. "We don't know." Kevin's mom shouted into the phone after snatching it away. She kept a steady pace while looking around wildly, the video capturing the sideways view. "We've heard everything, instant death by burning from thermal radiation to 100-mile-per-hour winds, a 700 tsunami. It might be a couple hundred miles away, 1,000. The motion stopped abruptly, and Mrs. Moore turned back to reveal that her husband was hunched over. He was bracing himself against his knees and heaving while Kevin pulled at his arm, 2 large bags on the ground between them. Rick Moore worked a corporate job and spent 60 hours a week behind a desk, unlike his wife, who jogged and taught yoga. "Leave the bags," Mrs. Moore demanded. A group of people ran between them, one of them a woman holding a screaming toddler and sobbing as she staggered around Kevin. Luke's door flew open at his back. "Luke!" His mom pushed around him and grabbed the half-empty duffel from the bed. "Why aren't you packed?" She shook the bag at him and dropped it. "Your father got through to the consulate and is trying to get us passage on the last plane out. We have to hurry." "I got through to Kevin," he said, turning to show her the screen. Someone was yelling hysterically as more people fled on foot around the stopped cars on the freeway, beyond Mrs. Moore's flushed face. His mom leaned toward the camera. "Carol." The two had become close friends the last year they lived in the States. Carol attempted a weak smile before the image broke apart and froze briefly. "Are you safe, Lucia?" His mom nodded and covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. "It's a large continent. There are more than 3,000 miles between us and North Africa. They have ordered a shelter in place, but Tommaso fears civil unrest, so we are making arrangements." "But you?" "We're getting out." Carol passed the phone off to Kevin as she spoke. "Come on, Rick. Move, I said to leave the bags." Luke and his mom stared at each other over the phone when the image froze again. It was too much to take in. All those people, millions of them. If the asteroid really did hit only a couple hundred miles off the coast, they could all. "Luke." His mom had taken hold of his wrist, and he looked down to see the phone had gone dark. "We'll find them," she said, her grip tightening. "We'll likely be going to the west coast of the United States. There will be lists created, information on survivors and where they are. Your father will find them, but right now, I need you to do as I say and be ready to go." Pounding footsteps echoed through the tiled hallway, announcing his father's arrival before he appeared in the open door to the bedroom. "I got it," Tommaso announced, glancing between Luke and his mom. His dad was a large, sturdy man who took pride in his appearance, so his frazzled, hunched-over demeanor added to Luke's growing anxiety. "Seats on the plane," Tommaso explained. "It won't be able to take off until after the asteroid strikes, because of the risk of pieces breaking off and whatnot upon entering the atmosphere. But—" Lucia put a hand out to stop his prattling, and she crossed the room to place it against his chest. "We'll be okay. When should we leave?" Luke went over to his bed and retrieved the socks, his guilt over Kevin's situation increasing as he added them to the bag. He had time to pack for a posh flight out, and they weren't even in any real danger from the asteroids. It wasn't right. His dad took her hand and kissed the back of it before answering. "The consulate wants to arrange an escort." A glaring light blazed through the covered windows, followed simultaneously by a sonic boom strong enough to shake the house. Ducking instinctively while covering his head, Luke stumbled backward and away from the row of windows. Another light flashed outside as he did so, and he gasped while bracing himself for the percussion of the rock fragment. "Bolides!" his father shouted amid the boom. Running to the nearest window, he yanked the curtain aside to reveal a sky on fire. While the first asteroid, nicknamed Prometheus 1, would be below their horizon, they'd been warned that pieces of it would break away and strike a much broader region. Most wouldn't make it to the ground, but it was impossible to say how many would or how big they could be. Another bolide streaked above the jacaranda trees, its bluish-white tail turning colors as it burned. "Get away from the windows," Lucia screamed, staggering backward into the hall as Boca dodged around her. "We must go," Boca declared. "Now. This will bring much unrest, and the people will take advantage of it." Tommaso was nodding. "It will only get worse when the shockwave and fallout hit us." He turned to look at Boca. "Get the car ready." The bolide exploded as Boca started to move, turning his father into a silhouette and splintering the glass behind him into a network of cracks. The power went out before the boom faded, plunging the room into darkness. "The animals," Luke whispered. His heart pounded in his head as his parents and Boca receded into the grayed edges of his vision where deeper shadows pooled and swirled. The animals would be terrified. Who would look after them? Luke. Boca was in his face, his eyes big and his forehead wrinkled with concern. "You are breathing too fast." He was right. Luke swallowed hard and shook his head. He'd never had a panic attack before, but he guessed that was what hyperventilating felt like. "I'm okay," he muttered, blinking rapidly. His mom clutched his bag to her chest as his dad guided her from the room, and Luke had a new rush of adrenaline at the realization they'd never be back. He wasn't ready. The things that meant the most to him weren't his clothes. They were still sitting on the shelves and tucked away in his desk. Shrugging away from Boca, Luke dashed around his mom and dad and floundered through the dark to his laptop. Shoving it into the backpack he took with him everywhere, he wiped at his face and struggled to focus on what else to grab. He always kept his wallet in the outside pocket, along with some Advil and protein bars. The sky remained blessedly dark, though it meant the asteroid had likely found its target. Luke swept his charger and portable power pack into the bag, his stomach recoiling with the acknowledgement of an unfolding destruction too horrendous to comprehend. Algeria alone had 50 million people, if the scientists were right about where Prometheus 1 would hit. The shockwave would travel around the world, and the fallout would create a plume of ash and debris large enough to block the sun to various degrees. They might be 3,000 miles away, but nowhere would be far enough to escape the repercussions. Boca set a hand on his shoulder. "Come, we must get you to the airport." "The airport," Luke repeated. Slipping a strap over his shoulder, he followed Boca and his parents through the darkened house. His mom tossed the duffel bag onto a pile at the front entryway and went to peer out one of the windows that straddled the ornate double doors. "I don't see our escort." The silence was heavy in the aftermath of the explosions, adding to a sensation of pent-up energy waiting to be released. Luke stopped next to a table with an assortment of family pictures, and he picked up one of the smaller ones, taken while they were on vacation in Spain several years ago. He'd been 12. The three of them were on the beach, smiling and laughing. Luke tucked it into his backpack. A flashlight clicked on as Tommaso opened the doors. "We can't wait for the escort." Boca was nodding and he helped gather the bags. "We will go now." "Then what?" Luke asked. He never thought he'd be the one to resist leaving Africa. "We're safe here." "No," Boca countered. "It is not the asteroid you must fear. Your father is right. Countries will fall. There will be anarchy." "And then what?" Luke pressed. "If we make it to the States and it still isn't safe there?" The muscles of his jaw clenching in the backwash of the flashlight, Boca turned to stare at him. "Then you do whatever is necessary to stay alive." 8. Malik, Tunis, Tunisia. North Africa. Day 1. 9:40 p.m. CAT, 8 hours ahead of PDT. There was nowhere to run. Fear robbed Malik of the ability to swallow. He stared straight ahead with his mouth open, sucking in ragged breaths while fighting to control his thoughts. With his wife beside him and their 2 children safely stowed in the backseat of the car, the act of doing something had felt right, until the realization they were running out of time became too obvious to ignore. "Malik!" Isra shouted. His wife grabbed his arm and pointed toward the gas station they were approaching. "Look out." "Daddy!" A loud whoosh drowned out his daughter's cry, and the night became a blazing ball of orange and yellow as an explosion tore across the road. Malik slammed on the brakes and veered onto the sidewalk across from their neighborhood store. They were less than 3 miles from their home in the upscale outskirts of Tunis, and it was total anarchy. "Whoa!" Youssef hooted, flinging himself forward between Malik and Isra to stare out the windshield. The flash receded to reveal several people running from the store while the gas pumps burned, their arms full of whatever they could grab. The 10-year-old was hovering between excitement and horror, unable to process what was happening. Because there was nowhere to run. Malik rubbed a hand across his face and exhaled sharply, coping marginally better than his child. The government warning had come around 8 that night, as they were putting the kids to bed. Shelter in place. That was the only advice they offered. The asteroid could hit anywhere within a 1,000-mile radius. What was the point of running if they didn't know where to run? "We shouldn't have left," Isra sobbed. She twisted on the seat while shooing Youssef. "Put your seatbelt on and hold your sister's hand." Rayhane whimpered. Malik didn't need to look in the review mirror to know his 8-year-old daughter was holding her stuffed rabbit to her chest in a vain attempt to soak up her fear. It was his job to protect his family. He stomped the accelerator. "We can still make it," Malik grunted, groping for Isra's hand while maneuvering around a parked car and avoiding the worst of the heat from the raging fire. Isra's family had an olive farm less than 10 miles away. Her parents and her brother all lived there, as did they, before Malik got his promotion and a nice home in the city. Isra and the kids were born on that land. Huddled together on the floor of their bedroom, he had decided with his wife that if they were to die that night, it should be there. Together. But they underestimated the ensuing panic and had taken too long. Riots and looting broke out immediately after the announcement. And as more people fled the city, the roads became increasingly dangerous and nearly impossible to navigate. Malik was forced to backtrack and take alternate routes as the final minutes sped by, leading them through a maze of building mania as more people poured out onto the streets. The open road beyond the gas station offered a tantalizing chance of escape. Isra craned her neck to look through the sunroof and pulled her hand from Malik's to reach for the children. "It will miss us," she whispered. "The asteroid will miss us. We'll get to the farm, and we will all be okay." Crack, crack, Isra flinched, a new sort of shock registering on her face. The gunshots were close. Cursing, Malik didn't dare slow down. Clank. A bullet ricocheted off the hood of the car as a man ran into the road waving a gun, and he pivoted to point it at a truck coming from the other direction. More shots rang out, and Malik pushed the car to reckless speeds, careening around a corner and barely missing a woman standing in the next street. "Mom!" Youssef cried, any previous excitement forgotten. "I want to go home." The skyline of the seaside city of Tunis glowed behind them, as if the asteroid had already struck. Returning wasn't an option. Ahead of them was a residential suburb with narrow streets, and only 3 more blocks separated them from the country road that led out of town. "We'll make it," Malik whispered. Dodging an abandoned car, they flew around the last corner and were met by a wall of fire devouring a truck and bus merged at odd angles. Skidding to a stop behind several other vehicles unable to get around the accident, Malik gripped the wheel and fought to control his panic. It threatened to overwhelm his senses and leave him paralyzed, much like the dazed people wandering the streets. Isra gasped, but she wasn't looking at the accident. She was pointing at the sunroof. The sky. Rayhane began to sob as the car was filled with an otherworldly light, a bluish-white hue that defied explanation and spread across the heavens. Turning night to day, it took away any hope of being spared. They had to find shelter. Acting on pure survival instinct, Malik cranked the steering wheel and sped toward a chain-link fence that ran the length of the road. "The high school," he shouted as the car lurched over the sidewalk and successfully plowed through the barrier. The air was filled with a crackling roar, and the color changed to a damning rain of fire. The car came to an abrupt stop, either hung up on a part of the fence or something unseen in the soccer field. "Run," Malik ordered. Throwing his door open, he flung himself forward, squinting against the onslaught of sensations as he went to retrieve his daughter. Isra appeared beside him and pulled Yusuf from the car as he gathered up Rayhane. "The gym," Malik yelled. It was built just the year before and was made of concrete. He could see it across the field. It would shelter them. Together, they ran. With Isra and Yusuf at his side, Malik pressed Rayhane and her bunny into the crook of his neck. "Don't look, baby," he cooed, his mouth close to her ear as he fought to keep his footing. "Daddy has you." Yusuf stumbled, his small legs unable to keep up, and Malik took his hand with his free arm so that he and Isra could half carry him between them. He glanced at Isra over the top of their son's head, her eyes reflecting his terror as the asteroid roared above them in the now churning sky, appearing 25 times larger than the sun. With it came thermal radiation, an instant searing heat that began igniting the dry grass at their feet. Then, their clothes. Malik threw himself at Yusuf and Isra, tackling them to the ground and wrapping his body around them as a shield. Their screams of agony blended with his and Rayhane's, only to be drowned out by the arrival of their executioner. Prometheus, one, impacted the Earth less than 200 miles away, burning everything within a 400-mile radius. The shockwave and its 300-mile-per-hour winds flattened the buildings and trees left standing, effectively scouring the surface and leaving a barren landscape in its wake. The bodies in the field of the leveled high school were forever merged as one, their ashes scattered to the wind along with over 3 million others. And with it was more than the debris ejected from the 5-mile-deep crater. Half of the asteroid was vaporized and hurled into the atmosphere, where it would span the globe and rain down upon humankind. It was the beginning of the sixth extinction. 9. Dallas. Undocumented cave system. Cradle of Humankind Heritage Site, South Africa. Day 1. 10:45 p.m. SAST, 9 hours ahead of PDT. "I swear I felt something," Kelly declared. "Maybe lightning striking the ground. I saw some clouds building on the horizon during the drive from the airport." She was wandering the perimeter of the 50-foot-wide cavern, peering into several deep crevices and 2 other side tunnels. Dallas concentrated on the wires she was rushing to splice together while shaking her head. "We wouldn't feel lightning down here." With all the gear they had to haul with them, the hike to the main chamber had taken 3 hours, and she regretted her decision to arrange the lights and give a tour of the dig site instead of immediately setting up comms. Complacency was a dangerous state of mind when you were 200 feet underground. A quick check-in with Nikita would settle Kelly's nerves. The last thing Dallas needed was anyone losing their cool. She'd seen it happen before while caving, and once you started down the slippery slope into a blind panic, it was game over. With an unexpected sense of foreboding, Dallas studied the area cordoned off at the far end of the cavern. She was in a field where superstition was rife, but also frowned upon as a hindrance to their research. It wasn't scientific. However, Dallas had experienced the unexplainable, so that she'd come to rely on what she called her gut meter. At that moment, surrounded by the glittering walls of the ancient chamber that potentially held the bones of their ancestors, she suddenly felt like a trespasser being asked to leave. Clamping down the connector to ensure a solid link, Dallas shook off her unease, glanced over to where Mitch was sorting the gear, and raised a questioning brow at him. They'd been on enough expeditions together that little conversation was needed to convey their thoughts. It was the sort of easy rapport that Dallas appreciated. Any kind of vibration this deep would have to be seismic, Mitch said with a frown. Squatting, he picked up a helmet and then squinted at the stalactites hanging from the roof of the cave 30 feet above them. I showed you the seismicity in this region and how I determined it to be low risk. Historically, the greatest threat locally is from mining operations, not active faults. It could very well have been something of that nature, which would be small and shallow and not a threat. I didn't feel it, but given how deep we are, I don't think we should take any chances. Putting the helmet on his head, he grabbed the others and stood, tossing one at Kelly as she approached him, and the other at Andri. Andri caught the protective gear and left the tent he'd been erecting to join Dallas near the cable spool. The laptop and other electronics were set out on a rock, and he picked it up with a grin. Let's hope our Russian friend isn't soaking in a hot tub, so she can confirm Kelly's tremor is nothing more than paranoia. Kelly scowled and her demeanor switched from fear to annoyance as she crossed her arms and stuck her chin out at Andri. My refined perception doesn't equate to paranoia. What do you say we wager your air mattress to my bottle of scotch that Nikita confirms a small, non-threatening quake? Dallas smiled, appreciating Andri's successful art of distraction. Mitch stepped up next to Dallas and pushed her helmet on before turning to Kelly. I thought you were giving up gambling. After we make the discovery of the century, Kelly quipped. Plenty of time then for life changes. Got it, Dallas shouted. Standing, she took the laptop from Andri and plugged the connector into the networking port. Opening the computer, she carried it back to the rock and was already striking the keys as she knelt. Setting up the collapsible table and chairs was next on her list of things to do. Safety is always first, Dallas stated while waiting for the two-way radio program to boot up. If there's any question, we'll evacuate, evacuate. Nikita's frantic voice blared from the laptop and echoed through the cavern. Come on, answer me. Dallas, Mitch, do you copy? Answer me, damn it. Dallas fell away from the laptop in shock and collided with Mitch's legs as Andri reached over her to hit the transmit key. We copy, Nikita, he replied, incredibly calm. What's the nature of the emergency? Over. Dallas scrambled onto her hands and knees. An asteroid. The response was immediate and devoid of Nikita's usual strict radio jargon. An asteroid just hit North Africa, and another one is headed for the North Atlantic Ocean. Get out of there now. The answer was so unexpected that Andri took a step back and looked down at Dallas to exchange a look of disbelief. Kelly whimpered and latched onto Mitch, who was staring again at the spears of rock hanging over them. An asteroid. An asteroid, Dallas repeated aloud. She couldn't wrap her brain around it. It didn't make any sense. She slapped a hand onto the keyboard. Confirm that you said an asteroid. Northern Africa is over 3,000 miles away. Yes, they issued the warning an hour after your descent. Nikita sounded hoarse, likely from screaming into the computer for the past 2 hours. It's close to 1,000 feet across, and the news is calling it a continent killer. I don't know what exactly will happen. No one knows. I couldn't see it from here, but pieces broke off and exploded in the atmosphere overhead. You need to get up here so we can get off this continent. Over. Mitch was the first to sprint into action. Dragging Kelly with him, they ran to the pile of supplies near the passageway they'd come in through. Leave everything but your personal backpacks, harnesses, and extra lights, he instructed. Andri pulled Dallas to her feet, giving the thick cable trailing from the laptop a tug. Ask her your questions on the way. He was right, of course. The cord was a literal tether to the surface. Time slowed as Dallas donned the harness and then shrugged into the straps of the pack Mitch brought her. She moved robotically, snapping the clasp at her waist one-handed. It was all too surreal. The silence and calm of the cave system contradicted the chaos described by Nikita and took what was already a disorienting environment to an extreme level. She cradled their lifeline in the crook of her arm, waiting until they moved together into the tunnel before keying up the radio. They had opted for the more basic radio communication versus video for the ease of transmitting long distances outside of the cave. That allowed Nikita the freedom of mobility, which was an important factor when the team was down for a week at a time. The cable and computer acted as a basic antenna, and Dallas now cursed its limitations. "We're on our way up. Over." Dallas turned sideways and juggled the computer while high-stepping over a boulder to wriggle through a narrow space. "Give me 5-minute updates," Nikita demanded. "Where did it come from?" Kelly turned to give Dallas a hand up as the slope increased beyond the boulder, their headlamps creating portals through the pitch blackness. "Why the short warning? God, I have to call home and make sure Izzy's safe." Dallas squeezed her hand before letting go. Nikita said the Atlantic Ocean. Idaho sounds like a good place to be right now. She would have appreciated the extra glow the laptop provided, except that it messed with her peripheral vision and made it harder for her to see the ground. "We're all relative experts on past asteroid strikes," Andrew stated, still sounding calm as he brought up the rear. 1,000 feet is nowhere near a planet killer. Aside from those in the blast zone, globally we're likely to suffer more from societal unrest and the ensuing economic collapse than from the impact itself. Mitch stopped at a juncture and gestured at Andrew while waiting for them. They were about to enter into a wedge of steeper terrain that involved some scrambling and required them to rope up. It might not be a planet killer, but depending on the composition of the asteroid, speed, and angle of descent, it has the potential to unleash an incredible amount of energy, which is why they're calling it a continent killer. "I'll feel a hell of a lot more optimistic once we're topside." Dallas took the rope from Mitch and hooked it into her belay loop with a carabiner. "Then let's keep moving." She'd always thought herself unshakable, that she'd be the last to suffer from claustrophobia or ever lose sight of the obvious, so the vulnerability turned her fear into anger. Breathing slowly in through her nose, Dallas keyed the radio as Kelly and Andrew also hooked in. "We're entering the scramble, so I'll be going radio silent for at least 15 to 20 minutes. Over." Nikita was quick to answer. "Copied. Make it quick." "I managed to get some calls out before the networks crashed and pulled more of those strings to get us on the only plane out of here. They can't take off until after the second asteroid hits in 2 hours, but they won't wait for us." Dallas followed Mitch, their lights dancing over the scree of the tailless slope. The wedge was essentially a crevasse, and at the top was the opening to a 500-foot squeeze, a narrow corridor that required a belly crawl. It had been the greatest obstacle on the way down with the heavy gear as well as the steep scramble. Going back would be much faster. She held the laptop close to her face. "We'll make it in time. Over." Slamming it shut, Dallas grabbed Mitch's pack and jammed the computer into the outside pocket. When he glanced back at her, they nodded in a silent vow to keep her promise. Mitch expertly picked his way through the jagged rock fragments without kicking any loose and made quick work of the climb. Dallas had the extra chore of keeping the cable from getting hung up on anything, and the growing coil looped over her shoulder was beginning to weigh her down. Within 10 minutes they were at the top and gathered on the ridge to remove their packs. There wasn't enough room in the tight passage, so they would have to push the backpacks through. "My second to least favorite part," Kelly mumbled, her face a muted outline behind her headlamp. "Just think of the stories we'll have to tell," Dallas bantered, though the joke fell flat. There was no lightening the mood. Mitch unhooked the safety line and wound it around his arm as he spoke. "Remember to breathe. It's cramped, but we've all been through worse and it's a relatively easy crawl. I'm first. Andrew, you're last. As Dallas went to take her place behind him, the ground beneath her feet vibrated. Mitch froze. The shudder increased until a low rumble rose from deep inside the earth and dust filled the air. Andrew shouted, "Earthquake!" as he launched himself at Kelly and Dallas, throwing them into the rock wall and away from the ledge. They all huddled together as the shaking intensified. They were helpless, the ground bucking beneath them while rocks tumbled down the talus with a deafening roar. Dallas tried to roll into a ball with her arms over her head, her mouth and nose filled with dirt until it became hard to breathe. She couldn't die there, not like that. It felt like an eternity, but the worst of the tremor was over in less than 20 seconds. The following groans, cracking and popping as the rocks continued to shift, were just as terrifying. "Dallas!" Kelly shrieked as she flailed blindly for her. "Dallas!" Dallas pushed onto her knees and groped for her friend in the dark. Taking hold of Kelly's harness, she pulled until they were face to face, blinded by each other's headlamps. "We're okay," she grunted, coughing to clear her throat. "We're okay, Kelly." "This is not okay," Kelly retorted. "And I take it back, everything I said about being cool with this, because I could really go for a room at that resort right now." Dallas let her ramble. It might prevent complete hysteria for a few more minutes. "Is everyone else good?" "It's blocked," was Mitch's only answer. He was crouched at the opening of the corridor, shining his full-sized light into the oily darkness. Andrew stood, shook the dirt from his shoulders, and carefully picked his way over to squat next to Mitch. "Cave in." Releasing Kelly, Dallas briefly cupped her friend's face before turning away. They were alive. They'd figure the rest out, and she'd start by checking in with Nikita. The backpacks were still lined up at the mouth of the passage, and she crawled to Mitch's, doing her best not to think of the unstable cliff at her back and the 100 feet of earth over her head. Though it could be seen as somewhat poetic for a group of paleoarchaeologists to be entombed with the ancient bones they sought, Dallas had no intentions of being buried there. Pulling the computer into her lap, Dallas wiped absently at a trickle of blood obscuring her view. The helmet had spared her from the worst of it, but she'd managed to get grazed. It could have been much worse. The glow of the screen was reassuring, but when Dallas opened the program, the radio indicated a loss of signal. Shoving the useless equipment onto the ground, she scooted in between Mitch and Andrew. Their lights revealed one of her worst nightmares. "It's completely blocked," Mitch whispered. The cable disappeared under the chunks of granite and fresh soil, where they could have easily been had they started back any earlier. Dallas braced herself against the men's backs and leaned in close. "We're going to have to find another way out." 10. KYLE. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Mission Control Conference Room. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 2:20 p.m. PDT. Dr. Koch leaned toward the video call equipment in the middle of the conference table. "We estimate the impact of 2020 PH1 to have released around 2,000 megatons of energy, equivalent to 133,000 times that of the bomb that hit Hiroshima." Kyle cringed at the comparison. It was horrific to have it spoken aloud. 40 minutes had passed since the geography of northern Algeria and Tunisia was forever changed. They wouldn't comprehend the full bearing of it for days, but it was likely that any country bordering the Mediterranean Sea had suffered catastrophic damage. Clearing his throat, Dr. Koch demonstrated an uncharacteristic moment of indecision as he glanced over at the JPL director, Dr. Abbott, before continuing after she gave him a nod of approval. With a complex crater depth of around 5 miles deep and 12 miles across. Upwards of half the impact area would have been instantly vaporized with ejecta, propelled at thousands of miles an hour. It's already reaching the East Coast and due to arrive here in the West Coast over the next few minutes, though I wouldn't expect any significant influence on temperature. Yes, yes, yes. The voice-activated video automatically switched to display the administrator of FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency. Pinching the bridge of her nose, the middle-aged woman appeared pale and haggard. I think it's safe to say we're all capable of reading the report your office submitted 15 minutes ago. There was a localized magnitude 8.4 earthquake, as well as other widespread seismic activity, and an accumulating death toll in the region of 50 million. The Planetary Defense Coordination Office is working with the other appropriate agencies on a global response. This call was suggested by our president to acquire any updates on the second moon, anything we can use to help navigate the next hour leading up to and after its impact. Kyle shifted in his seat, looking around the table to confirm he was expected to provide the answer to Mrs. Carter. In addition to Koch and the JPL director, Steph and Troxel were also present, though they had yet to say anything during the meeting they'd been pulled into at the last minute. Only 6 hours had passed since Kyle's blissful unawareness of the unfolding events was shattered. 6 hours to change the history of the world. It was hard to come up with words that would adequately embody the horror of it. 2020 PH2 is still tracking for an impact zone of approximately 200 to 800 miles east of Virginia, Kyle divulged without looking at the monitor. He needed to get back to his station and the hunt for Prometheus 3. Rehashing data with the country's emergency response coordinators wasn't in his wheelhouse. You should continue to brace for a worst-case scenario, he continued. The average depth of the ocean at that distance is around 3,600 meters, which, depending on the speed and angle of a 1,200-foot stony asteroid, could produce a tsunami of up to 700 feet high. Between the tsunami, thermal radiation, and 200 to 300 mile-per-hour winds within the shockwave, the evacuation of the coastal states is the only option. We're using all available resources to locate the third moon. We should assume it's on a similar trajectory, though at a slower speed. It's at least bought us some time and... Time for what? The interruption came from the Secretary of Homeland Security, the distorted video revealing an older man in a nice suit, his hands splayed out on a rich oak table as he leaned toward the camera. Have you seen what's already happening out there? We may as well throw out all our disaster models. We failed to anticipate half of the social repercussions that are playing out. Not even 3 hours after awareness was made of the impending impacts, and we're on the precipice of total infrastructure collapse. We would have fared better as a nation without the alert. Dr. Abbott slammed a hand onto the table. Mr. Secretary, you can't mean that. Look at the East Coast, he retorted. If this prediction is accurate, we could have saved tens of thousands of more lives by initiating a selective evacuation. It's not only the impassable roads but the effects of mass hysteria. The death toll from that alone is already in the thousands. I have to agree, Mrs. Carter muttered, barely loud enough for the video to jump to her face as the image froze before jerking and becoming pixelated. FEMA can't respond fast enough, let alone local law enforcement and emergency departments. The stock market was crashing as it got shut down amid the looting and riots. There's been a run on banks, stores, and gas that will only get exponentially worse with the second strike and darkness. Hospitals are overwhelmed and closing their doors along with other emergency services, and that includes small towns. No one is immune. We can't just give up on trying to save as many people as possible, Kyle countered, thinking of his parents and his inability to reach them. These first two asteroids followed the exact same path as the debris field, and their arrival tracks with their relative size and orbits around Prometheus in relation to their speed. It means the third moon is still on its way. Do you think that matters to the thousands dying in the streets of every major city in our country as we speak? Carter shouted. Our focus must shift to what can potentially be controlled before it's too late. The scraping of a chair triggered the video to change as the Secretary of Homeland Security stood. Which is why we're declaring martial law before the second impact. We don't have time for any further discussion if you have nothing new to add. The screen froze for the last time, though it wasn't clear if it was due to the poor signal or an intentional disruption. I wish I hadn't been right, Troxel said, the first to break the foreboding silence as the five of them sat staring at each other around the table. But like I said this morning, it doesn't need to be a planet killer to bring us all to our knees. Steph shook her head. But martial law, how could it fall apart so fast? Cox stood abruptly. You act as if you're shocked by that. He pivoted to address Kyle. Only two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. I tend to agree with Mr. Einstein on that basis, so let's go find your third moon. I have 3 grown kids and 5 grandchildren. I'd like to know where to direct them in the coming days in order to keep them safe. Dr. Abbott put a hand up to stop him from leaving the room. I can't ask any of you to stay. We've done our jobs and are no longer leading the search efforts. It now falls under the Planetary Defense Coordination Office. Steph was nodding. We're already beginning to trip over each other, and most of the programs are automated. Kyle stared beyond Cock at the conference room doors. They were located off the main lobby of Mission Control, where Evie was huddled on one of the strategically arranged couches. Of course, she was his primary concern, and Dr. Comet was right. The best way to protect her was to understand the danger, all of it. Kyle was among the most informed in the world when it came to understanding the devastation that could be unleashed by an asteroid impact. While the FEMA administrator and Homeland Security Secretary had to look at the larger picture of an unhinged country, his view was much narrower. It was simple. He would do anything to keep Evie safe, but that wouldn't be possible until the third moon was located. Until then, it remained their greatest threat. Kyle stood slowly. This is where I belong. 11. EVIE. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Mission Control Lobby. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 2:30 p.m. PDT. Evie gripped the remote with sweaty hands and randomly scrolled through the channels, most presenting as a black screen on the large television at the far end of the lobby. She was desperate to get some news on what happened with the first asteroid, except all but the local stations stopped working a half hour after it was supposed to hit. Still pressing the button, Evie looked over at the doors to the meeting room. Her dad and Troxel had filed inside with Steph, and a couple of other people she hadn't met for what was likely something important. It was incredibly frustrating to know a source for the most detailed information was less than 20 feet away, her own father, and she was still clueless. Steve, the first reports being released are indicating a death toll in the tens of millions, and we're currently waiting on an update for Prometheus 2, the second asteroid currently headed for the North Atlantic Ocean. Evie jerked to attention, the remote falling into her lap. The image switched from a newsroom to Steve, a good-looking guy who was licking his lips while staring into the camera, the local Pacific Ocean at his back. It was the same reporter who'd been measuring melting popsicles only 2 hours earlier. He attempted a smile as if he were still out doing his regular job, but his flushed face and eyes bulging with fear made him appear manic. Well, Katie, I would say the primary reaction for most of the families out here so far is confusion. What started as an idyllic day at the beach has turned into what could be described as a nightmare of historic proportions. I'm here at the Santa Monica Pier, and while the park has been closed for safety reasons, a large, mostly peaceful crowd has gathered in contrast to the dangerous riots unfolding on the nearby streets of Los Angeles. Riots, Evie repeated. She glanced up at the large row of windows lining the front of the room. Beyond them was the empty, manicured courtyard and a calm blue sky overhead. It was impossible to fully comprehend how only a few miles away, people were already losing their shit. Her phone was sitting next to her on the leather couch, and Evie reached for it, though it was a futile gesture. Only minutes after the warning went out, the phone system had crashed. The intranet for JPL was working, but outside of that, the internet was spotty, and she couldn't get any public pages to load. Evie sent another message to Ally anyway. She kept hoping she'd show up with her mom, but an hour earlier, the overhead speakers announced the campus was being shut down. Her bubble of protection and solitude was shrinking. The violence on our streets is nothing in comparison to what's happening on the East Coast. The camera was back in the newsroom with Katie, a screen behind her displaying jumpy videos of burning cars, people breaking out store windows, and other random, frantic attacks. Losing their shit, Evie muttered. Grimacing, she let out a small gasp while hitting the redial on her cell phone. Come on, Gramps. A double beeping announced the dropped call, and she clutched it to her chest instead of throwing it across the room. With a sob more from anger than despair, Evie closed her eyes and slowly exhaled. They'll be okay, she whispered, repeating her father's mantra. Gramps is smart. Florida is hundreds of miles south of the asteroid. They'll have more time. Continuing the breathing exercise, she spun around at the sound of a door opening behind her. Disappointed to see it belonged to Mission Control and not the meeting room, Evie scowled at the woman who emerged. Hesitating under the unexpected scrutiny, she tucked a strand of her brown hair behind an ear before waving awkwardly at Evie. You must be Dr. Reese's kid. Troxel said you were out here. I'm Aubrey. Do you know what they're doing in there? Evie asked with a gesture at door number 2. Walking over to plop down on the couch, Aubrey shook her head. I'm just an intern. It's way above my badge color, but I did transfer a call from the White House for Director Abbott. I'm guessing they're desperate for some good news, she added with a wave at the television. It displayed a wide-angle shot of the Golden Gate Bridge. Packed with a solid wall of traffic that was at a standstill, columns of black smoke rose from several areas, and people could be seen running in between the cars. A squeaking noise interrupted whatever the reporter was about to say as a multicolored plastic ball came rolling across the floor and toward the couch. Ah, Aubrey gasped, yanking her feet up and leaning forward to get a better look. When she saw the white fluff ball encased inside, the smile she aimed at Evie was contagious. Oh my gosh. Does this adorable escapee belong to you? It felt good to smile. Evie nodded, scooping up the ball. This is Gizmo. She opened the lid, removed the hamster, and cupped him gently in her hands. I call him my support rodent. I figured I might need him with me today. Aubrey snorted and then grew serious, her face clouding as her attention was drawn back to the news. I got sent home over an hour ago, but I live alone in a tiny apartment on the edge of LA. I can't even manage a goldfish or keep a plant alive for more than a week. I'm 26 and working on my doctorate in astronomy. I don't have a life outside of this place in Caltech, let alone any friends. Here, Evie set Gizmo in her lap. Let him work his magic. I'm Evie, by the way. Aubrey had a presence about her that Evie had come to recognize as someone with an extremely high level of intelligence. Not unusual, given Aubrey's career choice. Something else she knew was how the same characteristics that gave her dad and Troxel the ability to think outside the box constantly threatened to keep them trapped in it. Evie witnessed her dad's struggles after her mom was gone, and if it weren't for the close friendship he had with Troxel and their inner circle, she was afraid he would have shut down. I mean, look at what's happening out there. Aubrey continued, absently rubbing Gizmo's head while staring at the TV. The coffee stand closed less than 2 hours ago, and I'm already starting to go through withdrawals. I might have a couple of cans of chili in my cupboards. I'm afraid to go home. Evie considered the case of water her dad brought home earlier. There were 3 more of them in the back of his Ranger, picked up at the corner store before the shit hit the fan. Combined with the Costco-sized stockpile of food and drinks in their garage, they had enough to last maybe a month. A couple if they seriously rationed. Then what? Evie was mesmerized by the jolting, revolving videos of varying forms of destruction. It was going to get worse. A lot worse. The shadow that fell across the room was so on cue that Evie thought it was her imagination at first until Aubrey made a hissing sound beside her. Confused, she looked up at the ceiling, worried the power went out, though the television glowed. "The windows," Aubrey whispered. Handing off Gizmo, she jumped to her feet and ran to the wall of glass. Absently placing the hamster back in his ball, Evie set it on the floor and staggered to Aubrey's side. A premature twilight had settled over the courtyard. Ejecta. Aubrey was still whispering, like the reality was too harsh to acknowledge. I knew we'd see something, but... Evie looked up at the sky, and the orangish-brown haze reminded her of the summer before when a fire raged in the nearby hills. That's from Africa. She took a step back, a sudden flash of panic beyond anything she could control. To hear about something happening on the other side of the world and watching scenes play out on the news like a movie was one thing, but this, it was there. It was real. It was happening to them, and she couldn't deflect the awareness. It's similar to when a volcano erupts, Aubrey was saying, moving her face closer until her nose touched the glass. That sucker vaporized itself, and the ground when it hit at around 90,000 miles per hour. If you can imagine the energy released. Aubrey's voice faded. Evie's body was going numb as the edges of her vision grayed, and the coppery stench of blood filled her nose and mouth. She dropped to her knees with a whimper, helpless to stop the familiar flashback. Evie. No, Evie cried, curling into a ball with her hands over her ears in a futile attempt to block out her mother's gurgling voice. The final seconds of her life when she called out for help. Because she didn't die before the crash like everyone believed. In those final moments before Sonia Reese's brain shut down, she was aware. And pinned in the wreckage, face to face with her mother, Evie had no choice but to watch her die. Mom. The acrid smell of burning electronics battled with the blood, irritating her lungs and making Evie cough. People began yelling for her a lifetime later as she continued to stare into her mom's vacant eyes. The groan and crunching of metal from the jaws of life. No, 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 Evie moaned, writhing in emotional agony as she fought with the competing memories. Evie, her father's voice broke through it like a dagger. Strong hands pulled hers away and cradled her face. Evie, you have to slow your breathing down, her father demanded, his mouth close to her ear. You're here. You're with me. Do you feel my hands? Open your eyes and look at me. Look at me. Evie clung to the lifeline, the grounding sensations of touch and sound offering her a way back to the surface. She was at JPL, Mission Control. She was with her dad, and Dad, Evie gasped, clawing at his fingers as her eyes flew open and she sought his face. The rest of her body acted independently, her feet pushing at the floor to propel her away from the horrors hidden deep within her subconscious mind. "Breathe," he instructed, calmly pulling her into a seated position. Troxel was behind her father. Hunched over and looking panicked, he was clearly at a loss for how to help. He'd only experienced one of her flashbacks, and it had been over 2 years ago. But seeing Troxel was the final tether Evie needed to the present, and it enabled her to stop hyperventilating. "God, Evie," Kyle muttered as he gathered her into his lap, knowing the next phase would be her tears and then exhaustion. "I'm so sorry. I should have never left you alone out here." Trembling involuntarily as the adrenaline coursed through her body, Evie welcomed the embrace. Like a small child, she held onto her dad, feeling safe inside his arms. Except they weren't safe. No one was. 12. LUKE, south of the Italian Embassy. Pretoria, Africa. Day 1. 11:40 p.m. SAST, 9 hours ahead of PDT. "Is that another roadblock?" Tommaso leaned forward, his hands gripping the dashboard as they navigated a side street between Pretoria and Johannesburg. "Get down, Mr. Rossi," Boca ordered. "I cannot go around this one." Luke slid sideways on the back seat to stare around Boca while simultaneously shrinking away, a conflicted reaction to wanting to see the threat while hiding from it. The first barricade outside the embassy was a poorly organized attempt with a car and a couple of teens running around. The latest obstacle looked to be 2 burning trucks and a group of armed men. "Oh, shit," Luke muttered. His mom reached for one of his hands. "Maybe we should have waited for the escort." "No, Lucia," his dad barked, shaking his head and trying to get as low as possible on the front seat. "The escort would have never arrived." Boca slowed and flung his hand back at them. "Stay down. If you hear gunshots, you must run." His mom whimpered, "Wait, how are we?" Luke yanked at his mother's hand when Boca threw his door open, pulling her down so their cheeks touched. "SHH," he hissed. "Boca knows what he's doing." "Uzuqueni," Boca shouted the Zulu greeting for a comrade. The rest of the conversation became muted as he walked away and continued his approach, leaving the running car behind. Afraid to move, Luke cowered with his mother in the back seat. Before they left, Boca had removed the Italian flag and consulate tags from the sedan, but the expensive vehicle still made them a target. And despite Luke's plea to his mom, he had no idea what skills the family's aide possessed for surviving the gauntlet of Johannesburg roads. It was one of the most dangerous cities in the world on a good day, and they were about as far as you could get from a good day. The seconds dragged on, and it was impossible to determine if the increasing shouts from the terrorists were directed at them or not. Covering his mouth to stifle a cough, Luke closed his eyes and remained close to his mother. The ash seeping in through the open door had started falling 20 minutes after the power went out. A fine, silty dust that covered the cars and streets and tickled the back of his throat. Boca reappeared and flung himself back into the driver's seat as another tremor vibrated the leather beneath Luke's head. There, there'd been several aftershocks since the largest earthquake hit as they left the embassy an hour earlier, a sickening sign of the massive impact. While it wasn't destructive enough to cause more than some cracks in the pavement, the psychological effect was much more significant. "We may pass." Boca's heavy breathing was the only sign of his stress as they eased forward, and no one dared say a word until the light of the fire faded. "What the hell did you say?" Luke sat up and scooted forward to get a better view as they sped from the ambush and entered the on-ramp it was blocking. The less-traveled road had been their goal after a traffic jam forced them off the main freeway. I knew what it was they needed to hear, Boca replied evenly. He jerked the steering wheel, aggressively navigating around slower vehicles. Luke twisted on the seat to look behind them, the flare of the blazing trucks still visible against the pitch-black skyline. I don't get it, he pushed, looking at his dad. As an ambassador, he'd always been intentionally vague when speaking about Boca's role with the consulate, and Luke had never cared enough to dig for any answers. From a young age, he'd learned there was no point in asking if it wasn't something his father felt he needed to know. Tommaso ran a hand over his jaw, wincing as they flew through a horrific accident that spanned both lanes. The embassy didn't assign Baccamoso. I hired him as personal security for our family, from one of the largest private security firms in southern Africa. I worked for the South African National Defense Force for many years before getting married and transferring to the National Police Force, Boca interjected. When I lost my wife and young son by failing to protect them from the violence on our streets, I committed to furthering my training through private security. I do not plan to fail again. Blinking, Luke settled next to his mom, surprised he could be shocked by anything, considering what they were in the middle of. It explained a lot about the middle-aged man and why his father was so quick to follow his lead. Tommaso Rossi served in the Italian army and saw some action in Afghanistan before turning to politics. He would have high expectations of any hired gun. I have studied the largest of the gangs over the years, Boca continued. I am familiar with the organization, so I could pass myself off as one of them. I was fortunate to have succeeded, but it was only because of the confusion. We cannot rely on that as we get deeper into Johannesburg and closer to the airport. You must take care to do as I say. Of course, his mom muttered, staring out the window at the passing city, which was dark except for the growing pillars of fire. Gunshots rang out, some of it the rat-a-tat-tat of automatic fire, adding to the sense of fleeing an expanding war zone. What of Italy? She gasped as the global implications sank in. It has to be less than 1,000 miles from where the asteroid struck, and if it hit the water, our home, all of our friends and family. Stop! Tommaso turned to clutch at one of her arms. There's no point in thinking of such things until we are safe and can get some information, the airport. There will be a police and military presence. It was already being organized when I spoke to the consulate. Once there, we can get word of Rome and what has happened. We'll plan then what to do next. Lucia slapped a hand over his, squeezing it. Of course, she reached for Luke. So long as we're together, that's all that matters. As his mom gripped his shoulder, Luke's primary reaction was guilt. Only a few hours earlier, he'd been secretly plotting his escape to college and couldn't wait for the day to say his goodbyes. Now, he'd give anything just for them to survive the night and get on the plane together. Grimacing and afraid he was going to puke, Luke hunched over, disgusted with how he'd taken his parents for granted. He'd always been given the best of everything, and his mom and dad would have supported him wherever he chose to go to college. He was a coward for not wanting to have the conversation. Luke would avoid or deflect conflict with humor, but when it came to the tough stuff, the real-life stuff, his parents were always there to pick up the pieces for him. Huddled in the back seat with his mom, Luke saw his father look at them both, and he swore to do better. "Hang on," Boca shouted. Luke was thrown forward before he could brace himself. The tires squealed as they braked and slid sideways, coming to a hard stop against something solid. His dad immediately began forcing his door open, exposing the narrow space between the car and the cement guardrail. "Get out," he ordered. Stunned, Luke moved mechanically, doing as his father said. "Here." Boca grabbed his arm, pulling Luke from the car as his mom disappeared out the other side. Cars roared past, close enough for the wind to ruffle Luke's dark hair. He coughed against the gritty ash and squinted as it stung his eyes. The debris created a halo effect around the oncoming headlights and muted his perceptions, deepening the chaos and confusion. A motorcycle laying partway in their lane had forced Boca into the barrier, and Luke tried not to stare at what remained of the driver. He'd never been so close to death before, and it should have felt wrong to be so numb. Luke. Luke spun around to find his father at the car's open trunk with Boca beside him. Luke caught the backpack he tossed at him, grateful for the distraction. "What do we do now? Where are we?" he asked, slipping the straps over his shoulders. He'd become disoriented between the pitch-dark ash and multiple turns through the unfamiliar streets. "We're less than a mile from the airport exits," Boca said, removing what looked like a handgun from a case and handing it to his father. "From there, it is a short distance to the Northern Perimeter Road, where we are to gain entry through the International Logistics Building." Racking the gun, Tommaso nodded at Luke and his mom before gesturing with it beyond their stalled sedan. "Let's go. Stay behind me and Boca." Turning from the trunk, Boca shouldered an automatic rifle. "We are better off on foot from here. The alternate entrance is less conspicuous than the main entry, but there will still be resistance. I will do what is necessary for you to get inside." A red wall of brake lights ahead announced a massive slowdown approaching the airport, reinforcing Boca's assessment. Luke wasn't familiar with how the mafia-like gangs operated or what sort of strategies they or regular looters would use. Still, it was obvious a whole hell of a lot of people would be trying to get into the airport and have a chance to escape. Secret side entrances seemed like a good plan. By the time they reached the first off-ramp, traffic was already at a stop, and tempers were flaring. Others also fled, leaving their cars behind, but most continued to the next exit leading to the international airport's main gates. A larger aftershock shook the ash from the jacaranda trees lining the industrial neighborhood. It was a strong reminder of the ongoing natural disaster and the greater things beyond their control. Eyeing the rifle Boca gripped, Luke pondered the meaning behind his observation, how the human threat could be so easily stopped with a single bullet, while there was nothing powerful enough on the face of the planet to counter even the smallest of the 3 asteroids. "There," Boca grunted, putting an arm out to indicate they should stop. They were through what appeared to be an open field, but Luke couldn't be certain the muddy darkness contained anything other than empty space. Wiping the grit from his eyes, he struggled to make out the buildings up ahead. The airport had to be running on emergency power so that dim lights outlined the perimeter and revealed a guarded checkpoint. Gesturing for them to fall back behind the row of trees, Tommaso knelt with Boca. "I don't like the looks of this." Several cars were stopped on their side of the metal security gate, one still running with its lights on. It revealed 2 men with rifles similar to Boca's standing guard, and 4 others roaming around the vehicles. Luke's mom gasped from beside him. "Are those people lying in the street?" she hissed. She was right. As Luke watched, one of the armed men got into the idling car and backed it up, driving over a body without slowing until they were off the road and in the grass. "Those aren't military uniforms," Luke's dad pointed out. Boca nodded. "The police will have no choice but to use their limited numbers elsewhere. Whoever the consulate sent here for security is already dead." "But why?" Lucia demanded, anger overriding her fear. "What will they gain by this?" Boca pivoted toward a new set of headlights from a truck turning onto the street behind them. "Those trying to flee will have their most valuable possessions with them, and this event provides an opportunity for the gangs to take control of the city. The airport is a power play, Tommaso agreed. It might already be too late to get inside. Perhaps not, Boca muttered, rising to his feet. Standing with him, Luke's heart raced as the headlights passed them, and he realized the truck was gaining speed. A lot of speed. His dad lunged forward. They're going to ram it. Boca raised his weapon. Run. Luke ran. His mother was beside him and could have probably surpassed them all. Instead, she took his hand and guided him to the flimsy protection of the last jacaranda tree as shots rang out, and the truck plowed into the metal gate. Its doors flew open, and Boca and his father advanced, using the vehicle as cover. The windshield exploded amid the gunfire, and the guy who fell out of the driver's side hit the pavement and didn't get back up. At least one of the gangsters had been pinned by the truck, while the others returned fire as they scattered. Boca took aim from behind the tailgate and mowed one of them down before he could reach the safety of the enclosed security post. That leaves 4, Luke whispered, scanning the road as more shots were exchanged. 3, his mom corrected. Looking to where she was pointing, Luke spotted another man's feet under the truck's front tire. He felt a sickening satisfaction and wished he'd thought to ask Boca for his own weapon. Not that he had the slightest clue of what to do in a gunfight, but he could have at least protected his mom. Boca! His father's shout drew Boca's attention, and he reacted by dropping to the ground to allow his dad a clear shot. Another body fell, and a sinister hush settled over them, the dusty air glowing an eerie orange from the scarce emergency lights. Where are they? Luke put his hand up to stop his mom when she went to move out from behind the tree. Where are the other 2? She pushed at him. Go, she hissed. We have to move now while we can. Boca was scanning the road with his rifle and motioned for them to continue when he saw them. As Luke got close, Boca grabbed the strap of his backpack and shoved Luke ahead of him around the truck. Thankfully, it was too dark to make out the details as Luke stumbled over more than one body before reaching the gap in the metal gate. His dad went first, turning sideways to squeeze through, and then bringing up his gun to clear the way. There was movement from inside the guard shack, and Boca reacted immediately with a volley of shots, forcing the other shooter to retreat from the window. Run! Boca barked, pushing Lucia through the gate next. Luke hesitated halfway inside the airport grounds, looking up at the man who'd become more than a friend over the last 2 years. Come with us. Boca smiled and squeezed Luke's shoulder before releasing him. This is where I belong, Ingane Yami. Now go. Luke took a step. Go, Boca repeated, and be sure to always take care of each other. 13. Dallas. Undocumented cave system. Cradle of Humankind Heritage Site, South Africa. Day 1. 11:50 p.m. SAST, 9 hours ahead of PDT. The past hour felt like a nightmare Dallas couldn't wake from, if only it were a dream. Keep moving, Mitch shouted. We've already lost too much time on that scramble. He was taking up the slack while looping the main rope around his arm, and his headlamp revealed just enough of his face to convey his desperation. Dallas had never seen her friend so shaken. They'd been in some tight situations together, literally, but nothing could compare to their current state. Each new aftershock brought more debris raining down on them and emphasized the instability of the underground terrain. That one felt bigger, Kelly gasped, pulling herself over the final ridge and into the level tunnel beyond. Unclasping her carabiner, she handed the rope off to Mitch with a scowl, her face a muddy mess of dirt mixed with blood. Don't you think that was bigger? Maybe it's building up to another main quake. They're shallow, Mitch said evenly to keep any panic in check. They're all going to feel like large quakes to us, but I'd be willing to bet the first one wasn't more than a 6 magnitude. Unfortunately, at this point, size doesn't matter so much as depth and location, and I'd say we're way too close to the source. Can we stop speculating and concentrate on getting the hell out of here? Andrew quipped, pushing around them. This is the second corridor since the juncture. According to your charting, we should be getting close to the other squeeze. Dallas winced against the rush of extra adrenaline at the mention of the upcoming belly crawl. She'd been with Mitch when he found it during the charting expedition. It was the only other way out, so far as they knew, and while the route was less than half the distance as the one they took in, the squeeze was too tight for their gear, and anyone larger than Dallas. She studied Andrew's shoulders, outlined by Mitch's headlamp, and her anxiety worsened. He wasn't going to get through. Making up her mind, Dallas drew a long, dusty breath in through her nose and worked her way in between the two men. "I'm going first," she announced. "The entry chamber is just 50 feet past the squeeze. I'll contact Nikita and arrange a rescue effort." "No way in hell," Mitch shouted. "I'm the caver, this is my call." "This is my expedition," Dallas retorted. "I'm responsible. I'm the only one who should risk going in there." Kelly ran forward, tripping over Andrew's feet in the dark and crashing into Dallas. "You can't leave me here," she wailed. Her eyes were wide, and her pupils dilated with fear despite the harsh light on her face as she went nose to nose with Dallas. "I'm already crawling out of my skin, Dallas. I mean it. I'm on the edge. The freaking edge, and I'm not staying in here." "No one is." Mitch yanked Kelly away and directed her into the passage. "Don't lose it on me, Dallas," he cautioned when she moved to intervene. Andrew wordlessly followed after Kelly, leaving them to hash it out as they brought up the rear. "Now isn't the time for your sanctimonious messiah complex," Mitch continued, ducking under a rock outcropping. "I'm the most experienced and I'm smaller than you. I go first. We have no idea if that tunnel might have shifted or if it's also suffered a cave-in. This whole argument could be moot." "It's here," Kelly shouted, her voice echoing through the chambers. "I think I can see through to the other side. Bring your flashlight, Mitch." Scrambling as fast as possible, Mitch dropped down between Kelly and Andrew to shine the beam into what Dallas would describe as an oversized mole hole, and that was being generous. "I went partway through when I was charting," Mitch explained to them while removing his backpack. "Except it was from the other end. I originally found it while looking for a way into the cave system and stopped when it became too tight for the gear required for a dig. It's just over 30 feet long. The narrowest point is 20 feet from this side. Once you make it past that, you're in the clear." "That was before the quakes," Dallas pointed out. "Which is why I'm going," Mitch countered. "Then Kelly, since she's smaller than me." He turned to face Dallas, any sign of irritation replaced with trepidation as he looked her over. She was 2 inches taller and slightly broader through the shoulders and hips. "I'll give you an honest assessment. You know what can happen if you get in there and—" "Please just go before another tremor hits," Dallas urged. She knew the risks. Saying it out loud wasn't going to help her state of mind. Stepping out of his harness, Mitch dropped it and the coil of rope next to his pack. "Hook our gear up and we'll pull it through after we're clear," he directed, tucking in his shirt and then his pants into his socks. "Last thing we need is for any of it to get hung up and block our way." "I've got it," Andrew offered, kneeling. His light bobbed as he looked at the squeeze, Mitch, and back at the gear near his feet. "Does Nikita have extra harnesses topside?" "Yes," Dallas answered. "2. We'll be okay if we have to leave everything behind, so long as it's just the equipment." Mitch disappeared head first. The space was so tight only traces of light from his headlamp shone around the edges of his body. Writhing and grunting, he proved his expertise by quickly gaining ground and was out the other side in less than 10 minutes. When he hunched down and peered back at them, his face appeared ghostly in the glaring flashlight. "Come through, Kelly. You won't have any issues. Just slow and steady, and remember not to panic if you feel constricted. Slowly work your way out of it. Small movements. You'll have to work for it, Dallas," he added. "It's fortunate you're so damn good at it." Kelly had already removed everything, and Dallas double-checked to ensure she had no loose clothing. "Slow and steady," she whispered, taking Kelly by the shoulders. "If you start to panic, think about Izzy. She's on the other side of that squeeze." With a sharp jerk of her head, Kelly let out a small whimper before pulling free and disappearing into the crevasse of the rock wall. Her heart hammering, Dallas took a step back. She couldn't watch. Moving past Andrew, she took a long drink from her water bottle while doing her best to ignore Mitch's shouts of encouragement and Kelly's sobs of terror. It took her closer to 15 minutes, but the whoop of success when Kelly freed herself was enough to make Dallas smile. Her joy was immediately replaced with dread as she approached the opening. Andrew set a firm hand on her shoulder and crouched down with Dallas as he spoke close to her cheek. "Please don't get stuck. I'm not keen on staying in here, listening to you die a slow death." With a chortle, she squeezed his hand. "I wouldn't dream of it." Dallas couldn't describe the next 10 minutes of her life if anyone ever asked. Her body moved of its own accord as her awareness retreated to an inner realm she'd spent a lifetime fortifying. It enabled her to keep moving when almost everyone else would have shut down. Instead of paralyzing her, the fear compelled her to push harder, to exceed her body's physical and mental limits. At the 20-foot mark, the narrow wedge of rock pressed into her back to the point that her shirt tore under its assault, taking with it a wide swath of skin as Dallas screamed in determination. 5 feet from the entrance, Mitch blocked the opening to reach inside and help pull her through. As they crashed to the ground together, he rolled away and lunged back for the hole. "Hang tight, Andrew. I'll be right back." Kelly was sitting on the ground, dust billowing around her as she silently cried, the tears leaving muddy tracks tinged with blood. She'd taken her hat off so that the lamp shone in her lap, highlighting her face from below. She stared at Dallas without getting up. "I thought you were trapped." Coughing from the large mouthfuls of grit she inhaled as she refilled her lungs, Dallas crawled to her friend's side. "Are you kidding? I'm too stubborn." Looking up at Mitch, she frowned. "You really think I'm sanctimonious?" Running a hand over his face with an emotional sigh, Mitch nodded. "And a bitch. But we can talk about that later so Nikita can add to the narrative." He glanced back at the squeeze. "He isn't going to fit." "No," Dallas pushed to her knees, grimacing at the stab of pain from between her shoulder blades. "He is." "Nikita," Mitch shouted as he jogged toward the last short passageway that led to the chamber and their blessed escape. "Come on," Dallas barked, hauling Kelly to her feet. "Don't quit on me now, my adventure-seeking, gambling, mother-of-the-year role model. You've got a date with another hole and some fresh air." "I never thought I'd look forward to seeing it again," Kelly whispered, her voice hoarse. She turned to look at the squeeze as she put on her helmet. "What are we going to do about Andrew?" Dallas led her toward the chamber, where Mitch yelled again for Nikita. "We'll talk to Nikita about getting some help down here." By the time Dallas and Kelly reached the chamber, Nikita was already lowering a harness with a standard walkie-talkie attached. "I thought you were dead." Nikita's voice echoed around them before Dallas could remove the radio. "Can you hear me?" she shouted from the hole above. Dallas unhooked the radio and handed the harness to Kelly before keying up. I read you, Nikita. There was a cave-in, and we had to take the alternate route. Alternate shit, do you mean the other squeeze? How did you all fit through there? Dallas took a breath, watching as Mitch helped Kelly into the gear. We didn't. Andrew won't fit. We need to get a rescue party organized. I have a contact at the American consulate. If he rations the supplies at the dig site, he should be able to last about. Dallas, Nikita shouted from above, interrupting her. She went back to the radio. You don't understand. I've tapped into enough communications and other news sources to confirm this is a massive event, and it's just getting started. The infrastructure here is already collapsing, and we'll be lucky to get out of this country before everything is completely shut down. I have a man named Femi here with me. He runs the rhino reserve next to us and says he knows you and knew that we were coming today. Over. Her thoughts racing, Dallas rubbed the space between her brows, trying to keep up with the conversation and its implications. She pressed the button. Yeah, Femi is a good guy. He's helped me with local stuff several times, but we need to talk about organizing a rescue. He's more than good, he's a saint. Says he can get us into the airport, but we have to hurry. Bad things are happening fast. This hard-ass shit indigenous man who plays with rhinos and lions for fun is scared, Dallas. That makes me scared. There isn't going to be a rescue party. I doubt there's anyone left at the American consulate, even if we could get a call through. There's no power, no internet, no resources. There's no one here to help us. Staring at the radio in her hand, Dallas took a step back. She'd never lost anyone on an expedition. It didn't matter that it was something she had no control over. Climb her on, Mitch shouted. Kelly began her ascent to the exit, looking down at Dallas. You'll be right behind me. Dallas nodded. I'll see you at the top. She hooked the radio to her belt before turning to jog from the chamber and back to where Andrew waited on the far side of the squeeze. Dallas, Mitch called after her, but she didn't slow. She couldn't wait for him to finish with Kelly. Andrew was peering through the other end of the narrow tunnel when she returned and shone the flashlight inside. Go back to the dig, she ordered. There's enough food and water for one person to last 3 weeks. I'll do what I can here once things calm down. Calm down, Andrew repeated. What did Nikita say? She hesitated too long. No one's coming, he yelled. We're cut off. There was no way to sugarcoat it. Yes, Dallas confirmed. For now, but... She said the second asteroid is hitting the North Atlantic Ocean. Andrew was moving on the other end as he spoke. That means no international help, either. And another quake could bring down the rest of this system long before you found a way to get in. Dallas leaned into the squeeze. What are you doing? His headlamp appeared as Andrew began to enter the passageway. I'm saving myself. I've been through something similar before. I can make it. I'm not about to get stuck down here and have you staying behind to count the days until I'm dead. Stop, Dallas screamed, her concern flaring into a panic more intense than when she was in the squeeze herself. You won't make it, Andrew. I left part of my back behind as proof. His light continued to move. I look forward to proving you wrong, he grunted. 5 feet, 10 feet. The walls hummed and fresh dust obscured Dallas's headlamp as another tremor groaned around them. Andrew's light stopped at close to the 15-foot mark. Go back, Dallas shrieked. Andrew, get out of there. He kept moving, 20 feet and the narrowest point still wet with fresh blood. The tremor intensified and Andrew cried out in pain. As the moaning rocks quieted and the dust began to settle, Dallas eased into the squeeze a few feet, trying desperately to see Andrew's face. Talk to me, she demanded. She could see his hands thrust out in front of the glow from his helmet. Another foot and she could brush the tips of his fingers. Andri, take my hands. The headlamp flickered as he panted, his fingers twitching. Can't breathe, he gasped. Another foot inside. Dallas clawed at his hands until he squeezed back, but she was wedged so tightly herself that she couldn't pull. Andri, she cried, you have to move, try to move. Someone took hold of her ankles. Do you have him? Mitch demanded. Yes. He pulled and Dallas held on with all her strength, the small motion eliciting a scream of agony from Andri that faded when he lost the ability to draw enough air. Stop, Andri begged. I can't. Dallas was only a few feet from him but couldn't make out what he said. Andri. He lifted his head, revealing a thin rivulet of blood running from his nose, the rock outcropping above him embedded deep into his back. Pink froth hung from his mouth, a definitive sign of the life being squeezed from his body. No, Dallas sobbed, attempting to pull at his hands, but they had gone limp. Andri's chin settled into the dirt, and his frantic panting slowed to soundless gasps. Dallas held his gaze as he exhaled for the last time, his eyes dulling and losing focus as his life ended and the earth reclaimed his body. 14. KYLE. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Mission Control. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 3:30 p.m. PDT. Kyle slammed his hand down on the terminal, pushing away from his workstation. The Deep Space Network's latest pass hadn't turned up anything new, so it would be another long stretch of waiting for the other programs to give their updates. He could feel the threat bearing down on them with every passing hour. It was out there. Nothing, Evie asked from the workstation beside him. They were well past the point of following protocol, and Gizmo was sleeping in his ball next to Kyle's Starship mug of cold coffee. Negatory, Kyle replied with a mock, one-fingered salute. He didn't try to hide his frustration from her. Attempting to shield, Evie would only piss her off. She was so like her mom that way. Evie wasn't weak. Quite the opposite. Her ability to compartmentalize was the mental equivalent of a survivor in the toughest sense. Having a flashback triggered was unfortunate, but she'd gotten through it and was rebounding the way she always did, despite how traumatic it was. What if it just got flung out into space in a totally different direction? Evie pressed. Sitting up, she rotated the chair toward the big DSN screen displayed on the front wall of the darkened room, her face backlit by the black lights that made the white in her t-shirt glow. How come you and Uncle Troxel are so convinced it's going to hit us? Physics, Troxel answered, plopping down at the station on the other side of Evie. Actually, celestial mechanics, to be more precise. I hope like hell we beat the odds and find Prometheus 3 breaking the rules to party in another part of the solar system, but... Celestial mechanics, Evie interrupted. She gestured at Dr. Koch, whose head was hunched over his monitor in the next row. That's his thing. The world's leading expert in producing accurate ephemeris data, Kyle confirmed. He mines the information to predict the location of celestial bodies at regular intervals. He wrote the program that crunches the data automatically, but he's proven himself to be more precise. Evie swallowed and reached for Gizmo, pulling the plastic ball into her lap. I'll take a wild guess that he isn't hanging around because he enjoys your company. Troxel snorted. Speak for yourself, my spirited little pixie. Once the second moon hits, I'll have another point and additional data to extrapolate their fixed trajectory, Dr. Koch said without looking up. We'll know where to look. The remaining question is when. When, Evie muttered. With our slingshot theory, the asteroid's speed is relative to its orbital position around Prometheus, Troxel clarified. The closer the orbit, the more gravitational pull, and that equals greater velocity. The third moon was the furthest out, Kyle added when Evie turned to him with a questioning look. A 10 to 30,000 mile-per-hour difference in speed can add up, depending on how long ago the impact happened and when they broke orbit. The doors at their backs swung open, saving Kyle a lengthy attempt at explaining Einstein's theory of general relativity and spacetime. "Listen up," Steph shouted as she stepped into the room. She held out her cell phone while waiting for the four of them to look at her. "I managed to get through to Paul for a few minutes before the call dropped, and you might want to rethink your decision to stay." Kyle snagged the phone from his back pocket and checked for new alerts. Evie did the same and shook her head at him, confirming her grandparents' continued radio silence. "Dr. Abbott will remain on site indefinitely," Steph said, "along with several dozen staff and some operators to keep mission-critical operations functioning, but the grounds are officially closed for the first time since 1964. I understand why you're here, guys, but you might want to shift your perspective. Things are bad, and they're only going to get worse. You know the little store a couple of blocks away we all use? Paul was just there. The gas is already gone, and the shelves are bare of anything remotely useful. Credit cards aren't working, so it's cash only. People are taking what they want in the city, and it won't be much longer before that sort of violence spreads to our small town and neighborhoods." Troxel stood. "Once the second asteroid hits, where we are isn't going to matter when it comes to services. We won't have the working infrastructure in place to move supplies or refill the gas stations. Banks are already crashing." "Except it will matter," Kyle countered. "Come on, Steph, Troxel. Do you honestly think going home and hunkering down is the right call? Waiting for martial law and the government to get things back under control while this all blows over would be a mistake, and you know it. That third moon is going to hit us. It's the largest of the three, and I'm nervous as hell about it not being in line with the first two because that paints a larger target on the rest of the globe, including our hemisphere." "That's a lot of conjecture," Steph cautioned. Kyle pointed at Dr. Cox's back and then his own chest. "From two of the leading scientists on the subject. Don't be swayed by the false sense of security that controlling your immediate environment offers. We know better than that." "Of course we do." It was Steph's turn to be defensive. "But unless you have a stockpile of gas and a penchant for alternate routes, you aren't going to get very far, provided you know where you're going. We're over 20 miles from the coast and at 1,000-foot elevation. We live on a hill with amazing neighbors and a community that will look out for each other. It could be so much worse, Kyle. I'm going home to prepare as much as possible, and then, hunker down, because that's all I can do right now." Troxel let out a slow whistle and tipped his head sideways at Kyle. "She's got some good points, my man." Kyle was only minimally swayed. While everything Steph said was true, it didn't change anything. He had to find 2020 PH3. The doors slammed open again as Aubrey dashed inside, pointing into the lounge behind her. "You guys are gonna want to see the news." Steph put up a hand to stop them. Going to her podium, she pressed some buttons, changing the main screen at the front of Mission Control to one of the local news channels, the only one still broadcasting. "Kevin, I'm going to have to interrupt you to bring a live broadcast from the White House." The female reporter gestured at a green screen behind her in the newsroom while pressing at an earbud and squinting, apparently being fed information off-screen. "I'm told this is a presidential announcement, and we're switching over to the feed, which has been spotty at best, so we apologize for any interruptions." The White House briefing room popped onto the screen, the American flags positioned precisely to the left and right of the podium. The sound of cameras and nervous coughs died away as someone stepped into view, though it wasn't the president. Instead, the familiar face of the Secretary of Homeland Security filled the screen as the camera zoomed in. He raised his hands for silence, though it was unnecessary. President Randolph apologizes for his absence, but it was unavoidable. I'll keep this short. We have no further updates on the asteroid designated 2020 PH2, otherwise known as Prometheus 2. He glanced at his wristwatch. In exactly 2 minutes from now, at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, by proclamation of our standing president, President Randolph, martial law will be declared. This will go into effect immediately for all 50 states and will remain in effect until such time that it is declared concluded. Please stay tuned for further instructions. The screen switched to scrolling words, and Kyle turned away when he saw that the first order was for a curfew. Staring at Troxel over Evie's head, he felt the sucking gnaw of a black hole threatening to pull him into a realm of the unknown. He wasn't ready to tuck his head and allow strangers with less knowledge of what threatened them to guide his decisions. He'd be ready when the time came to shelter in place or run, but he had work to do first. Troxel gave a slow, silent nod and sat down, pulling up whatever data had updated while they'd been distracted. Pivoting toward Steph, Kyle saw the knowing tilt of her head and returned a pained smile. Tell Paul I'm sorry we missed his epic campaign. 15. EVIE. Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Mission Control. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 1. 3:40 p.m. PDT. Evie jotted down the next set of scrolling instructions on the neon-colored pad of post-it notes she'd snagged from Troxel's workstation. It was frightening, spelling out the step-by-step directions for how to properly comply with the apocalypse, but it at least gave her something constructive to do after Steph left, and it entered its third repetition. Here, Aubrey leaned over her shoulder to hold out a foil snack bag. I found some all-natural popcorn that Dr. Palmer left on his desk. I doubt he'll be back for it. I figured Gizmo might be hungry. I had a hamster a few years back, and it was one of his favorite treats. Evie took the bag without turning around. Thanks. I didn't even think of bringing any of his food. She was still working through the embarrassment of freaking out in front of someone she didn't even know, but at least Aubrey didn't make a big deal over it. Evie had no clue what sort of explanation her dad gave, but it must have been good enough to prevent her from asking any questions. Aubrey pointed at the website Evie had up on the computer monitor. Any luck? No, Evie said, shaking her head. I got a random text message through to my best friend, but I haven't been able to get any websites to load. She looked over at her dad, who was deep into studying something on his screen. I get how the calls are dropping because millions of people are trying to get through at once, but I didn't think the internet would crash. The internet hasn't crashed, Troxel answered for him when her dad didn't respond. Cyberspace is still there, the same as always. It's the individual websites or their servers that are overloaded from data congestion. That's why some are lagging while others are totally frozen. It's also how some of the news sites and stations are able to broadcast, Aubrey added. The big ones have their own dedicated servers, just like the equivalent to the red line here at JPL that has pretty much a direct link to the big wigs. It's to prevent a total communication failure when everything goes apeshit. Aubrey shrugged when Troxel raised a brow approvingly at her. I majored in computer science before switching to astronomy, she explained. Kyle shook his head at whatever he'd read and then shifted in his seat to join the conversation. I'm sure it's one of the main reasons things have fallen apart faster than was estimated. We've become so reliant on our smartphones and having instant information at our fingertips that the moment it's taken away, the ability to cope is pretty much non-existent for most. The government issued a historical alert that, on its own, was enough to instigate mass panic. But then our lifelines were yanked away at the same time. Just wait until after the second impact. I figure it's only a matter of hours before a sufficient amount of electrically charged particles are ejected high enough into the atmosphere to interfere with the satellites. And eventually, all connectivity will break down. Evie gripped the phone in her lap. She'd never liked being lumped in with the masses, but there was no denying her dad was right. She relied on her phone several times a day to tell her what the freaking weather was going to do in the next hour. The constant stream of notifications for failed messages and calls prompted a special kind of panic that probably compared to an addict missing their next hit. Being cut off from the rest of the world by a lagging internet was another level of dread that made the whole asteroid thing feel so much more ominous. She could imagine someone trying to evacuate and not knowing where to go because their GPS wasn't working. The huge monitor at the front of the room switched from the dark screen to a live shot of the local news studio, and Evie recognized the woman reporter from an hour earlier. Katie jerked to attention when someone off-screen shouted at her, and she dropped the cell phone she'd been hunched over. Her blue eyes were red-rimmed and puffy, with mascara smeared across her right cheek. "UHWE, She glanced up and snapped her mouth shut, closing her eyes briefly with a wince and a shake of her head while pressing at the microphone in her left ear. Cock jumped to his feet. "It's entering the atmosphere." Her dad grunted and reached for Evie. Of course, he'd been tracking it and knew exactly where Prometheus 2 was. Always the protector, she suspected he was trying to spare her from experiencing the moment of impact. "And we're going to a live broadcast," Katie was saying. "Our East Coast affiliate is at Herring Point on the north shore of Delaware, where I believe Everyone in Mission Control gasped along with Katie as the live feed switched to display a man standing atop a dune with a broad white sand beach in the background. The ocean spread out behind him to the horizon, cast into a premature twilight as the sky above filled with churning, dark clouds full of smoke and fire. Evie stumbled to her feet and backed away until she collided with Aubrey. The woman wrapped her arms around her in a backward embrace, and they watched together as the sky turned to fire. "It's so big," Aubrey whispered when the leading edge of the asteroid dominated the upper portion of the screen, and the reporter turned to a silhouette as he ducked and looked skyward. "They're too close," Troxel muttered, leaning forward with his hands braced on his terminal. "It's too close." Kyle lunged to his feet and ran around to join Dr. Koch as the TV screen flashed a blinding white, and the speakers emitted a roaring cacophony of sounds underscored by what had to be screams. The transmission froze. The final imagery pixelated and scattered like a mosaic of death. It appeared so large because it struck less than 200 miles offshore of there, Koch declared. He was typing frantically, manipulating 3 different screens of data. Less than 300 from New York and Washington, D.C. "It will all be gone," Troxel said, dropping into his chair. "New York, D.C. The whole eastern seaboard. What wasn't just flash-fried closest to the impact will be leveled by the shockwave, and the tsunami will mop up what's left. It won't stop until it reaches the foothills of the Appalachians before surging back out to sea." Evie shrugged away from Aubrey and staggered to her dad, somehow free of panic and thinking more clearly than she had all day. "Grandma and Gramps," she demanded, pulling at his arm. When he turned away from the raw data, Evie recoiled from his look of desperation. She'd never seen her father so scared. "Southern Florida," he mumbled. It's over 1,500 miles away, and they've had several hours to go further. They'll be okay. Will they come here? Evie asked, her thoughts racing at the implications. How will we find out if nothing works? Or should we go to their house in Colorado? What do we do now? Her dad blinked slowly, his nostrils flaring as he visibly steeled himself. We're safe here for now in Flintridge, so this is where we'll stay until it isn't safe anymore. Audrey went to the podium and switched off the TV and its morbid display. Sounds like good advice to me. And I've decided hanging with you guys is my best bet in finding out where the next blast zone will be. We've got less than 20 minutes before the ejecta from the second impact reaches us, Koch announced. Over 2 hours for the shockwave, though I wouldn't expect more than a rumble. Taking Evie's hand, her dad led her through the aisle and then jogged to the back of the room. Where are you going, Kyle? Troxel asked, already following them as they went into the attached office. Evie studied several plastic tubs set out on a table, frowning as her dad started digging through them. When he turned and held a dust mask out to her, she took it with a frown. Why do I need this? Troxel picked one up and turned it over in his hands. You're going to want to wear one if you go outside. The debris is going to be like a fine ash. It shouldn't be enough to damage car engines, but inhaling it would irritate the hell out of your lungs. Dad, why are we going outside? Evie stepped up next to him when he didn't answer right away. I'm staying here with you. Huh? Kyle exhaled triumphantly, turning with an unopened 2-pack of walkie-talkies. Steph got our emergency disaster supplies out when this all started. These radios have a 5-mile range. The Parkers' house is just over a mile away, with a clear line of sight on the hill. We shouldn't have any trouble communicating with each other. But Dad, we aren't arguing about it, Kyle yelled, cutting her off. Tearing the package open, he confirmed they had batteries before tossing one of the radios to Troxel. I'll run by our place to get some supplies before dropping her off. Notify me if anything significant comes up. Evie hugged the mask to her chest with mixed feelings. She wanted nothing more than to be with Ally, but was afraid not to be in the same room as her dad. She needed to see him and be able to touch him to convince herself he was alive and okay. Stepping away from the boxes, her dad hesitated when he saw how she was looking at him. With a sigh, he pulled her into a side hug as they walked from the room. It's going to be dark in a few hours, he said, squeezing her shoulders. You need food and a bed, and the company of someone who isn't going to have their head glued to a computer screen. I need to know you're being taken care of, he added, stopping so she could collect Gizmo and hug Troxel goodbye. He would never say it, but Evie realized that having her there made it hard for him to concentrate on his job. And in that moment, his job was critical to figuring out where it was safe to go in what was left of their world. Nodding reluctantly, Evie put the mask on. 16. KVIN. East of Fairfax, Virginia, USA. Day 1. 7:10 p.m. EDT. Kevin wasn't ready to die. He had plans. Big plans that involved college, a girlfriend, marriage, a kid, and a career that would take a long lifetime to build. Over here, his mom screamed over the gale force winds buffeting them. Kevin, Rick, run. They were already running, or at least as close as they could get to running after pushing beyond their endurance for more than 2 hours. His dad had already thrown up twice from sheer exhaustion, and Kevin was afraid he'd drop from a heart attack before anything else got them. And there were plenty of options for taking them out. Kevin squinted against the ash as it blew into his eyes, his burned cheek stinging when he attempted to wipe it away. The thermal radiation, as they'd been calling it on the news, had lasted for several minutes, and at that distance was the equivalent of standing under a scorching sun in the desert. The blisters dotting Kevin's nose implied he'd suffered first and second-degree burns. The ash and debris reached them before the burning stopped, blocking out the real sun and plunging them into an unnatural grayness, lingering somewhere between day and night. 15 minutes later, the shockwave hit with a glass-shattering explosion of sound ahead of the wind. Pulling his dad behind him as he stumbled along the cement trail, Kevin steered them toward where his mom was crouched. She'd found a stone structure just beyond the entrance to a park, and as Kevin got close, he saw that it was an outdoor oven meant for picnics and family gatherings. Families. They were only one of the countless others fleeing the devastation, forced to abandon their cars to the gridlock and trying to stay ahead of certain death. Shadows moved through the park in the semi-darkness around them, and if it weren't for the screams and cries of desperation carried on the wind, Kevin could have pretended they were alone. It would have been easier that way. Kevin. His dad was gripping his face, drawing him close as they huddled next to his mom so they could all see each other. "We're here. Stay with me, son." Kevin was sobbing. When did he start crying? The tears stung and he choked on the snot as it mixed with the ash in his mouth and nose. "How high are we?" He coughed and turned his head away to spit into the grass. "Are we high enough?" "I don't know," his mom gasped as she clung to his father's arm, her eyes widening as the wind continued to increase and howl through the maple trees dotting the rolling lawn. They had an elevated view of the way they'd come, though it was muted under the haze of churning clouds. "I don't think we're more than a few hundred feet, but it's at least better than being at sea level. And we're a good 8 miles further from where we left the car," his dad added with a nod of encouragement at Kevin. "The tsunami would have to go over Delaware to even get as far as D.C. And the Potomac." Kevin wanted to believe his parents, but he'd heard the same statistics in a news broadcast on the radio while driving over the river, before the phone stopped working. It all depended on how close to shore the asteroid hit the ocean, and it had looked pretty damn close. The massive earthquake upon impact was another clear indication of the unfathomable amount of energy released. He peered out over the shadowy landscape, the freeway full of stalled traffic trailing into the distance. It snaked through a sprawling suburb, already looking like a dystopian setting. The quake sparked several more fires amid collapsed buildings and roadways, the wind whipping the flames and creating a backlight for the unfolding horrors. 700 feet high," Kevin muttered. His mom took his hand and leaned in close so he could hear her. "We're over 100 miles inland." 700 feet, he shouted. The panic he'd been suppressing surged, much like the water displaced from the ocean soon would. The roar of a motorcycle cut through the other noise, demanding their attention. It was careening up the hill recklessly, sliding precariously on the grass and gaining speed. The wind pushed at it sideways, bending the trees and turning the ash into a wall of scouring debris. The driver leaned into the throttle, hitting a dip in the ground while approaching the picnic area. The engine revved as the man went airborne, the back tire whipping around under the onslaught of 100-mile-per-hour gusts. Kevin cringed away from the impact as the bike slammed into a nearby tree, though it was a dull thud compared to the storm raging around them. There was no fire to announce the man's death, no shouts or pleas for help from them or the other people seeking shelter in the open space. It was one death in a sea of thousands, soon to be millions, and there was no one to mourn it. Luke will be okay. Kevin clung to that thought. It helped him focus and not become paralyzed with fear. He couldn't think about his grandparents, aunt, and nephew who lived in New York or the classmates he graduated with the month before from D.C. He couldn't think about them. "Hang on," his mom demanded. The wind wailed as she pressed into him, and his father tried to wrap his arms around them both and use his body as a shield against the assault. Except there was nothing to hang on to. Pushed against the stone structure, Kevin gasped for air in the space created by his parents' bodies as the trees around them were ripped from the earth. The ground trembled beneath him from an aftershock, wanting in on the game of what could kill them first. Luke will be okay. College was a lifetime away, a pipe dream created by someone else in another reality. I think it's easing up, his father declared, coughing hard to clear his throat when it came out as a croak. The wind. I think it's passing. His dad released his hold, freeing Kevin to look over his mom's head. The carnage was complete. As far as he could see, not a single tree was left standing, and most of the houses in the distance were either without roofs or completely demolished. His mom looked up at him, and he hardly recognized her through the burns and dirt. "I guess you were right about not trying to get into a house," Kevin muttered. He tried to stand despite his exhaustion, as the adrenaline coursing through his veins demanded he move, to still fight for survival. Maybe it was possible after all. His dad helped pull them both to their feet. "We need to get higher," he urged. Higher. Kevin turned to stare at the crest of the small hill they were in the middle of. Beyond it was the town of Fairfax, but it was another 50 miles to the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in safety from the potential monster tsunami. It was a silent agreement as the three of them moved together, stumbling from yet another tremor while coughing against the ongoing rain of ash. Kevin did his best to focus on the ground directly ahead, not on the unmoving forms scattered about like tree limbs. Some were small, childlike. "Rick," his mom whimpered, unable to disregard the overwhelming loss as she fell against her husband. The sound of his mom, his rock on the verge of finally breaking, tore through Kevin's shock. "Keep going," he encouraged, wrapping an arm around her waist and helping to drag her past the bodies. "Maybe there's a taller building in Fairfax that's still standing." It was a long shot, but it was something. They were at the park's entrance when the rumbling started. It was different from the earthquake and its aftershocks, different from the howling of the wind or the screams of the masses. It was more of a groan, or the moans of 1,000 lost souls from deep in the bowels of the earth. It was the sound of death. Kevin's breath caught in his throat when they turned as one toward it, seeking it out. And it was there on the horizon, a mountain of water swelling and heaving its way inland. It rose faster than Kevin's brain could comprehend, growing and rising before them as he reached for his parents. They clawed at each other, wordlessly facing the tsunami. And Kevin was a child again, wanting to climb into his mother's lap and bury his head into her chest while she told him it would okay, because he wasn't ready to die. Kevin had plans, big plans. Luke will be okay. The darkness overtook them. 17. Luke. OR Tambo International Airport. Johannesburg, Africa. Day 2. 1:30 a.m. SAST, 9 hours ahead of PDT. We've been held here for nearly 2 hours. Tommaso stood and went to the open door of the airport security, holding room to confront the policeman standing guard over them and several others. "You have my diplomatic passport. I demand you release us before we miss the plane." Luke sank further into the hard chair when the armed man glared at him and his mother before jabbing a finger at his dad. "I don't care who you are, Ambassador Rossi. Until I get confirmation, you don't leave this room. How about my family?" he added, his voice rising. "Would my wife and daughter be allowed to leave on the only plane that's being cleared? Will you give your seat up for them?" "Tommaso." Lucia jumped to her feet amid the rumbles of the dozen other people around them agreeing with the officer. She grabbed at his arm and pulled him back a step. "Please, he's doing his job. Many others are not." It was a cautionary statement. Luke stared straight ahead, not daring to make eye contact with the policemen or other detainees. It had taken them over half an hour to run across the airport tarmac and find a way inside without getting shot. They ended up getting arrested to achieve it, and his dad's ID was the only reason they weren't tossed back out, though they weren't necessarily any better off. The airport was crammed with people, most arriving in the hours before the first impact. They weren't able to leave due to the blocked freeways and complete loss of power and communication. Fear and lack of control, or a clear understanding of what was happening made for a boiling pot of panic. As more fights broke out, the situation became increasingly unstable, including the behavior of the police and military present inside the building. No one was immune to the desire to save themselves and their loved ones at any cost. "You have to let me go," yelled a large blond man with a thick Australian accent. His hands were zip-tied together, and he fell to his knees when he lunged forward from his chair. "My wife was having an asthma attack from the ash. I was trying to get to her bag for her inhaler. Please, I have to find her. We got separated and—" "I just wanted a bottle of water for my son," a woman wailed. "I didn't start the fight." "Tell us what's happening," an older man demanded from where he stood at the back of the small room. "We deserve to know." "Enough," the policeman hollered, though he was still scowling at Tommaso for instigating another uproar. "The second asteroid struck the ocean a couple hundred miles from New York almost an hour ago. That's all we know. You will each be processed and released as soon as possible." "Only 200 miles," Luke muttered. He struggled with the simple geography and math. It was hard to control any organized thoughts. DC wasn't that far from New York. Depending on whether the asteroid hit to the north or south, the city could be devastated. He risked looking over at his mom as she returned to her seat. How big of a tsunami would that create? Shrugging, she pulled at his dad's hand, encouraging him to sit with her. "I don't know, but I'm sure Kevin was far enough." "It'll disrupt the whole Atlantic Ocean," the Australian interrupted. "America can say goodbye to its east coast." Luke swallowed, wishing he hadn't asked. Could Kevin already be dead? He stared beyond the wall of glass windows overlooking the airport, suddenly feeling the pressure of being trapped. It was getting hard to breathe. "I'm looking for Ambassador Rossi," a man declared from the doorway. Luke thought he recognized the voice and leaned over to peer around the policemen. Two soldiers were escorting a portly middle-aged man with graying hair. Holding up some official-looking documentation, he waved it at the officer. "I'm Consul General Bianchi, here to collect him. You have my sincerest gratitude for keeping the ambassador and his family safe," he added when the policeman hesitated to step aside. "Let's go," the largest of the soldiers barked. "We've got more important things to do." Mr. Bianchi waved impatiently as Luke jumped to his feet with his parents. There was a tense moment when the South African police officer and the soldier squared off. "What about the other planes?" the officer asked, gesturing to the mass of people moving past. "The rest of these people, our people." The soldier set his mouth in a firm line, hoisting his automatic rifle for emphasis. "I said to step aside. It's being worked on." When the second soldier moved forward, the policeman backed down, angrily shaking his head. Luke sucked in a gulp of dusty air when they emerged into the main atrium of the three-story airport. They were on the third floor, overlooking the central traffic area, which looked like a poorly controlled crowd at a rock concert. The tension was palpable and close to complete chaos. "This way," Bianchi directed, leading them toward the motionless escalators. The generator powered only the critical working parts of the airport, and the dim lights flickered intermittently, adding to the growing sense of dread. Access to the building had been shut down once the alert went out, though it hadn't stopped thousands from lining up and trying to get in. Tambo was the busiest airport in Africa, and it was impossible to keep everyone out or in on such short notice. The result was a stalemate without any clear endgame, and the thin veil of control wouldn't last much longer, especially when several large planes were visible beyond the viewports. Mr. Bianchi spoke in raspy, short sentences as they descended the steps. "We have secured a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. It should be cleared to take off any time now. We must hurry." "That's a large plane," Tommaso said with a glance at the soldier behind them. "How many are being allowed to board?" Bianchi shook his head, holding on tightly to the banister as they reached the second-floor platform. He grunted and stepped off. "That's not our concern. Those of us who managed to get here are being accommodated." He turned a cautious look at them, including Luke. "Come this way, and not another word about it." Instead of relief, Luke experienced guilt as they worked through the crowd. Offering help was beyond his control, so all he could do was follow along after Mr. Bianchi, while trying to numb himself to the cries of the children he stepped around. The last boarding gate on the terminal was cordoned off, and a much calmer group was milling around inside the protection offered by consular guards and 4 U.S. Marines. Dropping into an empty chair, Luke could take a full breath of air for the first time in over 3 hours. They were going to make it. Tears threatened to overwhelm him as it became harder to block out his surroundings now that they weren't on the run. Luke was tormented by what would happen to those left behind. How many people were already dead, and how many more would suffer an unknown fate over the coming days in places like the one they were fleeing? "Luke," his mom whispered, stepping in front of him to set a hand on his shoulder. As he looked up at her, the windows at her back shook. It wasn't a tremor. Those were subsiding. It was something from outside the building, an energy that hummed in the air and vibrated. Lucia pivoted with a gasp. The glass shuddered again, and Luke's ears popped as a loud crack reverberated around them. A collective cry of alarm rose throughout the airport, louder than the pressure wave they'd just experienced. One of the Marines raised his arms as he shouted, "It's okay. It was the shockwave. We expected this, and it won't hurt us from this distance." Luke rubbed at his ear and swallowed, forcing out the last of the imbalance. It wouldn't hurt them because they were leaving, but it would add to the hysteria on the streets and cause the cities to collapse that much faster. The doors to the boarding ramp flew open, and a woman ran out, strangely out of place in her crisp flight uniform and styled hair. "We can start boarding," she announced, grimacing when the collection of soldiers and police reacted by hushing her. Speaking much more quietly, she waved impatiently at the open doors behind her. "We had to wait for the second asteroid to hit and for the shockwave from the first impact to pass, but we're clear now for takeoff. Please, everyone, if we're going, it has to be soon, so enter in an orderly fashion and find a seat." Mr. Bianchi was already moving. "It's a miracle they were able to get an approved flight plan for Los Angeles. I believe we can thank our American delegates for that," he muttered as he shuffled away. Luke followed after his mom, with his dad taking hold of his arms to keep them all close together. As they neared the doors, he looked out over the tarmac and the open field beyond. Boca was out there somewhere, still protecting them. Stepping onto the boarding ramp, Luke didn't shrug away from his father like he would have only the day before. Instead, he reached for his mom, completing the train as they neared the entrance to the plane. "We'll take care of each other," he whispered. 18. Dallas. Outside Johannesburg. Near the cradle of Humankind Heritage Site, South Africa. Day 2. 1:40 p.m. SAST, 9 hours ahead of PDT. Dallas clung to the bar of the Jeep's roll cage above her head, riding over the vast savannah like a surfer in a dark ocean. Wedged in the backseat between Mitch and Kelly, it was hard to determine which emotion was dominant. There were too many to choose from: horror, sadness, fear, regret. She settled on suppressing them all. It was necessary to focus on the safety of the rest of her team. There would be time to mourn Andrew later. Femi expertly navigated through a large rural suburb on the fringe of Johannesburg, maintaining the same breakneck speed as they transitioned from a field and onto a dirt road. The old guide looked as ancient as the land, his expression neutral and lending a sense of calm to the chaos. "We will reach Tambo International in 10 minutes, he announced confidently, yanking the wheel to avoid a car stopped on the pitch-black street. Nikita gasped while bracing herself against the dash. "How are we going to get inside?" she asked, coughing as she turned to include Dallas in the question. "Thanks to our contacts at the American and British embassies, I got us seats on a plane, but the airport was already a mess when we got cut off. I have a charter company I use often for those visiting my rhino and lion reserve," Femi explained. "They have a private, gated entrance to which I have been given a key. It saves us much time when I drop guests off at the tour company's office. I can get you to the tarmac and your plane, but it will be up to you to get on it." "Thank you," Dallas said, transfixed by the blowing ash in the headlights. It created a tunnel effect, with the rest of the world swirling in the darkness beyond their reach. She'd expected more traffic and people running in the streets, but so far, most were gathering on their lawns or communal areas of the low-income district. She had also expected more visible damage from the earthquake and subsiding tremors, but it appeared Mitch had been right in his assumption that they were small and shallow. The reaction among the people would be different in the city, most likely violent, and she could see the glow of fires in the distance. "I can't get through," Kelly whimpered. She held her phone out when Dallas shifted on the seat to study the display. "There isn't even a system failure recording. It's just dropping the call to Paul without doing anything. My text messages won't send, and I can't get on the internet. Not that we ever had great reception here in the first place." Dallas pulled her phone from one of the deep pockets of her khakis and refreshed the screen. It was the first thing she'd done after climbing into the Jeep 40 minutes earlier. "The messages to my mom haven't gone through either," she confirmed. "I missed 10 calls from her when we were underground, but I can't access my voicemail." "Oh God, Dallas," Kelly hissed, grabbing her arm. "I'm so sorry. I forgot about your mom. She's still living at the beach house." Dallas nodded, grimacing against the inner war being waged. "The cute little cottage in Clark's Harbor. She has an amazing view of the ocean." Kelly hit redial on her phone and then cursed, squeezing it as she took a deep breath. "Your mom is one of the most resilient people I've ever met," she offered. "If she was calling early enough to leave you messages, then I'm sure she was being evacuated. Clark's Harbor is remote. I can't imagine the roads would be too congested." "She's on a peninsula," Dallas pointed out. Covering her face, she massaged the tension building in her temples. It was after 1 in the morning, and she was suffering jet lag on top of everything else. The human body would only take so much before no amount of mental acrobats could counter it. "It's a 5-hour drive to the mainland, and I don't know how much further to gain any real elevation." Mitch rested a hand on her thigh. "She's in Nova Scotia." "Yes." Her voice cracked, and Dallas cleared it with a cough, determined to hold it together. "Around 400 nautical miles from New York. I was supposed to visit last month for her 60th birthday, but of course, I ended up being busy and canceled. I really wish I hadn't done that." Mitch looked away and out into the darkness. I haven't spoken to my brother in close to 10 years, he whispered. Not since Dad. Well, I have a lot of regrets I may never get a chance to make right. There had been so much loss in such a short amount of time, and Dallas really wished she hadn't bailated on her mom's big party. She'd been so disappointed. Dallas allowed the numbness to spread, providing a small amount of relief. "Where does your brother live?" she asked. Mitch shrugged. "Last I heard, he was still working on Wall Street, so I imagine he has an apartment somewhere in the city." Dallas frowned at the logistical nightmare. "Where's it even safe to land?" she asked Nikita. "You said they had to wait until after the second asteroid hit before taking off. Are there going to be more strikes?" "What if the plane has already left?" Kelly added, having given up on her phone for the moment. "I can't get stuck in South Africa. I have to get home to Izzy." "Then we'll find another way," Dallas insisted, balancing precariously between panic and anger. She embraced the anger, her nostrils flaring at the surge of energy it gave her, which was so much better than the suffocation of fear and self-pity. They hit a large pothole, forcing Nikita to brace again and wait for the Jeep to level out before answering. They mentioned Lowe's Angels and waiting for the shockwave from the first asteroid to pass before taking off, which I think we're driving through right now. "Did your ears pop a few minutes ago?" "Mine did," Mitch said, rubbing at his ear. Nikita nodded. "Okay, that's good. It means we still have a chance to make it in time. The second asteroid should have impacted the ocean about an hour ago, but since the shockwaves aren't as fast as the debris field, it bought us some time." "Wait," Kelly waved a hand at Nikita. "You mean this shockwave right now is from the first asteroid?" "That sounds about right," Dallas said, pulling from studies she'd done over a decade earlier. "The events are overlapping, which is why any more of them will increase the long-term potential for the global impact." Femi slowed as he turned onto the first paved road they'd encountered, muttering under his breath when he was forced to drive through someone's yard to avoid a downed power pole. "The last news broadcast spoke of a third asteroid that has not been found," he explained. "But I pray it is over." They bounced over something unseen and then whipped into a narrow alley, rows of dark adobe houses a blur to either side. Femi steered around a truck stalled in an intersection, full of people in the back and being pushed, before dashing into another side alley. It was an intricate maze that Dallas was already lost in. She'd have no idea where they were if they were forced to stop. "What of Andrei?" Nikita asked without looking back, her Russian accent sharpening under the stress. "I did not know him well. We need to let his family know what happened." Kelly was silent, and when Mitch looked expectantly at her, Dallas shrugged. "You know as much as I do. He didn't talk about his private life. I've got his emergency contact information on my laptop, but he was married to his job just like us." She sighed, running a hand over her head. "Once the internet is restored, I can access my files online and make the call. I'm afraid we'll have more pressing things to worry about in the meantime," Mitch grunted, grabbing at the roll bar near his head as they tore through another yard. "We are almost to the gate," Femi assured them. He was driving blind through what Dallas prayed was an empty field outside the airport perimeter. The elevated freeway to the east was a solid line of headlights, confirming the turmoil boiling over between the cities of Pretoria and Johannesburg. Without Femi behind the wheel, they would have never made it, and Dallas wasn't about to question their luck, the miracle of her old friend coming to their rescue. "You'll come home with me," Kelly declared. "All of you, if we end up landing in California." Dallas kept a loft apartment in Edinburgh, Scotland. It wasn't far from where her mother was born and raised before she got married and moved to Canada. Funny how Dallas hadn't thought of it until then. But there were no pets, friends, or even plants to worry about. It was more of a stopover for when she wasn't off globetrotting in a far-off corner of the world, chasing the elusive answers she'd sought most of her life. A life that came up empty when everything else was stripped away. "You're welcome to stay with us until you can arrange flights home," Kelly added. "We've got one guest room, and Izzy can sleep with Paul and me to free up another bed." "Thanks," Mitch replied. "I might have to take you up on that. Costa Rica might be hard to reach for a while." Dallas reached blindly to squeeze Kelly's arm when they approached a nondescript metal gate. A paved road leading to a more formal entrance was visible to their left through some trees, with several idling cars scattered along it and around what looked like a guard station. Femi turned off their headlights, plunging them into complete darkness. "We must hurry," he whispered, opening his door. No one spoke after he jumped back in, and they eased through the fence before accelerating toward the main terminal. A single gunshot shattered the silence, compelling Femi to stomp on the gas. "Is someone shooting at us?" Kelly gasped. Femi didn't answer, but the weaving pattern he drove as the tires bit into the pavement of a runway was enough of a response. The tension grew as they neared the three-story building. It wasn't the first time Dallas had been shot at during her decade of dangerous expeditions, but it didn't make it any less terrifying. She expected the sound of bullets pelting metal when she spotted what had to be their plane. It was huge and was the only one taxied up to a boarding bridge. Someone with commitment issues, Mitch speculated when there were no other parting shots, and Femi finally slowed. "It was a warning," Femi said, nonplussed. "The coming days will be about opportunity and easier targets." He turned to look at each of them after stopping a couple 100 feet from the plane. "Do not become easy targets." With a nod of understanding, Dallas turned her attention to Nikita and reached out her hand. "Give me the bag." A door on the airport's ground floor had opened, revealing two soldiers armed with rifles. They were making a beeline for the jeep. Snatching the document briefcase from the air, Dallas clambered over Mitch and steeled herself for the confrontation. Squinting against the onslaught of gritty ash, she stumbled out of the jeep. "Hello, you're expecting us," she shouted, raising a hand in greeting. If she couldn't convince the soldiers with their travel visas and a compelling plea, they'd never make it out of the airport, let alone the country. 19. KYLE Jet Propulsion Laboratory Campus, La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 2. 12:30 a.m. PDT. Troxel held up a cardboard box. "Here, this one's worth its weight in gold. Stack it with the others near the door." Taking the toilet paper while stifling a yawn, Kyle tripped over a bag of dust masks, but managed to stay upright. "I think it's time to find the extra coffee hidden in the break room," he suggested, dropping the box onto the growing pile while surveying their progress. The stash of emergency supplies housed in the basement was impressive, but it would have to be for a facility with a staff of 6,000 people. Thankfully, it came with a well-organized and itemized notebook. "Not bad for a half-hour of work," he surmised, "but I need to get back." Troxel high-stepped over some paper towels. "You had me at coffee. Lead the way." Falling in step with Kyle, he vigorously rubbed his hands together. "I might have misjudged my ability to get lost in some tedious work." Kyle grinned back at him as they entered the stairwell. "I think you mean your ability to flirt during the apocalypse." In addition to the staffing required for the critical operations, just as many scientists either didn't want to leave or were unable to get home. Instead of kicking them out, Director Abbott appointed Aubrey to oversee setting up a shelter for any employees seeking refuge. The expansive campus had more than 100 buildings, including 3 cafes and an 18-room dorm for the occasional overnight visiting scientist. Around 10, they lost power and were running on an emergency propane generator with enough gas on site to last for a couple of weeks. Considering how secure the property was, with some organization, it could serve as a safe haven for an extended period of time. After spending the whole evening walking the campus and getting an accurate roll call, Aubrey recruited Troxel to sort through the stockpile stored under mission control. Opening the door to the break room, Troxel grinned back. "I don't know what you mean. I've always been a philanthropist. Seriously, though," he added, his smile fading as his brows drew together. "I thought I needed the break, but I might lose my mind if I don't return to the search." Nodding in agreement, Kyle double-checked the radio clipped to his belt to confirm the scan feature was set before flipping on the light and heading for the coffee machine. "Why do you think I volunteered to go with you? But regardless of the validity behind the call to fortify our position here, it'll be pointless if it ends up being just as dangerous as any place else." Kyle had needed to stretch his legs after another solid 6 hours of scanning his computer monitors. He'd worked as a data controller long enough to understand how taking breaks was a critical part of the thought process. Except he'd been awake for over 24 hours, and in another 12, no amount of caffeine or exercise would keep him performing at the top of his game. He would be forced to sleep soon, so being away from his workstation for more than a few minutes increased his anxiety exponentially. Troxel brushed Kyle aside, taking the bag of coffee out of his hands. "Give me that. I'm making us something we can stick a fork in." Troxel scooped out some coffee, added the water, and then paused, pointing at the sink. "Running water. How many people are already without something so basic? Like the power. Why the hell did it even cut out? We're thousands of miles from the first 2 strikes and our utilities are still failing due to other kinds of repercussions. We need to talk about our options. Now, before it goes from bad to worse." Kyle checked the radio again. In addition to the one he'd given Evie, they'd opened several more sets and passed them out to establish a network on the campus. Security had its own channel, as did Evie, Mission Control, and then everyone else. He licked his lips, his mouth suddenly dry. How ironic that he could better deflect the emotions while absorbed in trying to locate yet another source of their destruction. "We start with the easiest scenario," Kyle said, running a hand over his head. "Prometheus 3 misses us, and martial law gets things under control. You live over 10 miles away, so you should stay with us at the house until it normalizes." Troxel was nodding. "Thanks, man, I'll take you up on that. Option 2. The smell of fresh coffee wafted around them, adding to the surrealness of the conversation. The combined effects of the first 2 impacts might already be enough to tip the scales in terms of infrastructure collapse. Take our own power outage as an example. Our area is already prone to it just from heat waves and summer storms, but between the riots and looting, who knows how long it'll last. Depending on how extensive the damage is to our East Coast, we could be looking at weeks, perhaps months, before any real order is established and the supply chain or services are restored. In that case, we'll be seriously appreciating that toilet paper a month from now." "We watched the same newscast an hour ago," Troxel pointed out. Taking a generic mug from the cupboard near his head, he cradled it as the coffee continued to percolate. "LA is already on fire, and if our third moon follows its pals." Kyle held his friend's gaze, grateful to have him as a sounding board. They'd been through a lot together, and there wasn't anyone else he trusted more with his daughter's safety. "Then, we pack the rover and head to my folks' place in Colorado. I don't care how much coffee and running water we have here at JPL. If we're looking at an extensive amount of time without incoming resources, this desert landscape won't be enough to sustain us. You still haven't reached your dad, Troxel said, lowering the mug to fill it with the thick, steaming brew. It wasn't a question, but more of an observation. The last time I talked to my dad a few years ago, he was still living in the apartment he moved into after Mom died. In Iowa? Kyle asked. Troxel didn't mention his folks much since his mom passed away. There'd been a big falling out with his father over how it happened, and how he'd failed to get her the proper medical care following what should have been a mild illness. Yeah, Des Moines, Troxel said, grimacing as he sipped the coffee. He poured in more sugar. I tried calling, but, well, a ranch in the middle of the continent sounds like a brilliant plan. Kyle poured his cup and then motioned for Troxel to follow him. The ranch is in a farming community. We would have everything we'd need indefinitely. Indefinitely, Troxel repeated, looking dazed. How do we get there? Steph said the gas pumps were already dry. Main roads are blocked and... We'd figure it out, Kyle interrupted, pausing in the hallway to look at him. Together. Troxel forced a smile and then led the way to mission control. Of course we would. Was Evie okay when you dropped her off? I haven't seen her like that in, well, a long time. Kyle considered the question. He hated being separated by even a mile, but Evie was better off under the careful watch of Ally and her mom, Dr. Cindy Parker. Surprisingly, she seemed solid after having the flashback. I think it acts like a pressure relief valve, and the short circuit resets things for her mentally. Stopping outside the entrance, Troxel considered the information. Somehow, that actually makes sense. Clearly, she got her mental fortitude from her mother. I miss her. The sudden sidestep threw Kyle off, and he struggled to maintain his composure. The three of them had been close, often double dating and spending nearly every weekend together. He didn't know how to respond. The chirping of the radio on his belt saved him. Kyle, Troxel, get back up here, Dr. Koch demanded. Kyle pushed through the doors as Koch was lowering the radio. He was standing with a look of agitation uncharacteristic of his stoicism. You can stop your prepping, he snapped. Your theory was sound, Dr. Reese. Using the current revolution and trajectory of Prometheus, I was able to calculate when it suffered a loss of mass, and... He stopped and closed his eyes while taking a slow breath before meeting Kyle's gaze. You were right. Again. His gut clenched. Kyle didn't want to be right. There was only one reason they wouldn't need the shelter. Where? He demanded. Koch grabbed his car keys from his station and tossed the radio at Kyle. We have just over 2 days to get as far away as possible from the West Coast. 20. EVIE. Ally Parker's house. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 2. 2:00 a.m. PDT. The subtle thump was enough to prompt Evie to sit up. After tossing around for several hours, she'd finally been on the verge of falling asleep. Did you hear that? Ally whispered, pushing up onto her elbows beside her. What time is it? No idea. Evie reached over and tapped at the screen of her phone. 2 a.m. I think it was the front door. Dad, Ally was already rolling out of bed when the deep voice from the front entryway made her freeze. She spun toward Evie somewhat accusingly. It sounds like your dad. I'm sorry, Evie whispered. Ben Parker had been in Lowe's Angels for a business breakfast when the alert went out. Ally briefly talked to her dad before the phones crashed, but he hadn't shown up yet despite being less than 30 miles away. Grabbing her hand, Evie began dragging Ally across the room. This can't be good. Dad wouldn't leave mission control in the middle of the night unless it was something big. As big as a missing asteroid, Ally suggested. Something like that, Evie muttered with a glance over at Gizmo's silent travel-sized cage. It had been a long day. The conversation from down the hall was muffled until Evie pushed the bedroom door open. "Where is it?" Mrs. P demanded, sounding horrified. Ally clawed at Evie's wrist, stopping her. "Wait," she hissed. "I'd rather get the unfiltered version." She made a good point. Instead of stepping through the doorway, Evie huddled with her best friend, terrified the next few minutes would forever change their lives. For all the same reasons as the first two, it's impossible to give a precise location, her dad answered. "But it's going to be close, Cindy. Way too close to risk staying. Ben will be home soon. We can go to my parents' place in Arizona." "I'm sure he will," Kyle said. "But if he isn't back by morning, you should consider coming with us to Colorado." I said he'll be here," Cindy snapped. "And I'm not an idiot, Kyle. You've known me long enough. If I have to, I'll leave a note for him, but we're going to Arizona. That's where my family is and where Ben would look for us." There was an uncomfortable silence, and Evie was aware of Ally's breath speeding up as she took it in and all the implications. Perhaps the watered-down version would have been better. "At least promise you'll let me know if you need some help. We both have to get over the mountains, so we can go that far together." Ally's mom sighed loud enough for the girls to hear it. "Thank you. You're a good friend. You said we've got just over 2 days." "Around 50 hours, Kyle confirmed. "But don't underestimate how long it will take to travel a short distance. Considering our logistical nightmare, 2 days isn't much. That's when a 1,500-foot stony asteroid is going to hit us at a 90-degree angle, going over 80,000 miles per hour." Cindy whistled. "The ejector alone will have a global impact, especially when combined with the first two. That should generate at least an 8.5 magnitude quake. If it truly does impact close to the coast, I imagine both the Cascadia subduction zone and San Andreas fault could go. What kind of thermal output are we looking at?" Ally pulled Evie back into her room, looking pale in the small pool of light put out by a solar lamp on her windowsill. How can they be so analytical about it? The odd detachment she'd started feeling earlier that day intensified as Evie returned to the bed and sat cross-legged on it. Shock was probably a better way to describe it. It was similar to when she'd been pulled out of the wreckage after her mom died. Her other option was to curl into a ball on the floor, and that sort of shutdown wouldn't get her far over the coming days. Her dad was going to need her to keep it together. Instead, she offered Ally a crooked grin and opted for the sarcastic humor they both thrived on. "They're just a couple of ultracom geniuses chatting it up about the end of the world." "Right," Ally whispered, staring past Evie and at the window. "I still can't believe this is happening has happened." Her eyes teared up as she refocused on Evie. "I'm scared. I don't want to lose everything. I just want it all to go back to the same, stupid, boring way it was before. I want sneaking out on a date to be a big deal, to have a water fight with Megan's brothers and worry about spicy tacos." Evie gathered her up into a hug, pressing her face into Ally's freshly washed hair. They both smelled of chlorine and suntan lotion, the two staples of a California summer. What would they smell like in a week, a month? Would they be alive? The thought churned the familiar tendrils of panic so deep-rooted that Evie had to acknowledge the cause of it or risk being taken over by it forever. "She wasn't dead," she whispered into Ally's hair. Pushing her away so Ally could see Evie's face in the dim light, she cocked her head, confused. "Who? What are you talking about?" A gurgling breath, Evie. Evie shut her eyes against the phantom sounds. My mom. She was still alive after the car crash. She talked to me. At least I think she said my name, calling for help, begging. Stop it, Ally gasped, grabbing her by the arms and squeezing until Evie looked at her. You know your mom had a massive brain bleed. That's why she wrecked the car. She passed out right next to you, Evie. The doctors all said she wouldn't have even been aware of the accident, let alone able to say your name afterward. What you heard, it was probably her final breaths, but not your name. There wasn't anything you could have done. You were trapped and— I know, Evie croaked, her throat constricting. Her body was physically battling to keep her from continuing, but she had to get it out. To say the words that had held her prisoner for the past 3 years. Her dad needed her. She couldn't risk having another breakdown. She was alive, Ally. Maybe she wasn't aware, but when I was stuck in that car, I was forced to watch her die. I watched my mom die, and I never said a word to her. I couldn't. I was too scared to even say I loved her. Ally tried to pull her back into an embrace, but Evie wrenched away instead. No, I don't need pity or someone to tell me it's okay and that it wasn't my fault. I know all of that. I've never told anyone else, not even the therapist. She took Ally's hands. I'm sorry. I guess I just needed to say that out loud. Oh God, Ally moaned, rolling her eyes. Is this like a confession before we die or get ripped apart before the end of life as we know it? Evie huffed, thankful to have a friend who always knew exactly what she needed. Something like that. She held on when Ally went to pull away. Your dad's coming back and we'll stay in touch. A year from now, we'll be laughing about how melodramatic we were. They stared at each other, the hamster wheel squeaking as Gizmo got some late-night exercise when a knock at the bedroom door made them both jump. Her dad and Mrs. P entered together. You're awake, he said, sounding appropriately grim. Ally jumped up and ran to hug her mom. We heard you talking, she said. Evie decided to take some extra time to ease into the latest trauma. Remaining on the bed, she grimaced at her dad. How close is close? Rubbing absently at the extra beard growth on his jaw, her dad grunted. He liked dealing in absolutes. The good news is we've got some more time than the first two, but that of course means it then becomes more difficult to pinpoint exactly where it's going to strike. What we do know is that it will be somewhere between California and Washington, anywhere from several hundred miles off the coast to a couple hundred inland. We're less than 30 miles from the ocean, Ally balked. Which is why we're going to Flagstaff, Cindy said with a look at Kyle. That's a very broad area. Any chance of a location update tomorrow before we try to cross the San Gabriel Mountains and the Mojave Desert? Kyle nodded. Troxel is still at JPL. I'm picking him up in the morning after I get some sleep, so we'll run the new numbers then. Fortunately, he filled up his BMW on his way in to work this morning. Those 20 gallons will help get us to Colorado, but it won't be enough. It's going to be a long drive. Evie was relieved to hear Uncle Troxel would go with them, but she was still worried about Ally and her mom. We've got 10 gallons in the garage for the riding lawn mower, Cindy said, releasing Ally with a frown. I think there's another 10 for the generator, which I've only turned on a couple of times so far to keep the fridge from thawing out. Maybe I'll go with you tomorrow for a first-hand report and speak with Dr. Abbott while I'm there. There's got to be hundreds of gallons of gasoline on site. When her dad's body language changed, and he rubbed his temple while shaking his head at Ally's mom, Evie didn't need to hear his answer to know it was a sore topic. Communications are already a mess, even on the secured servers, he explained. I spent the last 2 hours trying to get through to the proper agencies, and then sat in on another meeting between our director and the Secretary of Homeland Security. What's happened on the East Coast has already overwhelmed our disaster response and crippled our country on a global level. Considering the circumstances and being under martial law, JPL will be protecting its resources. What the hell does that mean? Kyle put a hand up. Cindy, we have to think bigger than ourselves. This is a worldwide event. The campus will be available to us and our families, but they can't start handing out supplies. Look, I'm exhausted and... The front door slammed open. Cindy. Dad, Ally screamed as she ran into the hall after her mom. Evie continued to hold her dad's gaze as he smiled wearily, but she wasn't fooled by it. Spicy tacos, she muttered, wishing for the power to go back in time and the flawed but naive teen she'd already left behind. They were in trouble. 21. LUKE. Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Somewhere over South America. Day 2. 4:30 m. PDT. 1:30 p.m. SAST. 9 hours ahead of PDT. Luke gripped the lap belt and closed his eyes as the plane groaned through another rough patch of air. It had been relatively calm since refueling in Brazil over 3 hours earlier, so he'd finally been able to fall into a restless sleep. Wiping at the grit stuck in the corners of his eyes, Luke looked over at his mom. It wasn't surprising to find her awake and staring out the small window, her face backlit by the rising sun. "Where are we?" he asked when she sensed his awareness and shifted toward him. "That's the Pacific Ocean beneath us, so we must have passed over Peru," she explained, sounding weary. Not just tired. Luke was coming to understand the difference. "Which means it's 6:30 in the morning in this part of the world," his dad answered from the other side of Luke. They'd been seated in a row right behind the wings and had been lucky a couple of people were willing to move so they could stay together. The coach area was broken into 3 columns with 3 seats each, and they'd even gotten a window. Luke had been on a similar plane before, but it always amazed him that something so big could stay in the air. Another dip had his knuckles turning white, and he was thankful when his father continued talking. He didn't care what it was about as long as it kept him from thinking about the plane and all the variables that could go wrong. "It's quite miraculous they were able to get through the debris field without stalling out," Tommaso said. "I imagine it's going to be a rough landing, regardless of where we end up." Luke groaned. Okay, maybe he cared. "Dad," he implored. His mom set a hand over the top of his. "I was surprised by how many people decided to disembark at Sao Paulo," she said in an obvious attempt to change the subject with a scowl at her husband. "Hedging their bets," he answered, waving a hand when her frown deepened. There were only a couple of dozen passengers, and certainly some left because they were from Brazil. The pilot made it clear in the announcement before leaving South Africa that the risk was minimal. There's no way they would have attempted it otherwise. It's best to get stateside if we can't go home. It should be the safest location with the most resources. "Even if the East Coast was wiped out?" Luke asked. His dad considered the question for a moment. "As far as stability, infrastructure, and my own personal contacts, yes, especially if we get confirmation for the landing in California. I know of at least 2 politicians within an hour of Los Angeles whom I'm certain would take us in." The turbulence eased up, and Luke relaxed, though it was a far cry from feeling any real sense of relief. Shouldn't they know something by now? "We haven't had a useful update since we left Africa over 12 hours ago." Luke's phone was already dead, but neither of his parents got a signal during the hour they'd been on the ground to refuel. From what they could tell, no one on the plane did. Phone calls, messages, The internet, all of it, was unattainable. We've got another 12 hours or so before we would reach California, and after what we heard at the airport, we likely know more than most, his dad replied. The pilot told us when we left Sao Paulo that he'd pass on any news. There's nothing they can do about a media blackout. At least we're safe. Right, Luke muttered. He hadn't spoken about Kevin since they left, but he knew he was dead. I was going to school with him, Luke blurted. Secrets and hurt feelings didn't matter anymore. All of it. It was so insignificant, and he had no idea why it had ever mattered so much. His dad was staring at him. You're talking about Kevin. Luke, they could have made it out. His mom tried to keep a hold of his hand, but he pulled it away. They didn't make it, Luke whispered, too ashamed to meet her gaze. I lied to you. I wasn't going to take the promotion at the zoo. I applied to the University of California. Kevin and we were going to rent an apartment in Davis from his aunt. What? His father exclaimed. How could? Tommaso, his mom cut him off, reaching across Luke to press a hand to his dad's chest. I knew. Luke grinned. Of course she did. Nothing got past his mom. You're still only 17, Lucia said, withdrawing her hand to rub at her temple with a sigh. I received some paperwork last month that required a parental signature. Tommaso crossed his arms over his chest. I'm uncertain whether I'm more disturbed by being left out by both of you or because I failed to notice. I used to be more observant, Luke. I used to be more involved in your life, but I suppose that's a part of growing up. No, it isn't, Luke countered. If I were acting like an adult, I would have at least talked to you about it instead of sneaking around like a stupid kid. I'm sorry for being so selfish. I wish, his voice broke and he coughed to clear it. They could have made it, Lucia repeated. No, Luke insisted, looking out the window and the glowing clouds beyond. I can feel it. I can feel that he's gone. His mom was rubbing her temple again and closed her eyes instead of pressing her optimism on him. I have a headache, she whispered. The seatbelt light chimed off, and the overhead PA system crackled to life. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, but I was waiting for some good news to deliver before giving you the latest update. The light background hum of subdued conversations stopped, casting a pensive silence as everyone held their breaths in anticipation. We've been granted final clearance for our landing at LAX in Los Angeles, California. He paused, waiting for the cheers and calls to praise God to die down. We will descend in stages to clear the debris fields, but according to radar and satellite images, the particulates aren't large enough or dense enough to damage our engines. There, Tommaso exclaimed with a smile at Luke. We're going to be just fine. Luke tried and failed to smile back. His father had a broad definition of fine. The impact location of both asteroids has been confirmed, the pilot continued, his tone changing to something appropriately somber. Prometheus 1 impacted the northern region of Algeria, approximately 200 miles from Tunis, less than 100 from the Mediterranean Sea. The death toll is nearly 60 million and climbing, with a several hundred-mile radius of complete destruction that expands across the sea to neighboring countries. The extent of this is still unknown. There were several gasps from around the plane and a brief surge in conversations. Luke was only aware of his own mother. Her eyes were still closed, and she had yet to react to the news other than raising another hand to her other temple. His dad was also silent, his smile gone along with the optimism. The pilot cleared his throat over the radio. The east coast of the United States has suffered a massive loss. The evacuation effort was largely unsuccessful, and the tidal wave created when Prometheus 2 hit less than 300 miles from New York didn't stop until reaching the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. It will be days before any final estimates are known, but news stations are reporting upwards of 70 million dead. Martial law has been declared by the U.S. President, but again, our clearance to land has been granted, and we will have a military escort when we arrive. There's no update on the missing third moon. We currently have 254 passengers. We are close to halfway through the flight with 14 hours remaining. We will land at LAX around 6:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time Sunday night. We are above both debris fields for the time being, and you are now free to move about. We are sorry for the losses suffered, and we will get you safely on the ground. 70 million more, Tommaso muttered. Luke ignored him and the 200 or so others who had started talking all at once. "Mom," he asked, leaning close and waiting for her to open her eyes. When she did, he saw they were red-rimmed and bloodshot. "Are you okay?" "A migraine," she whispered. "The ash and not sleeping for nearly 2 days on top of the stress isn't helping. I need to sleep, but the pain," she winced and leaned against the window. Luke removed his seatbelt and stood, awkwardly hunched over in the small space as he maneuvered around his dad. "I have some Advil in my backpack. I think it's in the overhead a few rows down. I'll find it and ask the stewardess for some water." After eagerly waiting for the latest information, Luke wished they hadn't gotten it as the noise on the plane continued to rise. Stepping out into one of the 2 aisles, he tried not to make eye contact with anyone. Too many passengers were crying, some of them sobbing, and he didn't have the strength to deal with it. He just wanted to find his bag, water, and maybe a bathroom. Stepping up to the overhead compartment, he thought the stewardess had jammed their bags in. Luke cursed under his breath when a purple monstrosity fell partway out. Slamming it shut, he moved to the next compartment, but the plane suddenly dropped out from under him as he reached for it. Helpless to stop himself, Luke flew forward, flailing for something to hold onto and grunting in pain when his ribs hit an armrest. "Hey!" a woman shouted, grabbing him as he fell into her lap. Twisting around clumsily, Luke tried to right himself, but instead pushed a hand into her thigh while an auburn-colored braid covered his face. "I'm sorry," he shouted, mortified. Falling onto the floor at her feet, he crawled backward until clear of her legs. His backpack picked that moment to roll free of the overhead and crash onto his back. "Are you okay?" She was laughing. Luke looked up, his humiliation deepening when he found himself face to face with an incredibly attractive woman. Her lightly freckled face was smeared with dirt and possibly blood, and she had to be close to his mom's age, but she was the most fascinating woman he'd ever seen. Luke rubbed at his bruised ribs, which was nothing compared to his ego. "I'm sorry," he repeated. "I'm fine, just trying to find some Advil for my mom." He was blabbering. Standing with a grimace, he bent to pick up the backpack. "You have Advil?" the woman asked. Her smile was gone, and she gestured at the 2 other gals sitting beside her. "Tell you what, I'll forgive the lap dance if you share some of the pain meds. Both of my friends here have killer headaches. We've been through a lot," she added when he frowned at her. Jerking to attention, he fumbled with the outside pocket on the backpack. "Oh, yeah, sure. It's just that my mom has a migraine too. She doesn't usually get headaches." Leaning out of her seat, the woman looked around Luke and at the man seated directly across the aisle. "Mitch," she asked, "you need some too." Turning, Luke saw a middle-aged guy dressed like Indiana Jones. Mitch was nodding with his eyes closed, so Luke stuck a couple of pills into one of his hands. "Thanks. I'm Dallas," the woman said when Luke handed her the full bottle. She hesitated before passing it off without taking any for herself. "You feeling okay, other than your ribs?" It seemed like an odd question, considering the circumstances. "I don't think any of us are okay," he said, taking the portable power pack from his bag before shoving it back into the overhead. May as well charge his phone. There was always the possibility it might work once they reached California. "Right," Dallas agreed. She glanced around at the other passengers while handing the Advil back, any hint of the earlier humor gone from her blue eyes as they met his. "Take care of your mom," she whispered. 22. Dallas, Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Somewhere over the Pacific Ocean. Day 2. 12:00 p.m. PDT. 10:00 p.m. SAST. 9 hours ahead of PDT. "Kel, are you awake?" Dallas poked at Kelly's side with the bottle of water. "I know you're awake. Drink this. And they brought sandwiches. You really should eat something." Kelly opened one eye with a moan. "How come you're only harassing me? You've got 2 other friends who need mothering." She reached over and took the water. "Because Mitch ate a protein bar earlier and Nikita is already moaning in her sleep," Dallas explained, watching Kelly closely as she sat partway up in the seat. "She finally nodded off, and I don't want to torture her." "Lucky me," Kelly quipped, taking a slow sip from the bottle. "You only torture your closest friends. I can't eat that," she added, wrinkling her nose at the tuna sandwich Dallas set on the drop-down tray in front of her. "I'm not hungry." Dallas frowned. Kelly was one of those rare unicorns who could eat 6,000 calories of chocolate and donuts daily and never gain weight. It was infuriating and the root of several long-running jokes between them. "Now I know you aren't okay," she said, squinting at her. "Have you learned nothing from all those apocalyptic stories I made you read? You eat when you can because we have no clue what it's going to be like after we land. This might be the best meal we'll have in weeks, or months, and you're flushed." Kelly tried to turn her head away as Dallas pressed a hand against her forehead. "Shit," she cursed, batting her away. "How much coffee have you had? You don't look like you've slept at all." "I think you're hot," Dallas reported, not at all deterred. Frowning, she pushed the tuna closer. "I caught 4 hours of sleep. You've been out for almost 8. That got Kelly's attention, and she hesitated, staring at Dallas with the water bottle at her lips. 8. Nodding, Dallas reached for her paper cup of cold coffee. It was her 4th, though to be fair, that was much less than her normal quota for a 20-hour period. "The last time you ate was on the plane ride here, which was more than 24 hours ago. Why aren't you starving, Kel?" Shifting to dig her cell phone out of her pocket, Kelly winced as if in pain. "Maybe because the Advil wore off, and I feel a little nauseous. I think I'm motion sick. How much longer until we're in California? I want to be pathetic and scroll through pictures and cry, but I don't want to run the last of the battery down before we get there. Maybe I can bum a charger off someone." "You aren't motion sick," Dallas muttered. Reaching across Kelly, she touched Nikita's cheek. Rather than hot, she was clammy and pale. "The pilot just announced that we're 6 hours out and still good to land at LAX," Dallas explained, sitting back slowly before looking over at Mitch. He was awake, watching her. A baby 2 seats from him began to wail, and he grimaced, shaking his head. "No," he croaked. "Not motion sickness." Kelly lowered her phone, licking her lips as she looked from Dallas to Mitch and back again. "Then what? And don't tell me some rare cave fungus. I've seen that movie. It's probably from breathing in all that shitty ash. Nikita got the most of it." "Right," Dallas agreed. It made sense. Most of the people made it on this plane because they were evacuated to the airport before the asteroid hit, she said, mulling it over. "Not outside like us, sucking it all up," Kelly said, leaning back in the seat to close her eyes again. She shivered. Dallas finished off her coffee. Except it doesn't explain your fever, she said, standing with a huff. I decided I don't need any more sleep, which means I do need more coffee. I'm going to hunt some down, as well as that kid with the Advil. I'll take some coffee, Mitch said as she stepped out into the aisle. Maybe part of it is caffeine withdrawal. If only it were that simple, Dallas nodded, because she had a horrible suspicion that a life of easy answers was no longer an option. It took her less than a minute to track down the teen, nestled between whom Dallas assumed were his parents. "Hey," she said quietly when he looked up at her. "I didn't get your name." "Luke," he said with a sheepish glance at the man next to him. "Luke Rossi. This is my dad, Ambassador Rossi." Dallas rubbed at her thigh, making a face like she was impressed by the title. She dined with royalty many times during her travels. "I might have gotten a bruise from our little incident after all, so I was hoping I could take you up on the extra Advil offer, like for 6 or 9 more." "What incident?" Ambassador Rossi asked, frowning at Dallas. It looked like Luke's mom was asleep but had the same clammy appearance as Nikita while his dad was flushed. "It was nothing," Dallas said absently, staring at Luke. "I'm just giving him a hard time about some turbulence. I actually need it for my friends. They still aren't feeling so hot. How are you all doing?" "It would appear better than you," Rossi said, gesturing at Dallas's head. "Were you injured while getting to the airport?" Pressing her fingers to the scrape on her forehead, Dallas suppressed the upwelling of emotions by focusing on the physical pain. "No, this was from a cave-in." "A cave-in," Rossi repeated. "Like in a building, was the earthquake strong enough for that?" "If you were 100 feet underground, it was," Dallas replied. "I'm an archaeologist," she explained. Luke stared at her wide-eyed. "So, you literally mean you were in a cave," he said, opening the pill bottle and absently dumping a pile into her palm. "Technically, it was a cave system," Dallas clarified. "You seem like you're feeling okay, Luke. Were you caught outside in the ash?" "Yeah," he answered, recapping the Advil. "Took us an hour or so to get into the airport. Why? You think it has something to do with their headaches?" "'Cause I don't have one." "Neither do I," she muttered. Lifting her fist, Dallas smiled. "Thanks for this. I'm off to round up some caffeine." Finding a stewardess with a pot of coffee took longer, but Dallas finally tracked her down in the premium business class section. A couple of children were screeching in the forward section of the plane, and she quickly decided the extra leg space wasn't worth it. "Hoping for a refill," Dallas said with a broad smile when the stewardess turned her way. "And one extra cup. A couple of sugars would be amazing, but it's okay if you don't have cream, I can." "Excuse me," a man interrupted, pushing his way around Dallas in the narrow aisle. "Excuse me, but I need to talk to you." "You're going to have to wait your turn," the stewardess snapped. Wishing her cup had already been filled, Dallas was resigned to the missed opportunity to teach the guy some manners, but froze after she turned to glare at him. Flushed and sweating, the guy looked scared as hell. "I'm a doctor," he hissed. Grabbing hold of the cart, he leaned in close to the stewardess. "You have to let me talk to the pilot." "I'm afraid that isn't possible, but—" "You have to warn Lax," he insisted. "Look around you. How many passengers have complained to you about a headache over the past few hours?" The stewardess held the pot of coffee in front of her chest and glanced nervously at Dallas. "Well, a few, I suppose. But with everything that's happened and the ash—" "My wife's headache just started," the doctor said, cutting her off again. "And we were never outside in the fallout. But the man sitting next to us was, and his headache started while we were on the ground in Brazil, refueling. He's now running a fever." "He's right," Dallas agreed. Moving up next to the stewardess, She took the coffee from her and poured it while talking. 3 people traveling with me have the same symptoms, and I think it's spreading. Spreading? The woman took a step back and looked around. I need to talk to the pilot, the doctor repeated. Bacterial meningitis is the only pathogen I know that causes a severe headache so fast after exposure. We must alert LAX to have the proper medication ready for us when we land. Armed with her coffee and more information than she wanted, Dallas backed away. Luke looked up as she passed, and her trepidation deepened, causing her step to falter. The accent wasn't hard to place, so Dallas figured they were from either Spain or Italy. And just like her team of scientists, any foreigner, especially an ambassador, would get a complete round of vaccines before entering South Africa, including the combo for meningitis. Dallas wasn't a big fan of some vaccines, but the quadrivalent meningococcal meningitis vaccine was one she never passed over. It had a good track record with preventing the 4 prevalent types, and after watching a team member die of it when she was fresh in the field in her mid-20s, Dallas always insisted on it for her own team 2 weeks prior to travel. It wasn't 100% effective, and the doctor was likely assuming his wife was one of the unlucky ones. Except, he was wrong. Dallas stopped next to her empty seat, handing the coffee and Advil to Mitch before slowly sitting next to Kelly. Her friend had fallen asleep again, the tuna sandwich untouched. The one other thing her team and the Rossies had in common was being outside prior to getting on the plane, and Nikita's headache started before they landed in Brazil, only 10 hours into the flight. Nope. No more easy answers. Nikita groaned and suddenly pitched forward, vomit spewing onto the floor as a child too rose back started screaming. 23. KYLE. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 2. 1:00 p.m. PDT. Kyle knelt to push the towel back into a gap under the garage door before picking up a case of water and turned to find Evie frowning at him. "You really think it's that bad?" she asked, entering the garage and carrying a bag of hamster food to the back of the Land Rover. "There isn't even that much ash anymore." Evie moved over to make room as he stepped up next to her. "Thanks to the prevailing winds, we're being spared most of the ejecta from Prometheus 2, he explained, shoving the water into the last open space. "But people are going to underestimate how caustic the remaining dust is. The particulates are different than the ash we'd see from a distant volcanic eruption. They're bigger but still easily inhaled, with a composition that will be a major irritant, especially to anyone with asthma or other airway disorders." "Do you think we'll ever come back?" Kyle paused with his hands on the water, struggling with how to answer. "I don't know," he said, landing on the truth. He turned to face her. "I don't know, and that scares the hell out of me. But what I do know is that we'll do whatever's necessary to be safe and get through this. If it's possible to come back, we will." Evie nodded. She seemed okay with the honesty, better than he would have expected. For some reason, that worried him more than if she'd broken down. "Then, if there's room, I want to get a few of Mom's things," she said, averting her gaze. "Just a couple of outfits and her needlepoint, a few pictures." Sonia had made beautiful needlepoint, and her final project remained in a wicker basket next to the couch. It had become a sort of memorial, and he had always hoped Evie would take it up and finish it one day. "We can make room," he said, pushing the tent back behind the water. The ringing doorbell made them both jump, and Kyle threw an arm out to stop Evie from leading the way. "We don't know who it is," he cautioned. They'd been spared so far from experiencing any of the violence and despair running rampant through the rest of the country, so it was easy to be complacent. Stepping from the garage and into the front hall, Kyle regretted not having another weapon besides the sheathed knife attached to the waist of his blue jeans. Having grown up on a farm, he'd learned how to hunt at a young age and to handle a gun. He'd always meant to get one after Evie was old enough so that safety wasn't an issue, but living on the hill, it just never felt necessary. "Kyle," Troxel shouted through the front door. "Open up, man, it's me." Evie scooted around him and got there first, pulling up the dust mask hanging around her neck before unlocking the door. "Uncle Troxel," she shouted, scooting back out of his way as he stomped inside. Closing the door with his back, Troxel shook out his afro and then unclasped the half-face respirator he was wearing. "Locking the deadbolt," he said with a nod of approval. "That's a good idea. Even with martial law and a new order this morning to shelter in place, I'm seeing more people out on the streets, and I don't think they're sightseeing." "You graduated from paper," Kyle said, pointing at the respirator. Troxel glanced at Evie, hesitating. "We need to talk." Instead of fresh apprehension, Kyle was overcome by exhaustion. He didn't want any more revelations of death and mayhem. He wanted to sleep, to go back to bed, experience the deep mediation of the dead, and awaken to a bright summer day devoid of missing moons and 150 million lost souls. And counting. Kyle pressed at the space between his eyes and turned away from Troxel. "Did you try to call me?" he asked, unhooking the radio from his pocket as they walked to the kitchen. "I didn't hear anything." They'd been checking in with each other every couple of hours, and he'd been waiting for the green light from Troxel to go pick him up. As of 11 that morning, there was still no official pass-down from the higher-ups on how they were going to coordinate an evacuation. Ideally, they'd get a head start and possibly some inside help on the best way to navigate the roads to Colorado. Troxel's extended silence compelled Kyle to turn slowly from the fridge, a cool bottle of water in his hand. The television droned in the background, broadcasting the one and only working local news station. Since they were leaving, there was no sense in conserving the propane for the generator that was hardwired into the house. Troxel grimaced, running a hand over the lines left in his cheeks from the respirator. "This is a conversation better to have in person and not over a radio." "You already got an update on the impact zone," Kyle pressed. The last numbers narrowed it down by a few hundred miles and not in their favor. Shaking his head, Troxel stared at the TV and the images of soldiers marshaling through what looked more like a war zone than the streets of Los Angeles. "Damn it, Troxel," Kyle shouted. "I'm not in a mood for 20 questions." "There isn't going to be an evacuation," Troxel hung his head. "And we've got a new escape plan. Dr. Abbott just told me and cock. He came back this morning," he added, like that was the most surprising part. "He couldn't make it home." "What does that mean?" Evie demanded, stepping between him and Troxel. "They have to evacuate. Everyone's going to freak out even more when they find out about Prometheus 3. "They aren't going to find out," Troxel said, staring past Evie at Kyle. "There won't be a warning issued. Instead, they're locking down all of the state borders, as much as they can with whatever fragmented military remains." Kyle stumbled from the kitchen and sat heavily on the leather couch in the family room, still holding the sweating water bottle. It was another hot day, and the AC couldn't keep up with the humidity. If only that sort of thing still mattered. "Dad," Evie whispered, sitting down next to him, "I don't understand." Troxel plopped onto the loveseat opposite them, holding the respirator out. "Shit's gone from bad to worse. There was already talk of issuing these kinds of restrictions from the get-go to try and maintain some sort of order, but now," he averted his gaze to stare out the patio door, "there's reports coming in from all over the world of a spreading pathogen. Probably a waterborne illness from all the unsanitary conditions created. But it's here, Kyle exclaimed, pointing at the respirator. It was obvious Troxel was skirting the truth, which meant it was something bad enough that he wanted to protect Evie from it. No known cases, Troxel said quickly. Yet, and you can't fault the government for wanting to keep it that way. They're talking quarantine, Kyle, which is why we have to play ball. And no matter what kind of angle you spin this, it's the best way to accomplish several things at once. Right, Kyle said evenly, his anger flaring. Everything except save the 50 or so million people living on the West Coast. Come on, Troxel retorted, standing. If the third moon hits land in Southern California, it'll be a fraction of that. How many lives would also be lost in Washington and Oregon in that same scenario if we caused another mass panic and potential exposure, and spread of an illness that can't be properly treated in our current situation? Think about it, Kyle, with your brain, not your self-preserving emotions. The greater good argument, Kyle roared as he stood and pointed a finger at Troxel's chest. That's how you think I'm going to be swayed into agreeing with our government allowing millions to be exterminated? Because that's what this equates to, and we don't have the right to pick and choose whose lives are worth more. The public deserves to know. That asteroid could just as easily strike the ocean off the coast of southern Oregon and essentially obliterate the majority of the coastline. The coastline, Troxel stressed as he shied away from him. Look, I'm not saying I personally agree with it. You know me better than that. I'm only saying I can understand this approach with the mindset of preserving what's left of the country and on the world stage. This isn't just going down in the States. He lifted the mask. It's spreading. I know I'm only 16, Evie interjected, again, sounding way too calm. But how is that respirator going to protect you from a waterborne infection? Troxel sat back down. Running his hands along the rubber seal, he shrugged. Aubrey found these N99 respirators with some other hazmat stuff, and I figured it couldn't hurt. You can breathe a lot better in these than in those stupid paper masks. I've got 2 more in my car for you guys. Kyle eyed the bug-like mask. It had a lightweight, flexible plastic form over the nose and mouth, with 2 filters to either side along the jawline. It would make a fitting addition to their dystopian-themed travel gear. When I first discovered 2020 PH last month, it was the first time I'd personally observed an asteroid with more than 1 satellite moon, let alone 3. Kyle froze at the sound of his own voice echoing through the living room. It was a familiar recording from an interview he'd given years ago. Somewhat mortified, he turned to get a better view of the TV. The younger, happier version of himself months before Sonia died switched back to a static image of a newsroom and a young blonde woman seated behind the news desk. That footage was from 4 years ago, when Dr. Kyle Reese, a senior astronomer with JPL, first spoke of Prometheus and its 3 moons. The same moons he recently discovered to be hurtling towards Earth. We have yet to receive an update on the possible location of Prometheus 3, but we're being urged by our local government to adhere to the shelter-in-place directive, and I'm told the California National Guard is being deployed to aid in restoring order. Kyle leaned over the coffee table and slammed his hand on the remote control. They should be using the guard to keep the roads open, he shouted, pointing at the dark screen with the remote. Not shut them down. How in the hell are we supposed to get to Colorado? What's the alternate plan? Did Abbott make arrangements for us? At least to get around any roadblocks and maybe some gas. Troxel was shaking his head. We aren't driving out of here, which is why we're flying. Flying, Kyle repeated. He sat back down. Troxel was right that it was a conversation to be had in person. Have you been watching the news? Evie said, her voice rising as she finally showed the first hints of anxiety since waking up that morning. It's not like we're going to waltz on over to the airport and book a flight to Colorado. Smiling, Troxel tipped his head at her. You're absolutely right, my little sprite. Abbott is working to get us on a military flight leaving tomorrow. We'll have a military escort to the airport early in the morning. Kyle was torn between an incredibly selfish feeling of relief and despair for everyone else, and the 6,000 other employees and their families. Don't do that, Troxel warned. You know full well that most of the staff isn't on campus or reachable. Communication is close to non-existent, making even the smallest of things a logistical nightmare. The only way anything is being coordinated is through the military or government, via their hardlines and dedicated servers. Dr. Abbott and Aubrey gave up their seats, along with a few operators, to keep critical operations going. There's always a chance JPL will come out okay 2 days from now. Kyle smothered his resentment, along with the impulse to throw himself onto the sacrificial sword with the director. Instead, he looked over at Evie, the basket of yarn on the floor behind her. His first priority was and always would be his daughter. Turning to Troxel, Kyle leaned toward his best friend. We're at 40 hours and counting. How sure are you about this? The transport is flying to an Air Force base in Montana, Troxel said. Based on all of the available information, I'd say we'd be better off there than the majority of the world. He looked at Evie and back at Kyle. The message was clear. It was the only way they were getting out alive. Part 2. Day 3. Horror and moral terror are your friends. Marlon Brando. 24. Dallas. Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Los Angeles, California. Day 3, 24 hours later. 1:45 p.m. PDT. 20 hours of hell. That was how long they'd been held on the lax tarmac, and there was no way to sugarcoat the situation. There was no bright side or cup-half-full angle, not unless Dallas considered being one of the few not dying a positive, and she hadn't decided yet how she felt about that. Because everyone else, yeah, she was pretty sure they were dying, and there wasn't a fucking thing she could do about it. Izzy, Kelly gasped. Pink-tinged foam oozed from the corner of her mouth and into Dallas's lap. Where's Izzy? Tears of blood trailed down her cheek to mingle with the froth, blinding her so that she flailed around in confusion. SHH, Dallas cooed while trying to hold her down. I've got you, Kel. Izzy's okay. Nikita's body lay cooling in the aisle beside them. She was the first on the plane to die, and it wasn't a hallmark death with her friends gathered around, holding her hands and saying how much they loved her. It was ugly, painful, horrific, and a blessing when she finally took her last, dreaded breath. Dallas had her covered with a few of the thin, complimentary blankets from the overheads, but it wasn't enough. The pool of blood beneath Nikita seeped out, filling the divots in the floor and collecting around the bolts holding the seats down. There was a lot of blood. It leaked from every orifice, including her ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. The blood came near the end after her lungs filled with fluid, and she started hallucinating. That might have been the worst part of it. If someone had previously asked Dallas for an opinion, she would have answered with vomiting or bloody diarrhea. But after spending 20 hours in a hot box with over 240 people going out of their minds, the delirium was the most excruciating part to deal with. 254 passengers, including the crew. Only 12 of them weren't suffering from whatever was killing everyone else on the plane. Call them again, Mitch grunted. He remained in his seat, hovering over Dallas, and he lifted an arm to make a weak gesture at the radio beside her thigh. Talking caused him to cough spasmodically until he was gasping for air like an asthmatic. Wiping the foamy fluid from his lips, he moaned, "Please." Dallas picked up the radio without comment. She'd been making demands of the CDC quarantine station every few minutes, but there was no point in stating the obvious to Mitch. He was scared. They all were. "Someone better answer me," Dallas yelled into the handheld. "Or else I'm pulling the emergency door. I don't care how many armed guards you have. You can't keep us locked up in here like this. Let's see how well the soldiers do against 100 or so people charging them." She was bluffing. In addition to the lucky dozen, there were probably less than 20 others still able to get to their feet, let alone run. "Dr. Campbell." Dallas scowled at the radio and the infuriatingly calm, deep voice emitting from it before keying up. "Yes, this is Dr. Dallas Campbell. I don't think we've spoken yet, so I'm hoping you might be someone who knows what the hell is." There was a pounding at the door near the front of the plane. "That's me at the door," the man stated. "I need the area cleared so my team and I can enter." "I got it," Luke shouted from nearby. The teen had proven resilient and stayed more composed than the other remaining upright passengers. Stepping around his mother's prone figure in the narrow space, he ran up the aisle. "Watch her," Dallas ordered Mitch as she wrestled out from underneath Kelly. "I'll be right back. Let's hope they've got some new meds that'll do something this time around." Frustrated wasn't a strong enough word to describe how Dallas was feeling about the inadequate response. The first group in full protective gear to enter the plane after they landed consisted of 2 doctors and 3 nurses, but considering how many patients they already had by then, it wasn't nearly enough. She got it. Bad shit was happening outside, and resources were limited, but try explaining that to someone as they drowned in their own blood. Clipping the radio to her belt, Dallas gathered up the papers she'd been working on and followed after Luke, trying to ignore the horrific scene she was forced to wade through. The moans, sobs, and other torturous sounds blended into a chaotic, impossible-to-discern melody she would forever associate with hell. Most of the sick were in the transitory phase from edema to hemorrhage, with several already seizing and falling into a coma or unresponsive state. A hand clawed at Dallas as she passed, and she slowed, turning to find a young mother holding a small child to her chest. The girl must have been around 5, close to Izzy's age. She hung limply in her mother's arms, breathing rapidly with a bloody nose and hair matted with unspeakable things for a child to endure. "Help her," the woman whispered. She coughed, and pink mucus sprayed onto the floral print of her daughter's shirt. "I'm trying," Dallas gasped as she pulled away. There's a doctor here. I'll go get him for you." She tried to smile with encouragement as she pivoted to flee, but it didn't take a physician to grasp that no amount of help at that point would be enough. She tripped over a leg, or it might have been an arm, and Dallas ran faster, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I'm trying," she muttered, focusing on the hazmat suits that appeared in the open door. She could make a run for it. Death by automatic gunfire might not be so bad. "Dr. Campbell." The man from the radio shouted, grabbing Dallas by the arms and blocking her way. He crouched down to line up the clear shield in his hood with her face. "I'm Dr. Drew Huntington. I'm a microbiologist with the Center for Disease Control. I need you to slow your breathing down." Dallas shoved him away and pointed at him. "I need you to do something," she screamed. "The only meds that did any good were for the nausea. The antibiotics, antivirals, steroids, and fever reducers haven't worked." The small team of original scientists had returned twice to administer different medications and take vitals. Aside from declaring them in quarantine with the National Guard outside, they'd provided little information to Dallas and the others. Please, Dallas begged, switching tactics. My friend, a woman and her little girl, they need to be in an ICU. Shit, 3/4 of these passengers should be in the intensive care of a hospital, not suffering in here. Once the plane was completely shut down, so was the air conditioning. For over 10 hours, the temperature inside had risen along with the tension and terror. Both the pilot and co-pilot were too sick to be of any help, and no one else seemed to be able to figure out how to not cook them all alive under a hot California sun. The hospitals are closed to new patients, Dr. Huntington explained, his voice hard to hear above the hum of the fan that kept his suit inflated and under positive pressure. Dallas hesitated and leaned in to stare through his shield. The man looked to be in his 40s and was an inch taller than her. With his blonde hair and blue eyes, she would have pegged him for a cosmetic surgeon from Beverly Hills instead of a microbiologist. "What do you mean the hospitals are closed?" she asked. Drew frowned, his gaze flitting to the patients sprawled in various ways around the plane as Luke left with the other 2 nurses to help point out the most critical. I don't know how much you heard, or how much you know." "Spit it out," Dallas snapped, her patience long gone. "Dr. Campbell, martial law was declared before the second asteroid hit," Drew explained. "The hospitals were already overwhelmed by then due to the riots and looting brought on by mass panic and hysteria. Employees walked. Doctors, nurses, police, no one was immune to the fear. All emergency services have been suspended, and the military has unsuccessfully tried to restore some form of order on the streets of Los Angeles." Dallas grimaced, running a hand over her face. "Could it get any worse?" she muttered. "And call me Dallas. I'm not a medical doctor, and these people already expect too much of me. California is thousands of miles from the 2 impact sites. I didn't expect such a breakdown here already. But why haven't you brought any of us into the quarantine center? And why are there only 3 of you now? We at least need some supplies. Blankets, water, some food." "Dallas," Drew interrupted. He leaned in closer, barely speaking above a whisper. "We're all that's left. The rest of my team was pulled right after your plane landed, but a few of us volunteered to stay and try to figure out what this is. We don't have the space, staff, or gear in the center to treat this size or scope of incident." "Pulled," Dallas gestured at a nearby window. "But we were told the National Guard is here. Aren't they protecting the airport? Why would they pull you? We both know this isn't meningitis, and I've never heard of Ebola killing so fast." Drew nodded and took her by the arm, dragging Dallas into the stewardess area. "Because they located Prometheus 336 hours ago," he whispered. Dallas blinked, her exhausted brain slow to connect the dots. There was only one reason the government would start pulling people in correlation to the discovery. She groaned under the weight of knowledge that things had, in fact, just gotten worse. "They can't evacuate us because we're quarantined." Pursing his lips, Drew's flared nostrils betrayed his anger. "There's no evacuation." But Dallas slowly looked around the plane and then back at Dr. Huntington. "I don't understand." It was a phrase she rarely used. "It's complicated," he sighed. "They can't give an exact impact location, same as the first 2 asteroids, and given what happened with the mess on the East Coast, they stand to save more lives by keeping everyone dispersed." "Not everyone," she pointed out. Drew cringed. "Resources are close to gone, and that means very few even have the means to travel far, so regardless of what our government wants to do, it comes down to what's possible. That means removing those who benefit the recovery effort without a risk to others." He hesitated. "You're right that this isn't meningitis or Ebola. About all I can do with the equipment I have here is determine what it is. And this plane isn't an isolated incident." The revelation crushed any remaining hope Dallas was clinging to. She held up the papers crumpled in her hand. "I completed the research the other doctor asked me to do," she said, afraid she might start hyperventilating again. The group who first became symptomatic, including the members of my archaeology team, had all been outside either during or immediately after the bolides exploded and the first asteroid hit, before they got to the airport. Drew took the papers but didn't try to look at them through his hood. And the others? How long until anyone else started complaining of a headache? The average was 12 hours. Drew nodded like it was the answer he expected. That correlates with what's being seen in Africa and smaller pockets of outbreaks worldwide. You reported a death 15 minutes ago. I need to see her. Take some samples. Nikita was my friend, Dallas said, motioning for him to follow her. She handled communications for my excursion, so she was topside during the whole event while the rest of my team was underground the first hour. She complained of a headache, followed by nausea and fever, then edema, hemorrhaging, seizures, and delirium. It was so fast. 48 hours, Drew shook his head as he walked beside her, the suit making an odd rustling sound. It's too damn fast. I've never seen anything like it. Take her, a woman wailed. It was the woman with the child, and one of the nurses was injecting her with something while Luke stood by. Please, take her to a hospital. I demand you let me leave. Another man shouted across the aisle. You have no right to keep us here. A chorus of pathetic-sounding pleas echoed around them, but most were too sick and weak to react. None of them were strong enough to stage a coup. There's no place to go, Dallas shouted, putting her hands up. Only minutes earlier, she would have led the charge. Funny how her perception could radically change when presented with an even grimmer outlook. Let them give you whatever medicine they have. Let them take their samples. It's all we can do right now. But I'm not sick, a middle-aged woman yelled. She was one of the healthy passengers who had retreated to the first-class section of the plane to hide from all the misery. Good, Drew retorted. Then you can pair up with one of the nurses and help them. I'll be back soon to update you on getting moved. Seemingly satisfied with the promise of escape, the woman turned and ran instead of complying with his request. It's too much, Dallas said, surprised she was defending such an act of cowardice. Except she couldn't blame her. It was what Dallas wanted to do, but unlike the fleeing passenger, she had people relying on her. Stopping beside Kelly, Dallas knelt and removed the blanket from Nikita's head. The strong, intelligent woman with a deep laugh and quick wit was no longer there. Only an unrecognizable shell was left behind. Dallas turned away with a grunt of despair and clasped Kelly's warm face in her hands. Blood leaking from her ears oozed between her fingers, and her breath was coming in shallow, rapid pants. I'm here, Kel, Dallas whispered, bringing her mouth close to hers. Her best friend. A woman she adored more than anyone else in the world. Drew had knelt with her, and he reached out to touch the fluid trickling from Kelly's nose with his gloved hand. I'm sorry, he said, leaning back. That's cerebral spinal fluid, most likely from brain herniation due to the swelling. What's happening? Dallas sobbed. I'm going to find out, Drew promised, setting a hand on her arm. And I need your help. When she turned to look at him, his grip tightened. You're not sick, Dallas. We have to figure out why. Take whatever samples you need from me, she said, brushing a strand of hair off Kelly's face. She'd never see Izzy again. Never hold her daughter or tell her how much Mommy loved her, all because Dallas dragged her to the other side of the world. I'm going to need more than that, Drew pushed, waiting for Dallas to look back at him. Give me 4 more hours, he whispered so no one else could hear. I've got room inside for the 12 of you. Once you've been symptom-free for 24 hours, The containment there will be adequate. I'm working on evacuating you to a lab where the proper tests can be performed. I can't stress how important this is. You've seen what this does. Imagine it on a worldwide scale." Dallas shuddered and pulled Kelly into her lap. 4 hours. It was a lifetime away. Her friend would be gone by then. She turned to Mitch, relieved to see he was either sleeping or unconscious. Beyond him, Luke stood between his parents, watching her. Meeting his gaze over Kelly's prone form, Dallas didn't try to smile or offer encouragement. They both knew what would happen, so she stared, trapped with him in that moment as the rest of their world crumbled away. They were going to survive. 25. KYLE. La Cañada, Flintridge, California, USA. Day 3. 2:00 p.m. PDT. Kyle pulled into his parking spot at Mission Control and stared out the window while the Land Rover idled. Several additional cars were in the lot, but none belonged to the military, not a good sign. "Maybe we should have left with Ally and her family," Evie grumbled from the backseat. He could hardly blame her. Their armed escort was 4 hours overdue, and they were all tired of waiting around. After vague excuses and dismissals from Dr. Abbott via radio, it was time to get a clear answer, especially since the plane was supposed to leave in only 6 hours. Kyle slammed the vehicle into park and removed the key. "We would have more than double the distance to drive to Colorado," he pointed out. "It's over 1,000 miles to the ranch." "In this sort of situation, we have to go with the option that has the least amount of variables," Troxel said, reaching to open the passenger side door. "The plane is straightforward. We get on it and go to a secured base in a safe location. We don't know what the hell could happen at any time during that 1,000-mile trip, let alone what we'd find at the ranch if we made it there. There's no practical reason to debate it. Put your mask on," he added before pulling the handle. "Another variable to control?" Evie questioned, but she managed a grin. Kyle studied the sky as he donned his respirator. The haze wasn't as thick, and the sun shone through as a blood-red orb, much like it had done during the wildfires the summer before. In the orange light it cast, very little dust was visible in the air around them, but he agreed there was no need to take any unnecessary risk. While the one news station had yet to report anything about a mysterious illness striking the eastern states and other countries, they had a direct link to the only national communication network in operation. People had started dying at an alarming rate as the unknown pathogen spread across the country. They entered a lobby crowded with nearly 3 dozen people, primarily employees and their families slotted for the available seats on the plane, most of whom had chosen to stay on campus from the beginning. The director herself had personally gone to a few homes on the Hill to retrieve key members, though it looked like it may have been a wasted effort. Dr. Abbott made a beeline for Kyle as they entered. "Come with me," she snapped, grabbing his arm and dragging him toward the conference room without waiting for a response. "I'll be right back," he called to Evie, trusting Troxel wouldn't take his eyes off her. "Someone finally got back to me," Abbott confided, closing the door quickly behind him. They were alone, and Kyle didn't expect it to be good news based on how she was grimacing at him. A spread of fruit, coffee, and pastries was on the table, set up as a buffet for everyone while they waited to make their great escape. It contradicted their current circumstances and the need to ration supplies, but on a practical level, it made sense to get rid of perishables and keep everyone calm for as long as possible. Pretending like it was just another ordinary get-together was one approach. Kyle plucked a grape and chewed it slowly, partaking in the fantasy for a few seconds. "They're not coming," he said, saving her the trouble. Abbott hung her head and sat heavily in one of the chairs. The detail got reassigned. "There was nothing I could do." "It's not your fault. You've been doing everything you can, Kyle huffed, wishing he had someone there to direct his anger at. We've done it by the book every step of the way. We've got zero control over the bureaucracy. Don't get me started, Abbott retorted with a wave of her hand. But Kyle, it's already gone beyond politics or what's right and wrong. There's a snowball effect occurring, and after the third strike, we'll truly be on our own. It was hard to accept how the most powerful country in the world had been so quickly overwhelmed, except Kyle was a pragmatist. That was why he was drawn to science. He could always count on the formulas to prove true, not so much for human nature and a society that fed off social media likes and fake news. They were all in for a gut-wrenching dose of reality. We'll make our own convoy, he decided. Taking a handful of grapes, he gestured at Abbott. It's 30 miles to Lax, and we can go around downtown LA by adding a few more miles. It's what we should have done yesterday. Abbott was shaking her head. The National Guard is working on securing the main roads between the airport and the hospital, so FEMA can do its thing. But it's been impossible to keep the announcement of Prometheus 3 from spreading through the ranks, and the emphasis has shifted to a very quiet evacuation of key figures, which means maintaining access to downtown. A train derailment has completely blocked the 405, so the established roadblocks dictate the most direct route as the safest. You're saying we have to go through the middle of downtown Los Angeles? Kyle asked. I'm saying that based on the reports I've been looped in on for the past 24 hours, it's likely the only way you'll make it to the airport in time, Abbott confirmed. You should be able to use your JPL ID to get through the checkpoints and inside the airport. I'll do my best to ensure they get your name. Kyle stared at her. You're not coming with us. No, Dr. Abbott said without looking away. There are only so many seats on the plane, and I'm already committed to staying. We don't know what's going to happen. We might be okay here. The door at Kyle's back opened before he could come up with something profound to say, and he turned to find Dr. Cox storming inside. Why are you still here? He demanded. Get your ass to the airport. Yes, sir. Kyle grinned and took hold of the hand Cox thrust out at him. With a firm shake, he held on long enough to convey his respect. We're on our way. Aubrey was giving Evie a hug when Kyle stepped out into the lounge. The room had a frantic energy as multiple conversations clashed, and he wasn't sure where to start. Deciding to yank the Band-Aid off, he climbed onto a central coffee table and waved his arms until he had silence. Can I have your attention? Kyle shouted. Director Abbott can answer any questions, but the short of it is the escort isn't coming. I'm still going to the airport and anyone is free to follow me, but I'm leaving right now. I'll be the one driving the old Land Rover out front. I won't be stopping unless I have to, so don't fall behind. Taking Evie by the hand, Kyle led her away with a nod at Abbott and Cock. He shoved the outside door open with a hip while holding his respirator in place, the mix of reactions in his wake creating a din of shouted questions he wasn't willing to answer. There wasn't time. They'd already wasted too much of it, and anyone not grasping the stark choices would only slow them down. It was simple: stay or go. I couldn't talk Aubrey into coming with us, Evie said, pulling her mask down once the doors of the Rover were shut and they were backing out. Some people choose the danger they know versus the unknown, Troxel explained. He studied the rearview mirror. Though I'm counting just 4 cars falling in behind us, I expected more. They've basically got a small city behind barbed wire, Kyle said, his frustration growing. With power, air conditioning, coffee, and pastries, it makes it easier to talk yourself into believing the odds are in your favor. Evie made a pained sound. You think they're going to die? Cursing under his breath, Kyle glanced at her in the mirror. "I didn't say." He stopped mid-sentence, easing off the gas at the same time as a large man stepped out of the guard booth they were approaching. Cursing again, Kyle rolled the window down, grabbing one of the smaller paper masks to hold to his face. "Mel." His old friend lumbered over and leaned in like he'd done 5 days a week for the past 7 years. "I hear you all are making a run for the airport," Mel said with an approving bob of his head. "What are you doing here?" Kyle asked, skipping any pleasantries. Undeterred, Mel smiled. He wasn't wearing a mask. "I couldn't get to the beach or the grandkids, Dr. Reese, so I figure I may as well come here." "Get in," Kyle ordered. "We've got plenty of room." His smile widened, and Mel stepped back. "I appreciate that, but my watch isn't over yet." There was no point in arguing with him, so Kyle suppressed every other emotion screaming to be heard and smiled back. The best way to honor his friend was to respect his wishes. With a final island salute, Mel pushed the button for the rolling fence and retreated inside the booth. The drive to the 210 on-ramp was short and uneventful. In fact, between the eerie lighting and lingering dust, Kyle would have preferred some traffic to the hauntingly empty streets. However, the land around the JPL campus was intentionally comprised of parks and school campus property, so it wasn't until they got onto the freeway that they encountered other travelers. "I thought it would be different," Evie said, as she pressed her head against the window to get a better view of the opposing 5 lanes. "It doesn't look that bad here." "I'm guessing it has something to do with the checkpoints Abbott has been going on about," Kyle said, frowning at several dark smudges rising into the sky on the horizon. "It's been 48 hours since the first impact," Troxel said. "In the first 12 after the original warning, we were already out of gas with people looting stores for supplies. Banks fell in less than 24, and then the hospitals and most emergency services. Without the military stepping in, I think it would already be a complete free-for-all. Anyone who wanted to leave and was capable of driving out of here would have already left." Kyle slowed to maneuver around a truck abandoned in the middle of the road and pointed at a group of people walking in the other direction along the fog line. "I'd hold your judgment until we get closer to Pasadena, Evie," he said. "Pretty sure things are about to get weird." "It's been weird," Evie challenged. "We're talking Mad Max kinda shit," Troxel said as they approached the roadblock. "And I'd rather keep that experience limited to the big screen." 2 military jeeps were positioned at an angle across the freeway, blocking the rest of the traffic with what looked like a 3-car accident. Armed soldiers flagged down the sporadic traffic and diverted it onto an off-ramp, which Kyle assumed would lead to another ramp and back the way they'd come. They were situated at a rise in the roadway so that the outline of distant skyscrapers was visible, backlit by the orange haze, and intersected by pillars of smoke. It painted a grim picture that brought their dire situation into vivid focus. The 2 cars ahead of them were quickly sent away, so it was only a few minutes before the masked soldier knocked at his window. Sticking with the dust mask, Kyle held out his driver's license and JPL ID. "I'm Dr. Kyle Reese, a data controller with the Jet Propulsion Lab. I was told you would be given my name. We were supposed to have." "Aren't you the astronomer that's been all over the news?" the soldier interrupted. When Kyle nodded, he shoved the cards back at him. "I was told you'd be coming through, but I have to warn you, we've made some headway in getting people to stay indoors and follow the shelter-in-place order, but I can't guarantee your safety once you're past this point." "I understand," Kyle assured him. "The 4 cars behind me are with us." With a jerk of his head, the soldier stepped away and motioned at them with his rifle. Another soldier pulled the one sawhorse aside and waved them through. After traveling a mile down the eerily deserted freeway, Troxel turned the radio to the AM station. "Another 25 miles to go," he said, scrolling until he landed on a working broadcast. They passed through densely populated areas of Pasadena and entered the outskirts of downtown LA, where more traffic navigated the multiple exits that were impossible to control. Foot traffic increased, offering a mix of completely ordinary-looking people and those who were injured or desperate for help. 2 more roadblocks kept it all in check, but each one took longer to get through, and Kyle had to maintain a steady pace between them to avoid getting caught up in anything violent. They lost sight of one of the cars in their group early on. When it didn't resurface, they had to assume it was trapped behind the last checkpoint leading into the downtown area of Los Angeles, near Dodger Stadium. There, the sky turned a darker orange with the added smoke from multiple fires in the city, and as they passed through New Chinatown, the lanes became littered with abandoned vehicles. Trapped inside the blockades and unable to refuel, Kyle figured that aside from the obvious wrecks, most were simply out of gas. As we enter the 3rd day after the news of what has become a historical event, the staggering loss of life continues to be tallied. The report droned in the background, a fitting dialogue for the scenery. While some of the freeway was elevated or fenced off from the increasingly dense buildings, they still had a front-row view of the damage. "This is like the LA riots times 100, Troxel said, pointing at another broken-out storefront. Cars were smoldering alongside the shops. Garbage and various objects were strewn across the sidewalks and into the streets." Kyle drove around a police car, left in the middle of the interstate after being trashed and set on fire. "We should have tried harder to get a hold of a gun," Kyle said, narrowly fitting through a gap between a pileup and several abandoned cars. "Our options were limited," Troxel said, shaking his head as they passed a burned-out ambulance. "I don't blame your neighbors for not wanting to part with their firepower, and we were expecting to have an armed escort through all of this. We're going to a military base. There won't be a shortage of guns there." "It looks like there was already a war here," Evie whispered, leaning her head over the front seat. Kyle turned to look at her, feeling inadequate as a father. He should have been doing a better job of keeping her safe. "I'm getting you on that plane," he promised. Troxel gestured at a street corner occupied by a couple of National Guardsmen. "It's obviously not nearly as bad as it was earlier. There aren't many people outside." "How can they do it?" Evie asked, angry. "They're just keeping everyone trapped inside until the asteroid hits, and they're probably going to die." "They don't know," Kyle muttered, staring at another soldier walking along the freeway. "They're just following orders. I'm sure they're helping to set up water, food, and aid stations with the belief that they're helping." Troxel sighed. "It's still possible." "We've got an alarming update." Stopping to stare at the radio, Troxel quickly turned up the volume as they passed by the Skid Row neighborhood. From an unofficial but very reliable source. I don't even know how to say this, but we've got confirmation that Prometheus 3 was, in fact, located over a day ago. It's most likely going to. Are you sure about this?" The man's voice faded as he must have turned to speak with someone, and Kyle looked over at Troxel. "Oh, shit," Troxel moaned. Kyle stepped on the gas, pushing the limits of his driving skills as he dodged debris. It's hitting the Pacific Ocean. Somewhere along the west coast, anywhere from a few hundred miles out, too." The man swore away from the mic and shouted something unintelligible as the sound became muffled. "It might hit land. It could hit California. Tomorrow morning around 5 a.m. Get out now." Kyle slapped the button, plunging them into silence. "Pull our backpacks out of the back," he said, looking over his shoulder at Evie. "The ones we were planning to keep with us on the plane, just in case we're forced to abandon the rover." "How many more miles is it to the airport?" Evie asked, grunting as she tugged on one of the bags. Troxel pointed out his window. "There's the convention center," he said, his voice strained. "Which means we've got around another 15 miles. His voice was strained, and he braced his hands against the dash as Kyle continued to speed up. "We have to get as far as we can before they riot again," Kyle said, jerking the wheel to avoid a fresh accident blocking the central lanes. They would have already been forced to stop if it weren't for the 8-lane highway. "We're losing the other cars," Troxel shouted, looking out the back window. Kyle didn't answer. It couldn't be helped. Another mile, too. Gunshots erupted from nearby, and a military jeep careened onto the roadway from a nearby exit, slamming into a stopped pickup and spinning out as they flew past. "Dad," Evie whimpered. People were running onto the highway, waving their arms for him to stop. "We can't help them," he whispered. It went against everything that came naturally to him, but Kyle didn't even consider taking the risk. He ignored a woman running with a baby and a child standing on a car, crying. "We can't stop." They were south of the city and approaching Florence, though there was no clear delineation other than the decreasing height of the buildings. Gunshots, both close and distant, confirmed the eruption of new violence, and a tidal wave of fresh vehicles flooded the exit and entrance ramps. Kyle had no choice but to slow down as his pulse quickened. "Make sure the doors are locked," he shouted, "and get your masks on in case we have to run." Fumbling with his respirator, he swore as a large pickup cut them off and caused him to slam the brakes. They were up against the cement Jersey wall with abandoned vehicles on the other side, boxing them in. There was no other choice than to wait for the truck to move. The window next to Kyle's head suddenly exploded from an impact, and a gun was thrust in his face. "Get out!" a man screeched, hot spittle hitting his cheek. The world around him slowed. Evie's cry of alarm overlaid Troxel's look of horror as another hand reached inside to open Kyle's door. There was more than one set of hands. "Get out, or I swear I'll shoot 'em all." Unhooking his seatbelt, Kyle twisted and leaned against the door as if he were complying. Okay, take it easy." But as soon as he made contact, Kyle thrust himself sideways while pulling the hunting knife from its sheath at his waist. He hit one man with the door, then slammed into the primary attacker with his body. Kyle grabbed hold of the gunman's wrists with his free hand and plunged the knife into his gut as they crashed to the ground, causing the man to drop the gun, which spun away across the pavement. Oomph! The wind was knocked from the lungs of the guy beneath him, and Kyle pushed up into a crouch as the second assailant threw a kick at him. Catching and trapping his leg with a grunt as it made a solid connection with his ribs, Kyle threw himself backward, bringing the other man with him. "Go, Troxel!" Kyle yelled, struggling to pull a reverse and wrap the second man up before he got another hit in. He could see from his position on the ground that the other truck was finally moving. The gun was lying a few feet away, and a third mugger was diving out from behind the Land Rover to retrieve it. "Troxel, get Evie out of here," Kyle begged. "The gun." He had to get the gun. Kyle got the upper position amid the man's flailing fists, but he was dead if he didn't reach the gun first. He lunged for it as the Rover sped away, his fingers wrapping around the grip before the third carjacker could bend down. Rolling onto his back, Kyle kicked out as someone grabbed for his legs. He didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. 26. EVIE. South Los Angeles, California, USA. Day 3. 3:10 p.m. PDT. "We have to go back," Evie cried, her voice hoarse from screaming for her dad, and yelling at Troxel for the past 5 minutes. Tossing her backpack over the front bench seat and onto the floorboards, she clambered after it, holding Gizmo's ball to her chest as she fell next to Troxel in a heap. "Damn it, Evie," Troxel snapped without looking at her. He was too fixated on keeping them on the road. Things were getting exponentially worse with every passing minute. "Get your seatbelt on, and make sure that respirator is cinched down." Evie was already wrestling with the seatbelt while trying to untangle her long legs in a space crowded with their 3 packs. She didn't need Troxel to state the obvious. She needed him to stop going in the wrong direction. Ally was gone, and Evie couldn't stand the thought of losing her dad, too. "I swear, I saw him get up after the gunshots," she insisted. The seats in the back of the classic Land Rover faced sideways with a clear view out the back. He was alive. It wasn't just wishful thinking. "We can't leave him there." "Evie," Troxel cursed under his breath and tapped the brakes before dodging into another lane to avoid a fiery wreck. It was becoming a dangerous game of leapfrog. "It's impossible to turn around. Come on. Please don't do this. You know I love your dad more than anyone else in this world, but it's too dangerous out there. I've seen Kyle play football and have been through 3 years of jiu-jitsu classes with him. If anyone can get through his, he can. He'll find us at the airport. He's got plenty of time to run the 10 miles. This is what he wanted." "I don't care what he wants," Evie blurted, her voice muffled inside the confines of the mask. The wind whistled in through the broken driver's side window, and the protection was as much for the acrid black smoke filling the freeway and burning her eyes as it was for any mythical pathogen. "How do you plan on us getting inside the airport without him?" That got Troxel thinking, and he glanced sideways at her. "You do know that I'm also employed at JPL and have a badge?" "Right," Evie nodded. "Except the wrong name is on it. They've probably got Dad on their list just like the other roadblocks. And those cars that were with us are long gone. We're on our own." "What do you want me to do?" Troxel huffed. "I mean it. If you have some brilliant idea, I want to hear it." Evie bit her bottom lip and tried to slow her breathing so she could think more clearly. Flinching as rapid gunfire erupted from an overpass they were driving under, she clutched Gizmo and closed her eyes. "Come on," she whispered. "Think." She couldn't get on the plane without him. She wouldn't. With a sob, Evie leaned forward and jammed the hamster ball into her backpack. "I'm sorry, Uncle Troxel," she managed to croak around her constricting throat. "You're right about stopping or trying to turn around. Getting into the same jam as Dad won't help any of us. But promise me we'll wait for him at the gate. I'm not getting on that plane until he gets there. Not unless you knock me out and carry me on." "Ha," Troxel grunted. "Let's hope I don't have to make that call." Wiping a hand across his forehead as the stifling, smoke-laden air wafted around them, he gripped the steering wheel and continued navigating the gauntlet. "We'll wait for as long as we can, Evie. I promise. We all studied the same map with the route marked out, including the gate Dr. Abbott said the escort would take us through. Kyle knows exactly where we're going." Nodding, Evie took in the unfolding chaos and tried to center herself. Their forward progress was steadily slowing as all 8 lanes filled with more people on foot and every other mode of possible transportation. Nearly everyone else was fighting to escape the coast, which meant they were driving against the flow. "It looks like a whole lot of military vehicles are trying to go the other way," she pointed out. "I bet Dad was right about them not being let in on the secret, and so they aren't sticking around, either. What if the airport isn't being guarded and gets overrun?" Troxel put a hand up. "Let's handle what's in front of us and then deal with whatever comes up. Your dad always says to pivot, reassess, and then take action. He's right. That's what our survival will come down to, the ability to adapt. Is that what we're doing? Evie asked, leaning her forehead against the cool glass of the window. Adapting, because it feels like. Troxel's hand suddenly flew in front of her, and his arm thumped across her chest as something smashed into the side of the rover a few feet from Evie's head. There wasn't time to brake before a truck T-boned them, and they slid sideways until the Jersey barrier stopped them with a painful crunch of metal. The silence immediately following the impact made Evie's ears ring, and she blinked slowly, confused about what had just happened. The roll cage saved them from the worst of it, though Evie's chest burned from the seat belt and her right shoulder ached. She moaned, bringing a hand to her face. "Evie," her mother gurgled from within the wreckage. "Evie," Troxel shouted. Troxel. She was with Troxel and trying to get to the airport. The engine roared as Troxel attempted to pull them free, but the truck had them pinned, and the additional noises coming from the four-wheeler made it obvious they weren't going anywhere. "Are you okay?" Troxel spoke close to her head. "Evie, open your eyes. Are you okay?" She didn't realize they were shut. Looking into Troxel's concerned gaze, Evie nodded, gasping at the pain the motion produced in her neck and shoulders. I think so." "We have to move," he ordered. Someone was pounding on the hood. Why would someone? "Get it open," a man screamed. "There's water back here," a woman hooted. Glass broke from behind her and someone tried to open Evie's door, but it was locked. Troxel undid her seatbelt and shoved her backpack into Evie's lap. "Put this on. When I say go, open your door. I'll hook an arm through yours so we don't get separated. Can you run?" Evie nodded, recoiling as another back window was broken and people began fighting each other over the supplies being hauled out. "The tent's mine," a man bellowed. Several thuds were followed by a howl of pain and a shriek of triumph. "Stop it," a young girl cried. "You're killing him. Dad, let him go." "Can you run?" Troxel repeated, their masks pressed against each other. Someone was inside the Land Rover, and it shook back and forth as they climbed toward them over the bags. "Yes," Evie gagged. She shrugged into the backpack after making sure it was zipped so Gizmo wouldn't fall out. She wrapped her fingers around the door handle. "Go now, run. Don't stop until I tell you to." Evie pushed against the door and dropped to the ground as Troxel shoved her from behind. Her legs buckled, and Evie would have fallen if Troxel hadn't grabbed hold of her and dragged her with him away from the bizarre scene unfolding around the accident. The red truck was entangled with the rover at an angle, creating a barrier between them and the back of the vehicle, where the looters were gathered. The passenger side door of the truck was open, and someone's legs were hanging from beneath it as if they'd fallen partway out, or maybe they were dragged. They weren't moving. Troxel grunted with the effort to support Evie as they stumbled over debris, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from a man running with their tent. His hands were tinged crimson, and he looked crazed with a bloodlust that formed a chill at the base of her spine. "It's just a tent," Evie whimpered, moving in slow motion through the haze-covered freeway. "God, it's just—" A bottle of water spun across the pavement, and a soccer ball rolled past it. Her soccer ball. The one Mom had bought for her 13th birthday, a month before. "Evie," Troxel huffed, "please, I need your help. There isn't anything we can do. It's just stuff." He was wearing his backpack and had her father's strapped on backwards so that it was on his chest. Troxel wasn't a small man, but the extra weight was a lot under the circumstances, and a swath of blood streamed from a cut on his forehead. A man emerged from the passenger side of the Land Rover and scanned the road, looking for them. There was something in his hand. A fresh surge of fear broke through her shock, and Evie sucked in a strained breath through the filters of the mask, fighting the claustrophobia it caused. Grabbing hold of the hand Troxel had on her arm, she forced her legs to move. Together, they joined the thousands of terrified people flooding the freeway from the streets of LA, desperate to find a way out. And they ran. 27. LUKE. Boeing 787 Dreamliner. LAX Los Angeles, California. Day 3. 4:30 p.m. PDT. Tommaso. SHH, Luke hushed. He's right here, Mom. Dad is right next to you. It was a lie, because he wasn't really there, not anymore. His body remained, but Ambassador Tommaso Rossi had stopped breathing over an hour earlier. Unlike his mom, it had been sudden. He simply stopped breathing during a seizure and didn't start again when it was over. Dallas suspected his heart, not that it mattered. His father was dead, and Luke was about to lose the only other person left in his life who mattered. "I'm so sorry, Mom," he whispered, running a damp cloth across her face. It came away stained with a bloody mix of mucus and spinal fluid. Luke stared at it, uncertain what to do with it. There was nothing left untouched by the stench of sickness and death. The plane was transforming into a morgue, where it looked like an insane mortician was experimenting with extracting every conceivable liquid from the bodies to splatter everywhere. 50 were dead the last time Luke checked. Maybe now it was 100. He stopped paying attention after his father became a part of the tally. The CDC doctor had said it was some sort of hemorrhagic fever that was causing the blood vessels to leak. Though he hadn't determined which one, he'd injected his mom with a new concoction of antivirals. While she'd held on longer than some of the other passengers, it was only prolonging her suffering. And she was suffering while drowning in her own fluids. "I'm sorry," Luke repeated. There was nothing else he could say. She couldn't even understand him as her brain swelled and the hallucinations worsened. Rapid gunfire rattled from somewhere outside, though to Luke it may as well have been from another world. One of the 12, as they'd started calling themselves, ran to a window. "I think the soldiers shot someone trying to climb over the fence," the middle-aged woman shouted with her face pressed to the glass. Luke didn't know her name. He hadn't thought to ask it. What the hell? Dallas crawled into another row of seats to get a different angle. Her khakis were covered in stains, and her braids were coming undone, but she still maintained a certain air of composure and authority that made people want to listen. "Something else must have happened," she muttered, sitting back and turning to look down at Luke. "How's she doing? Dr. Drew will be back in 2 more hours." Luke shrugged, turning the cloth inside out and folding it until he found a semi-clean spot. "She won't make it that long." Unclipping the radio from her belt, Dallas keyed it up as another burst of shots echoed. "Drew, do you know what's going on out there? I'm starting to picture scenes from Dawn of the Dead, so I need you to talk me down." Luke flinched at her poor choice of jokes and tried not to let it influence his thoughts. Things were bad enough without getting creative about it. "It's the National Guard doing their job," the doctor replied. "They're keeping the airport functional. I'll be coming to get you once I've finished setting up here. Any more deaths to report?" Dallas looked around, a rare hint of desperation pulling at the corners of her eyes as her nostrils flared, and she grimaced at the smell. There was no getting used to it. "Not since the one I told you about 5 minutes ago. We stand at 108, and counting." Luke shifted under the weight of his mother's shoulders and regretted it when she moaned. Immediately feeling guilty that he wanted her to be silent, he leaned over and kissed her forehead while stroking her hair. He'd give anything to have one of their life conversations again, to roll his eyes and act like he resented her meddling. Why didn't he ever tell her how much she meant? Luke didn't know what he'd do without her. Dallas appeared next to him, shoving a bottle of water under Luke's nose. "You haven't drunk any of this," she chastised. Unscrewing the cap, Dallas shook it at him until he snatched it out of the air. "You're going to get dehydrated." "So?" Luke sulked. But he took a drink and then another when the water soothed his parched throat, and he realized she was right. "Luke," his mom wailed, thrashing about and hitting his chest with her fists. "Get away from my son, Luke." Dropping the water, Luke easily restrained her. "I'm okay, Mom," he whispered next to her cheek. Even in her death throes, she was hallucinating about protecting him. Dallas pressed the back of her hand to Lucia's forehead. "She's burning up. I was hoping whatever this is might respond to the other meds Drew gave her." "Is there more?" Luke asked, though he already knew the answer. "Different antivirals she can have." Dallas shook her head. "Ebola, dengue, Marburg, and yellow fever, it covered them all. It isn't a treatment. The antivirals are only supportive care, but we should have seen some response if, well, I don't believe Dr. Drew ever thought that's what it was." "Then why give it?" Luke asked, relieved to have enough interest in something to cause a distraction, no matter how small it was. "Because it's at least something," Dallas said, staring down at Lucia and then her husband's body before gesturing a few rows up the aisle. "Mitch is at about the same stage and hasn't improved, either." Was he your boyfriend?" Luke asked, wanting to keep the conversation going. He was suddenly afraid to be alone with his mom. "No," Dallas answered, though she didn't seem bothered by the question. "He could have been. We've been close friends for a very long time, but I have this habit of keeping people at arm's length, even my friends. Especially my friends, because those are the relationships that can end up hurting the most." Thinking of Kevin, Boca, and especially his dad, Luke stared at his mother's closed eyes. "There's no getting around the hurt," he whispered. "You may as well make it count." The following silence was heavy but not awkward, and Luke wondered why Dallas chose to sit with him instead of Mitch. Mitch moaned, muttering something incoherent, and Dallas huffed in frustration. "He's the bravest man I've ever met," she said, her voice wavering. "We lost a crewmate in the caves. He was crushed, and Mitch would have switched places with him in a heartbeat if possible. He blamed himself, of course, but I think Andrew may have been the lucky one." Bringing a hand to her mouth, Dallas exhaled a shuddering breath. "He deserves better than this." "Luke," his mom murmured. When Luke refocused on her, he saw she was watching him rather than looking beyond and at something that wasn't there. "Mom," he whispered. Lucia tried to raise her hand and succeeded in fluttering her fingers. Luke took hold of it and squeezed. "I'm here, Mom." His heart raced at the possibility that perhaps the medication was working. She hadn't been lucid for over 30 minutes. "I love you," Lucia whispered. "Sorry," the effort resulted in a coughing fit, and pink, frothy foam slid down her chin. His hopes plummeting, Luke took hold of her other hand and squeezed them both while continuing to cradle her head in his lap. "I'm okay, Mom," he assured her. "I'm not sick. I'm going to be okay." She smiled, her red-tinged teeth forming a macabre grimace. Lucia looked over at Dallas without turning her head. They had gotten to know each other in the hours spent trapped on the plane before she'd become so ill. "Please," she begged, "don't let him be alone." Dallas surprised Luke by leaning forward to gently set a hand alongside her face. "He isn't alone." She coughed again, the spasms racking her body until bright red blood streamed from her nose. "Promise." "I promise," Dallas blurted, leaning closer. "I'll do whatever I can to keep your son alive." Luke wasn't really listening to her. All he could hear were the death throes of his mom. She wasn't getting better. It was a final moment of coherence before slipping away from him forever. "Mom, I love you," Luke sobbed, gathering her as close to him as possible, ignoring the blood and gore as it continued to drain from her body and spill onto his. "I love you. No, no, no. Please, please, Mom, don't leave me." "Luke," she gurgled his name, her breath turning to random gasps. Luke buried his face into her hair and cried, holding her body until her skin turned cold, and Dallas had to drag him away. 28. Dallas, CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. Lax, Los Angeles, California. Day 3. 6:00 p.m. PDT. There are clean towels and scrubs for you outside the shower. Drew's disembodied voice echoed through the tiled stall around Dallas as she scoured herself with the decon soap. She winced when the hot water hit the patch of missing skin between her shoulder blades, and the sharp sting reminded her to ask for some antibiotic ointment. The dispenser and detailed instructions were attached to the wall of the shower, and she was on the third round of sudsing up from head to toe, though she fully expected the smell of death would never fade. Luke had gone first, and Dallas found him waiting for her in a sterile meeting room, huddled on a tiny couch and wrapped in a blanket. After spending more than a day quarantined aboard the stifling aircraft, it felt chilly inside the air-conditioned building. That, and he was likely in shock. A large window overlooked the tarmac, revealing an orange sky layered with smoke and bands of black from fires burning in the distance. A huge military transport jet was taxiing down the runway, the first encouraging sign that the airport was functioning. A droning television mounted to the wall revealed at least one station was on the air, and Dallas turned to see a news broadcast of burning buildings and people running down a street, the Hollywood sign visible in the background. The tagline along the bottom read, "Mass panic amid unsubstantiated rumors." Rumors, Luke muttered. Dallas had filled the 12 in on the Prometheus 3 details, though she soon regretted it. When Drew finally came to release them, she understood when one woman refused to leave her son, who was among the few not yet dead. But 4 other survivors had run off during the short walk to the quarantine center, terrified of being trapped inside with the incoming asteroid. The rest threatened to do the same if they weren't put on a plane in the next hour. Dallas supposed that was why Dr. Drew was singling her and Luke out. Of the 12, they were the only 2 who'd maintained any semblance of sanity since landing and had helped him with the other passengers. Perhaps the microbiologist also trusted her judgment because of her designation as a doctor, and she and Luke were now a package deal. Either way, they were the only 2 he'd brought to that part of the station. A door on the far side of the room opened, and Dr. Drew hurried inside, cradling 2 bottles of water and a couple of sandwiches. "Here," he declared, dropping it all onto the only table. "Both of your blood work showed signs of dehydration, so drink up. I need you operational." He'd drawn fresh blood samples from each of them himself on the way in, with the explanation that his last 2 nurses had left. Dallas tossed one of the waters to Luke and opened hers while studying Drew. It was the first time she'd seen him out of a full hazmat suit, though a surgical mask still covered a portion of his face. He couldn't be more than a few years older than herself, which made his position with the CDC impressive. She hoped he had earned it. Dallas took a long swallow of water before selecting the ham and cheese. "You aren't worried about exposure?" she asked, gesturing at the flimsy mask. Drew shook his head. "Your white counts are normal," he explained. "Based on the rate of exposure and how fast the illness progressed, I'm certain you have a natural immunity." The one commonality amongst the infected was a rapid onset of hyperleukocytosis. "Hyper what?" Luke asked. "A tremendously high white blood cell count," Dr. Drew answered. "The highest I've ever seen outside of acute leukemia. I suspect it's the cause of the initial headache onset and indicates an extreme immune response to the pathogen." "Which is?" Dallas asked. Pulling out a chair, she stared expectantly at Drew as he sat opposite her. I wish I could answer that, he said, picking at the plastic wrap on the remaining sandwich. My colleagues who were evacuated initially took some of the first blood samples with them and got a good look at it under an electron microscope. They sent me the images. The internet's working, Dallas interrupted. Drew frowned, irritated to have his train of thought interrupted. Not in the way you're thinking of. It's a secured government server with a dedicated IP for the CDC. It's to ensure we remain operational during events such as this. Damn it, she muttered. Wait. Dallas leaned toward him, her food forgotten. The CDC has been studying this thing under an electron microscope for over 24 hours, and you don't know what it is. Drew ran a hand over his sandy-colored hair and grunted. It's a kind of Jurus, a giant virus, except that it also has characteristics of a bacteria, a chimera. Chimera, Dallas repeated. Normally, that would mean it has the characteristics of two distinct viruses, Drew said as Luke moved to the empty chair to join the conversation. But with this, that definition isn't broad enough. You both know the basics of what a virus is. Dallas nodded, and Luke began unwrapping the turkey on rye. I guess, he said, taking a bite. They've got like DNA and stuff and then hijack our cells to replicate more of their coding. Drew grinned. I'm impressed, close enough. Most only have either RNA or DNA, this one has both. But it's like nothing we've ever seen before and behaves more like a bacterium in some aspects. It's terrifying. Luke pointed at Drew's mask. Then how come you're only wearing that? Because you've been symptom-free for over 50 hours now, Drew said, leaning back in his seat. And the white blood count spike is unique enough that I feel confident using it as a screening device. Plus, the pathogen is so large that a surgical mask is more than enough to prevent me from inhaling it, as well as limiting the distance it can be transmitted. I imagine the air being circulated directly over your heads on the plane helped distribute it during your flight. Dallas glanced over at Luke and back at Drew. Why are we still alive? I don't know. Drew spread his hands with a huff. We haven't been able to identify anything unique among the bloodwork from the 12 that would give any hint as to why you've remained unaffected. As the illness spreads in other places and our demographic grows, it's clear that race, sex, and comorbidities have nothing to do with it. It came from the asteroid, Luke interjected. When Dallas and Drew stared at him, he shrugged. It's what we're all thinking, and you just said you've never seen anything like it. That doesn't mean it came from space, Drew countered. It's much more likely to have been in the ground and ejected by the impact. Zombie viruses are being found more frequently in the permafrost. Zombie viruses, Luke shouted. Not an eat-your-brain zombie, Dallas grinned, though the mention of it had her mind racing in a completely unexpected direction. They're ancient viruses that have been dormant and frozen for thousands of years. Giant viruses, she added with a look at Drew. They've been able to revive some of them, hence the whole zombie nickname, and some are even infectious to humans, aren't they? Yes, Drew confirmed. Are you familiar with viral interference? When both Dallas and Luke shook their heads, he stood and began pacing as he spoke. The short version is that it's a process where one virus can essentially block another. This is where the term interferon comes from. There's also a chance it could be a form of cross-protection, where the antigens created during the course of an infection from a closely related virus protect the host against another. Dallas frowned. It seems that both of those hypotheses would require the current pathogen to have been present for some time, or at some time in our history, which is where my expertise lies. Her frown turned to something closer to a grin at the doctor's confusion. "I'm a paleoarchaeologist. I research deep time and the people from around 7 million to 10,000 years ago." "You're correct that the causation wouldn't be random," Drew nodded. "The odds of any viral infection on Earth being close enough to a celestial pathogen are astronomical," Luke asked with a smirk. "Ha," Drew chuffed. "It means the virus running interference or creating the correct antigens was already present." Dallas ignored the weak joke as her mind spun even faster. "Then it's my turn for a question," she said. Drew sat back down. "Have you ever heard of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis?" she asked. When Drew squinted at her in reply, Dallas continued. "It's a somewhat controversial theory that around 13,000 years ago, an asteroid caused the extinction of many large animals and a mass population decline, primarily with the Clovis culture. I have a colleague, my old paleontology professor, who took it a step further and proposed the reduction of the ancient North American culture wasn't due to only the asteroid, but a pathogen released during the impact." That piqued Drew's interest. Placing both hands on the table, his eyes widened. "Why have I never heard of this?" "Because he was run off from the university for his outrageous ideas," Dallas scoffed. "But it wasn't so crazy that he couldn't find backers to fund a massive archaeological project in Alaska. It took over 3 years, but Dr. Washington demonstrated why he was so esteemed in his field. He found an ancient burial site with remains in the permafrost of the Beringian people. The teeth carbon dated to around 100 years after the theorized impact, and found along with them was a zombie virus." "What?" Drew exclaimed. Dallas put a hand up to stop him. "Dr. Washington called it the Beringia virus after the people infected with it, and had thought he'd also found the proof to turn his hypothesis into a scientific theory of the sort to go down in the history books." "But," Luke asked, just as enthralled by the story. "There was nothing alien about his killer zombie virus," Dallas explained. "He mentioned it had some unique characteristics and was pathogenic, but it turned out to be no more harmful than a mild, common cold. Most of his backers pulled out, his paper was never published, and he's since used up his life savings to continue the project for the past year." "Why continue?" Drew asked. Dallas smiled. "Because carbon dating at that age is accurate to within a few years. The remains were buried at least 100 years after the asteroid would have hit. He speculated they were descendants of the survivors and has since gone deeper into the cave system in search of their ancestors." Luke scowled at Dallas. "You seriously think we managed to get infected with the zombie Beringia virus thing, and it's somehow making us immune?" "No," Drew muttered, still staring at Dallas. "Not that exact virus, but if it was active among our ancestors over 11,000 years ago, it's had plenty of time to react to the original celestial pathogen and mutate to have its genetic material passed down in other viruses to create cross-protection. But there are over 10 non-alien viruses on Earth, 10 to the 31st power, more than the number of stars in the universe. Only 300 or so documented viruses are pathogenic to humans, but that's still a massive puzzle to put together when determining a commonality in antigens among those of you immune." The news report echoed through the ensuing silence. "When I first discovered 2020 pH last month, it was the first time I'd personally observed an asteroid with more than one satellite moon, let alone 3. Drawn to the deep timbre of the speaker's voice, Dallas turned to see a ruggedly handsome man displayed on the screen. That footage was from 4 years ago, when Dr. Kyle Reese, a senior astronomer with JPL, first spoke of Prometheus and its 3 moons, the same moons he recently discovered to be hurtling towards Earth. We have yet to receive an update on the possible location of Prometheus 3. The image switched to the live newsroom and a terrified-looking woman. "Where are you, Dr. Reese?" she demanded as she stood. Shouting could be heard from off-screen. "Why aren't we being told the truth?" 3 men dodged in front of the camera, one of them shoving the news desk and causing the reporter to scream as she fell from her seat. "Run!" Another man shouted as he ran at the screen. "Run! It's coming! It's going to!" The screen went black. Turning back to Drew, Dallas swallowed and pointed at the television. "I'd like to pick that guy's brain about Dr. Washington's theory, and if it's possible for Prometheus to have shed some other moons on one of its earlier revolutions around the sun, say about 12,800 years ago." "The Beringia virus," Drew snapped. "I'm honestly not as interested in where our current chimera pathogen came from as I am in getting a sample of a possible treatment from a Juris virus already here when it dropped in on our ancestors. We could have an answer to the viral reaction between the two in a matter of hours with the proper equipment. Otherwise, running down the source of your immunity using only your blood work could take months in a state-of-the-art lab. Considering this pathogen's transmissibility and morbidity rate, we don't have that kind of time." "I have no idea where Gabriel got his testing done," Dallas admitted. "But do you have a satellite phone that would still work?" "Yes," Drew said, standing. "And our uplink is still operating. You can use it after I make a couple of emergency calls." Dallas stood with him, frowning again. What could be more important than finding the sample? Drew pointed out the window. "Staying alive. Did you notice the military transport that left just before I came in? We were supposed to be on it, but they left early because of the rioting mobs at the fence, and I suspect some speculation over my guarantees you're not a risk." Luke put his half-eaten sandwich down. "Please tell me there's another plane." Drew backed away toward the door, the fear in his eyes visible above the mask. "That's what I'm going to find out," he promised. 29. KYLE. Near Lax, Los Angeles, California, USA. Day 3. 6:30 p.m. PDT. "Evie," Kyle muttered his daughter's name, his throat raw from the 3 hours he'd spent calling for her, and Troxel as he ran. She could be anywhere in the sea of people surging against him from every direction. Without the elevated signs and freeway barricades, he would have been turned around and lost almost immediately. Kyle had passed the wrecked Land Rover, and what remained of the contents strewn across the pavement an hour after they'd been separated. Since he hadn't found any blood inside, he had to believe they were okay and that Troxel would get Evie to the airport VIP entrance. That's where he would find them. Blood. Kyle glanced down at his hands. He killed a man, possibly 2. It didn't matter how he tried to rationalize it. With their blood on his hands and shirt, he blended in a little too naturally with the crazed mob. And it had become a mob. With each passing mile and hour, there were fewer running vehicles and more foot traffic comprised of terrified and desperate people, aware they were likely only hours away from death. "Ugh!" Kyle grunted as someone slammed into him, and he was yanked backward by a hard jerk on the strap of his respirator. Regaining his footing, he threw his weight into a counter-pivot while holding the mask to his head with one hand and bringing the gun up with the other. A guy several inches shorter and about 50 pounds lighter than Kyle found himself easily flung around and staring down the barrel. He immediately let go and threw his hands up in the air. "Sorry, man. We're cool. I thought you were someone else." "Sure," Kyle spat, shoving the man away. He could understand the attempted carjacking. That at least accomplished something by giving the attackers a possible way to flee the coast in time. It was the random acts of violence he found more bizarre. Experiencing mob mentality was much different than reading about it or watching it on the news. How long would it take before he was reduced to the same behaviors? He had already killed. Kyle shook his head, realizing with a start that he was standing in the middle of the freeway, lost in his thoughts. More proof of his emotional vulnerability. He had to keep moving. At a slow jog, he should have easily covered the 10 miles already, but in addition to fighting the crowd, he was constantly having to stop and navigate accidents and fires. He had less than a mile to go and over an hour until sunset at 8, when the plane was scheduled to leave. There was still time. Thankful for the respirator, Kyle squinted as he ran through billowing black smoke drifting across the freeway from a burning building. He picked up his pace and took advantage of the open space it created. At that point, he was running on pure adrenaline, though the lack of sleep for the past 3 days would soon catch up with him in a big way. Kyle knew his limitations, and he was getting close to the red line. I killed someone. Stumbling, Kyle cursed and dodged to avoid a motorcycle racing toward him between 2 stopped cars. The woman driver had a child huddled in front of her, holding him with one hand while steering with the other. She glanced at Kyle as they passed, and her look of terror would haunt his sleep longer than that of the man he'd shot. In just over 10 hours, they would be dead, all of them. His legs grew weak as his thoughts continued to spiral, and Kyle pivoted to take in the people around him, suddenly seeing them as victims instead of adversaries. Whole families fled with only the possessions they could carry. Millions, ultimately, if the entire western seaboard was annihilated. The exit sign for the airport saved him, glowing from the light of a city bus burning beneath it. Evie. Troxel, Kyle muttered as he ran around the bus, the heat chasing him as he entered the off-ramp. They wouldn't die. He would get them on the plane. Glancing up, he studied the sky, growing a darker red as the sun sank toward the ocean. There was a noticeable lack of air traffic. Pulling his cell phone from his jeans pocket and the gun from his waistband, Kyle checked the time, 6:45. "Come on," he huffed, struggling to suck in enough air through the filters to meet the demands of his body. Los Angeles International Airport was the largest on the coast, with over 5 square miles of surface area. Kyle could have spent days looking without finding Evie if it weren't for the prearranged meeting area in a nondescript gated entry point on the outskirts. "Over here," a man shouted as Kyle approached the fence line of a massive parking area a couple of blocks from one of the outer perimeter exits. "You have to let us in." The street looked like a war had been waged over the past 3 days. It was littered with burned-out vehicles, garbage, and wooden barricades on their sides. Every window was broken out of the buildings lining the other side of the road, and everything from paper cups to chairs was dragged outside. Kyle had seen a variety of injuries on the freeway and plenty of death, but he was unprepared for the carnage on the sidewalks. Left where they had fallen, he was forced to step over more than one body, bloated from the heat of the past 50 hours. His heart racing, Kyle pushed through the crowd that was scrambling for the same entrance. "Get back!" an unseen man yelled. Several shots were fired, and the horde fell away to reveal a soldier shooting his rifle into the air. Spotting Kyle, he lowered the weapon at him. "Drop the gun." Stunned to realize the order was directed at him, Kyle held his hands out, allowing the handgun to hang from his finger. "Okay," he shouted back. "I'm putting it down." "Dad," Evie screamed. She pushed through the throng of people and stumbled into the open space. "Dad." It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard, but Kyle launched himself in front of her as he tossed the weapon aside. "Don't shoot," he begged, protecting Evie with his body. "I'm Dr. Kyle Reese with the Jet Propulsion Lab. Kyle Reese." Troxel stepped to the edge of the crowd, holding two backpacks. He looked like a dystopian soldier with his afro sticking up above the respirator and his shirt torn in several places. Reaching behind him to hold Evie in place, Kyle repeated himself. "Dr. Kyle Reese with JPL." He grabbed the badge around his neck and held it up. "Here, my ID, I should be on a list for." "Shit," the soldier cut him off. Taking a step closer, he jerked an arm at Kyle, gesturing for him to move closer. "Shut up, you'll cause another riot." Changing tactics, Kyle pushed Evie in front of him and grabbed for Troxel before following the order. "They're with me," he barked when the guardsman scowled. "Whatever," he snapped, reaching for the radio mouthpiece clipped to his shoulder. "Just move." Pressing his face to the handset, the soldier said something unintelligible, and there was a buzzing noise from the gate. Kyle guided Evie by the shoulders as Troxel stepped alongside him. He wanted to check her for injuries, but was terrified they'd be attacked from behind if he slowed down or made any sudden movements. Another armed guard was positioned on the other end of the gate as it slid open, but it wouldn't take much for the angry mob to overpower them, weapons or not. "Make your way over to the tent," the second soldier directed as they passed, motioning with his rifle at a white FEMA tent erected 100 feet away. Neither of the men wore masks, and Kyle suspected they wouldn't be as fortunate to have seats on the plane. After taking several steps, Kyle stopped and turned Evie around, but she threw herself at him for a hug before he could get a good look. "I thought you were gone," she gasped into his neck. Troxel reached over her to place a hand on his shoulder, giving one firm squeeze before releasing him. "We're good, man," he said. "I never doubted you'd find us." "Hey," Evie quipped, pushing off Kyle's chest. "Who cried first when we got here and couldn't find him?" Overwhelmed with relief, Kyle couldn't speak. Instead, he wrapped his arm around his daughter and smiled at Troxel as they made their way to what looked like a FEMA aid station. Two walls of the tent were open, revealing rows of unoccupied cots and bins of overflowing supplies. At the entrance, stacks of water bottles were being used as tables, with clipboards, papers, markers, and what looked like equipment for mass triage piled on top. Except there was no one occupying the cots or making use of the resources. A lone guardsman stood off to the side, leaning against a military jeep. "Looks like a relief plan that wasn't fully executed," Troxel said as they approached. Kyle nodded. "There was no point after learning Prometheus 3 was headed this way," he agreed. Evie broke free of his grip to help herself to the water. Turning, she tossed a bottle to each of them as the soldier lifted a hand in greeting. "Dr. Reese," he said, ignoring Troxel and Evie. "I'll escort you to the same hangar I took the others, but I'm afraid that's the best I can do." Exhausted from the emotional roller coaster, Kyle looked beyond the soldier at the eerily silent tarmac. The obvious question hung between them, and after a heavy sigh, the other man gestured at the sky with his rifle. "I'm afraid you're too late," the guardsman stated. "The transport left early. You missed the only ticket out of here by an hour." 30. EVIE. Lax. Los Angeles, California, USA. Day 3. 11:10 p.m. PDT. "So we find another plane," Troxel demanded. "And how are we going to pull that off?" Kyle retorted. "Unless you have a sorcerer card with a transport spell to pull." Evie rolled over with a groan, becoming more aware of the hard plastic seat beneath her head as her dad's voice broke through the blissful haze of sleep. It felt amazing to have the respirator off now that they were inside and isolated in an empty terminal, but the strained muscles in her neck and shoulders had tightened. Opening one eye, she saw Uncle Troxel holding out something that looked like a granola bar to her dad. "You need to eat," he ordered. He batted the food away. "I need to sleep." Her dad scowled. "I need a hell of a lot of things, but none of it matters unless we find a way out of here before this place is annihilated in less than 6 hours." Her dad and Troxel's relationship typically consisted of an ongoing stream of playful insults and banter, but Evie had never heard them so close to a legit argument. It scared her enough to chase away any remnants of sleep, and she sat upright with a start, causing them both to look at her. Troxel turned to her with the power bar. "Hungry?" "You're fighting," she accused, ignoring his question while massaging her neck. "You don't think the plane is coming back?" He shot Troxel a look that was more than enough to answer her question. "We haven't gotten an update," her dad admitted, jamming his hands into his pockets. "But it should have landed and headed back by now. It's after 11, and it wasn't more than a 3-hour flight to Malmstrom." The sergeant who escorted them through the airport had promised that the transport would be coming back with reinforcements, and to make sure they got one more load of VIP passengers and the remaining military out in time. After giving them water and snacks like the ones Evie saw stacked inside the FEMA tent, she said someone would check in to let them know when the plane was leaving the Air Force Base in Montana. Reaching for her half-empty water bottle, Evie couldn't decide which conflicting emotion to settle on. Mixed in with the extreme relief of finding her dad and the anticipation of escape was a guilt that overshadowed all of it. It was wrong to be taking a nap with her pile of snacks beside her while so many people only a mile away were fighting for their lives. And they were going to lose, all of them. A thick darkness filled the space beyond the large windows overlooking the tarmac, enhancing the impression of disembodiment from the unfolding disaster. It was tempting to lie down and go back to sleep. Let her dad and Troxel worry about how they were going to survive. It was the only way to block out the constant thoughts of Ally and the horrific things she had seen on the freeway. Evie tried asking her dad questions about how he'd gotten away from the men who attacked them. He refused to talk about it, though the fact he had a gun and had blood on his clothes when they found him spoke volumes. "Do we have options?" Evie asked, deciding to wait until later to decipher her feelings. "There are other people in this airport," Troxel said, gesturing at the windows. "And there's private jet terminals out there. When we arrived, the National Guard was already on the brink of losing control. It's not like they'll be able to keep everyone from taking off. We wouldn't even know where to look for the private hangars, let alone a pilot," Kyle countered. He ran both hands over his head and held them against his face as he thought it through. "But it's not a bad idea," he said with a nod at Troxel. "It's better than sitting here doing nothing. So maybe we can track down the other officer in charge who brought us here." Troxel took an eager step toward him. "We'll make her help us," he added. "Pretty sure she's gonna die just like us if that plane isn't coming back," Evie pointed out. "I bet she'd be happy to help if it meant she got to leave with us." When her dad smiled, Evie breathed a little easier. It was good to know he was still capable of it. Troxel was already headed for the door of the small waiting area. "Always the level-headed one," he scoffed. Stopping with his hand against the glass, he smiled back at them as he pushed it open. "Looks like we won't have to do much tracking. Sergeant." A middle-aged woman in fatigues veered in their direction, leading a masked man carrying a case of water behind her. The scrubs and official-looking badge made Evie suspect he was a doctor of some sort. The hallway was empty, adding to the effect of displacement. Like being in any unoccupied building that was usually teeming with people, the echo of their footsteps as they approached was oddly hollow. "I'm sorry, Dr. Reese," the sergeant said, looking around Troxel and at her dad. I don't have an update for you other than the cargo plane landed at Malmstrom, without incident. I'd consider that an update, Troxel snapped. Come on, is it on its way back or not? Kyle stepped up next to Troxel when the woman hesitated. Do you realize there's a high probability this place will be incinerated in just over 5 hours? Working with us to find a way out of here would be in your best interest. There's got to be other planes that are available. The doctor was staring at her dad. Calmly holding the water, he tilted his head one way and then the other before squinting. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward, effectively interrupting the ongoing conversation. Are you the Dr. Reese, from the JPL, the astronomer who first discovered Prometheus? Yes, Evie shouted when she saw the look on her dad's face. She scrambled off the chair and stood up. There was something about the guy that made her trust him. He was supposed to be on the plane that left. We all were. He and Troxel helped find the third moon and wanted to warn everyone. How come he's wearing a mask? Troxel asked the sergeant while pointing at the man. You said it was safe inside not to wear our respirators. It's a precaution, the man answered for the soldier. I'm Dr. Drew Huntington with the Centers for Disease Control. I'm in charge of the airport quarantine that shut down the tarmac in the first place to ensure the military transport was the only one cleared to leave. We can't risk it. Every airport in the States is on a lockdown. Kyle held his gaze. It's gotten that bad. We've been given very little information other than it's possibly a waterborne illness. Dr. Huntington huffed. It's safe to say that's an understatement. Look, the sergeant said, waving a hand at Dr. Huntington. You know your way back, doctor. If you want to stay and chat, I need to use the radio to make some other calls. Unless you feel that trying to convince me of my impending death is more important than checking on my family, she added, turning to Troxel and Kyle. I'm sorry, Kyle mumbled as the woman did an about-face and strode away. How long have you been isolated in this room? Dr. Huntington asked. Evie took hold of her dad's arm. She wasn't sure how long she'd been asleep. 4 hours, he answered. Evie gestured at the respirators piled up on a nearby chair. We were wearing those until we got in here. Gather your belongings and put the masks back on, the doctor said with a sharp jerk of his chin. You're coming with me. Wait, Kyle said, putting a hand on the case of water to stop him. Why should we trust you? Because I'm the only one with the clearance to get you out of here. I think we can help each other, Dr. Huntington said. His eyes crinkled as he smiled behind his mask. I've got someone who'd like to talk to you. 31. LUKE. CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. Lax, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 12:30 a.m. PDT. Dallas slammed her hand down on the table. Come on, you son of a bitch. When the satellite phone chimed another failed connection, she shoved it away and stood with a grunt. So much for reliable technology, she muttered. Dr. Drew said it's been spotty, Luke reminded her. You should keep trying. Spinning, Dallas looked at him sheepishly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. Luke shook his head and threw his legs over the side of the cot. You didn't. I've been awake since the doc took our blood. You've been lying there awake for the past 2 hours, she asked with a frown. You should have said something. He shrugged. It's 9:30 in the morning to me, so the 6 hours of sleep I got was enough to make me feel human again. I've just been thinking, compiling a mental list of questions for when Dr. Drew finally gets back with our water. That's good, Dallas said. She pulled the chair away from the table and dragged it a few feet so she could sit opposite Luke. They were in a sort of dorm room the same size and shape as the meeting room, but with different furniture and no window. "How old are you anyway?" she asked. "Almost 18, Luke grinned. He pulled at a loose string on the thin blanket beneath him before looking up at Dallas. "Don't worry. I'm practically an adult, and it's not like I'm expecting you to keep that promise to my mom." That was pretty messed up. Dallas reached out to touch his arm when he tried to turn away. "Hey, unfortunately for you, I make it a habit to stick to my word, deathbed vow or not. It wouldn't matter if you're 30. I'm afraid you're stuck with me until we're all the way out the other side of this." "Which is my first question," Luke said, avoiding the emotional stuff. If they didn't get out of there in the next few hours, how they felt about anything was totally irrelevant. "Let's say we make it to that Air Force base in Montana before the asteroid hits. Then what?" Dallas leaned back in the chair. She'd redone the braids after the decon shower, and between the long red hair and blue scrubs, she looked more like his big sister than a mother figure. "It's a good question," she said with a nod. "I imagine we'll go through another quarantine, and then I'm hoping they'll be able to help with getting hold of a sample from Gabriel." "That Dr. Washington guy?" Luke asked. He was genuinely interested, especially if it ended up being a way to prevent the spread of something he suspected was worse than any other illness in modern history. "Right," Dallas confirmed. "But as far as what'll happen to us, I don't know if Dr. Drew can even honestly answer that, though if I had to pick a place to be holed up during an apocalypse, a large, centralized military base would be a top pick." "And after," Luke pressed, "I can't stop thinking about where I might be a month from now, 6 months from now. Will I ever get back to our family property in Italy? Is it still even there? When will the phones work again so I can try calling Kevin or my aunt? When will the internet—" "Hey," Dallas interrupted, resting her forearms on her knees so they were at eye level. "I get it. I have questions too, but you're going to drive yourself crazy with the what-ifs. Let's focus on one day and one thing at a time until we're in a position to get some of those answers. Hell, right now, it's still an hour at a time. Who's Kevin?" Luke blinked, thrown off by the question and change in direction. "Kevin was my best friend." "Was?" The string became interesting again. "I talked to him right before Prometheus 1 hit. He was with his family, stuck on a road trying to escape DC. "So he might have made it," Dallas offered. "No." Luke met her steady gaze and was surprised to experience some comfort in telling her. "I can't feel him anymore. I think he's gone." Dallas didn't scoff or give him an odd look. Instead, she pursed her lips and let out a heavy sigh. "Yeah, I got the same vibes about my mom. She was a few hundred miles north of there, up in Nova Scotia. I don't think she made it either." "I'm sorry." Dallas continued to stare at him. "I'm sorry too, about your parents. Kelly was my best friend. She has a husband and a 5-year-old daughter named Izzy who live in Idaho. I'll have to find them once all of this has calmed down so I can, well, I need to tell them that she wasn't alone. And then Mitch, Nikita, and my other team member I lost in the cave when the rest of us believed we were the fortunate ones to survive it. I have to tell their families what happened to them, and that I'm sorry." "We're all sorry." "Is it better?" Luke struggled for the right words when Dallas raised a questioning brow at him. "To feel it," he tried to explain, wiping at his nose as his voice wavered. He thought he'd cried himself out on the plane. "Do you think it's worth the pain to remember and talk about them? Because I wasn't feeling much before I fell asleep. Now I'm wondering if maybe you were right earlier and numb is the better way to go." Dallas averted her eyes to stare off into an unknown place. "I've lived like that before, not allowing myself to feel the strongest emotions other than anger. because you might be able to fool yourself into thinking the rest isn't in there, but the anger will always come to the surface in its place. Trust me, she scoffed, standing abruptly. It's not a good way to go through life. It can be beneficial in times like this, but there's a difference between compartmentalizing to deal with shit or suppressing it. You wait for the quiet times, like the past 2 hours when you were safe and lying on a comfy cot, to work through it. Then tuck those memories back away and any paralyzing emotions that go with them, and you move on, to take them out again at another time when it's safe. They'll always be there. One day, you'll discover how you appreciate that and the strength it gives you. For now, it's enough to acknowledge you've got things to work through. That's a start. Nodding, Luke stood and walked over to the radio, processing what seemed like pretty solid advice. Picking up the sat phone, he turned to smile at Dallas. An archaeologist and a psychologist, but not a techie. Maybe you can demonstrate the control you have over your anger by giving this thing another shot. Dallas snatched the phone from his hand with a laugh. My mom would have liked you. A pained expression clouded her attempt at being lighthearted, and she cleared her throat before setting the device back on the table. Nikita was my communications expert, she explained, pressing several buttons. Though this thing is pretty straightforward. Where do you think the doc put the rest of the 12? Luke asked as Dallas scowled at the phone, after pressing the same sequence of buttons when it failed to connect again. I guess you were still asleep before he drew your blood when he gave me the update, Dallas said, without looking up. Tim, the older guy, had a massive heart attack a few hours ago, and Dr. Drew had to sedate the gal who was already close to going over the edge before we found out the plane left us. The other 3 are in a dorm room down the hall, just like this one. Luke watched the lights blink as the phone searched for a connection to the satellite uplink. Do you think the 4 who ran off made it out of the airport? Dallas shook her head. Out of 254 people, only 12 survived an unknown pathogen with a 100% death rate. I don't think the soldiers with guns positioned around the plane were an empty threat. But Prometheus 3. They don't know for sure where it's going to hit, Dallas interrupted. And I'm willing to bet the soldiers inside the airport believe they're getting out unless they risk becoming infected. Anyone with a potential treatment or way to prevent the spreading infection will be incredibly valuable. As Luke grasped the full scope behind that tidbit of info, the phone chirped with a different chime. Yes, Dallas screeched, punching the air with her fist. Luke stepped up next to her and smiled when he saw the connection icon was a solid blue. Now, she declared, rubbing her hands together. Let's hope Dr. Washington is home. 32. Dr. Washington. Beringia Caves. Near Kabuk Valley National Park. Northwest Arctic Borough, Alaska. Day 3. 11:40 p.m. AKDT, 1 hour earlier than PDT. Gabriel lowered the broken pick handle onto the table with a grunt of disgust. You'd think I was a tool smith rather than an archaeologist, he muttered, glancing over at Indy. That's what I get for trying to work long after I should be in bed. The husky acknowledged him with one raised ear and a small chuff. He was used to the man's ramblings and slept through most of it. Indy was an old dog. The town stray, he'd adopted Gabriel during his first year of wandering the tundra-covered highlands, where he'd found and named the Beringia Caves. After months of being called Indiana Jones as a joke, the dog decided not to leave one day and officially became Indy. I simply can't sleep when it's still bright out, Gabriel continued, hefting a container of fresh earth he'd recovered from the lower chamber earlier that day. He would prepare it for processing before retiring for the night, following the same routine he'd kept after living there alone for the past 8 months. Carrying the payload to another table across the upper chamber work area, Gabriel set it down and glanced at his watch. "One more hour until twilight," he mumbled. That late in July, they experienced 20 hours of daylight, and it was critical to his circadian rhythm to take advantage of the half-light that fell shortly after midnight. Not that he noticed while inside the caves. It wouldn't be an issue if he could sleep in the subterranean chambers, but with the health risks and his numerous other quirks, the doctor was unable to live in the caves. It was a sacred site that demanded the proper respect, not to be treated like a bed and breakfast. Instead, he had a semi-permanent gable tent built outside the entrance. Much like the housing used at some nearby mines, it provided Gabriel with everything he needed, including fresh air, though he spent more time in the caves with every passing month. His primary team had performed an impressive amount of careful excavation and construction during the first 3 years of the dig. The backers were generous, and Gabriel flew in truckloads of supplies and equipment, providing them with all the tools they needed for success. 4 years later, all he'd accomplished was humiliating defeat and destroying his esteemed career. Except that wasn't exactly true. His discovery of the Beringia people's burial site was incredibly rare. Only a handful of human remains that old had been found in the Western Hemisphere. If it hadn't been overshadowed by his wild and widely denounced claims involving asteroids and celestial pathogens, he could have easily published several academic papers. Asteroids. Nothing had been routine about the past 3 days. Gabriel grabbed the spade lodged in the fresh bucket of soil. It didn't matter how hard he pretended otherwise. Nothing would ever be routine again. Pivoting away from his precious equipment with a roar of despair, he threw the shovel across the cave's rocky floor. Indy jumped to his feet and whined as it clattered to a stop against the base of a solar lamp on the far wall. "I'm sorry, my friend," Gabriel whispered. Slowly crouching down onto his knees, he took the dog's head in his hands. "We're both getting to be old men, Indy. Though I suppose there's a chance I may not see 60 after all if the third asteroid targets this part of the world. How ironic would that be? Perhaps a fitting end after all, the crazy black man of the mountain perched on a cliff to confront his fate." Humph! Standing, Gabriel dusted his hands off on his khakis and looked around the chamber. It was all he had left, and it wasn't even his land. He rented the private property from a local Inupiat couple and worked to document its contents in accordance with the Alaska Historic Preservation Act. All the while pursuing his obsession with being the first to unearth proof of a celestial pathogen and a piece of missing evolutionary hominid history. When his sponsors pulled their funding, Gabriel sold his home in California to continue. Unable to afford his staff, he remained on his own, having supplies flown into the nearby town of Ambler once a month. During the monthly trip, he would also take the opportunity to jump on the internet at the local library to do his banking and catch up with those who still took the effort to correspond. His forays into the city, which had a booming population of 300, used to be more regular. However, as with everything else in his life, Gabriel also withdrew from that small patch of civilization. There was a perfectly good chance the rumors were true, and he was slowly going insane. "I'm quite certain I wouldn't have the self-awareness to think it a possibility," he said to Indy with another look at his watch. "I read that once, somewhere." "Woof." Gabriel chuckled and reached to pet the dog, but Indy lurched to his feet and barked again, very uncharacteristic behavior. "What is it, boy?" he asked, following the dog when he trotted toward the front of the cave and the small opening that let in a minimal amount of sunlight. As he neared the entrance, Gabriel recognized the sound of the truck approaching before the driver honked several times. It belonged to the landowners and the only friends he had left in the world. Tanarak, he shouted, waving as the Inupiat woman parked and emerged from behind the wheel. A stiff breeze blew up from the boreal forest that blanketed the Kabuk Valley below, billowing Tanarak's long black hair about her face as she squinted in his direction. Nanjit Dahanch, she called, giving the customary Inupiaq greeting, though it was clear by her expression that all was not well. Yes, 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 Gabriel quipped, having no patience for pleasantries. It's nearly midnight, Tanarak. Something important must have brought you here. Important, she scoffed, waving a hand to gesture at the distant town nestled along the Kabuk River. Tanarak scowled at him. I went out of my way to deliver the news to you Saturday night, but I've not heard from you since. Important. How about the deaths of millions? How about what happened to the East Coast since your daughter lives in Virginia? It's a 30-minute drive up here, Gabriel, and this is how you greet me. What's wrong with you? She was right. Troubled by the realization, Gabriel grimaced under the wave of disorientation and took a step back. The asteroids. There were two of them. Julian, he muttered his daughter's name. They'd been estranged long before his downfall in the scientific community, after a nasty divorce from her mother and a troublesome stint with alcohol, but that hadn't stopped him from trying to get a hold of her. She, isn't answering, of course. I left her several messages before everything went down, he added, trying to disguise his brief run of confusion. I apologize for my rudeness. It's gotten worse, Tanarak interrupted. She hadn't been fooled. Why don't you come back to town with me? You shouldn't be alone, not now, especially when. Why aren't you wearing a mask? Gabriel took another step back as it occurred to him that her face was uncovered, and his heart rate surged from fear. You know what could be in those asteroids. I've told you. I've tried to warn everyone. We're isolated out here, but it isn't enough, Tanarak. There's still the airport in Ambler. If you're around other people, you need to take precautions. No one is sick, Tanarak urged, raising her hands to appease him. Her shoulders sagged and she tipped her head at him. We've been completely cut off from any news since Sunday afternoon, but Gabriel, Virginia was all but wiped out. I'm so sorry, but the evacuation was a mess. Not many got out in time. The East Coast, the second asteroid, Julian. Clasping his hands, Gabriel turned to study Indy as the dog ran around the truck, sniffing the tires. As they neared what passed for the night, the sky had become a dull, milky blue, and the balmy air smelled sweet and fresh. The jet stream is working in our favor for now, he said absently, more to himself than Tanarak. But eventually it will spread everywhere. What of the third asteroid? Blinking at him, the woman's face pinched up. Did you hear what I said? Your daughter is probably dead. Yes, yes, Gabriel muttered. Julian. Gabriel, Tanarak shouted. When he focused on her, she offered a gentle smile. Please, come back with me. Nanak and I welcome you and Indy to our home. You are our friend. Running a hand over his forehead, Gabriel sucked in a long breath. I'm sorry, he said, apologizing again. I appreciate your concern as well as your friendship. I just need to sleep. That's all. I was afraid to find out, to confirm what I already suspected about my daughter, and that my hypothesis might prove correct. As much as I've wanted that, finding ancient archaeological proof of a long-dormant threat is vastly different than having it play out in current times. Tanarak was nodding, her smile turning into something more genuine. Well, the asteroid strikes are devastating enough on their own. When the supply plane didn't arrive this morning, Mayor Inuksuk flew to Kotzebue to get news, but he hasn't returned yet. Like most of the small communities in the Northwest Arctic borough, Ambler was landlocked. The only way in and out was by plane, and the only way to get most of their supplies other than what could be grown or caught locally. The town had one plane stored at the small airport hangar operated by the state. After avoiding facing any updates for the past couple of days, Gabriel's genius-level mind raced over the details. He knew enough about asteroid strikes to understand the scope of devastation without having the official specifics. He also grasped the implications behind a media blackout. They were remote, but ironically, it should have enabled them to cope with the communication restrictions better than most other places. The whole community essentially lived off the grid. "When did you lose the internet?" "The news," he asked, his thoughts becoming more stable the longer he was out in the fresh air. More focused. Tanarak folded her arms over her chest with a fresh look of apprehension. "I already told you. Sunday afternoon, a little less than 24 hours after Prometheus 2 hit, but—" "Only 24 hours," Gabriel whispered, glancing up at the sky. "When did Mayor Inuksuk leave for Kotzebue?" "It wasn't more than a couple-hour flight to the small seaside town." A distinct chime from inside his canvas-sided house interrupted whatever answer Tanarak was to give. It echoed between the truck and the cave, startling them both. Only a handful of people had the number to his sat phone, and even fewer would ever call it. Jerking into action, Gabriel ran for the door, calling out as he ran. "Julian." 33. Dallas. CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. Lax, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 1:00 a.m. PDT. Dallas shot a nervous glance at Luke and leaned toward the satellite phone. "Gabriel, I need to know where the sample is. It took me hours to get through. This call could drop at any minute." There was a prolonged silence broken up by intermittent static. "Dallas?" Gabriel asked, his voice somewhat distorted. He sounded confused. "Yes," Dallas shouted. She'd already made it clear who it was, along with a highly edited version of what had happened. Dr. Washington was one of the most brilliant men she knew, and he should have grasped the importance without wasting time they didn't have. "It's me. Do you understand what I just told you? I haven't heard from you in over 6 months. There was a banging noise, and a dog barked in the background. You made it clear where you stood, and now you expect me to believe my Beringia virus can be used to create a cure for some new celestial pathogen. Have you lost your mind? I read that you were leading an excursion in South Africa. Where are you?" "California," Dallas retorted. "And in another 4 hours, Prometheus 3 is gonna scrub it off the face of the earth, which is why I need you to pull your shit together and listen to me." "I think you were right, Gabriel," Dallas urged, lowering her voice and changing tactics to appease his rational side. Despite what their peers thought, Dr. Washington hadn't been crazy when he first proposed his theory, though he started down that slippery slope after secluding himself in the burrows. If she couldn't get him to cooperate, they were screwed. "I'm with a microbiologist from the CDC," she continued. "Like I've already tried to explain, there's been an outbreak of a chimera type of pathogen unlike anything they've seen, and it—" "Well, of course, it came from the asteroid," Gabriel interrupted her. Dallas sat back in her chair and threw her arms up in exasperation. "Oh, man," Luke muttered. "I'm the last person you need to convince of that," Gabriel continued, sounding much more like his confident, arrogant self. "But you know full well the Beringia virus has nothing to do with it. It was disproven as no more virulent than a mild, earth-based cold. I accepted that. I deal in scientific proof, which is why I launched this project in the first place. It can't help you." Pressing the space between her brows, Dallas fought with her self-doubt. He was doing an excellent job of making her feel crazy. "You aren't listening to me. Please, Gabriel. We understand the Beringia virus isn't the cause, but if it was there 12,800 years ago, acting as a co-infection with the celestial pathogen, couldn't it have evolved to create antigens against it? You told me it had unique characteristics. I'm not a microbiologist, Gabriel said after a brief hesitation. But you're postulating the Beringia people I uncovered may have survived because they were infected with the harmless Juris virus. Dallas splayed her hands on the table with a sigh of relief. Yes, and we are well aware this is pure speculation, but it's all we have. It's something. It lines up. We just need to get the sample to the CDC so they can run some tests and look for the antigens. The line hissed with static, and Dallas snatched it from the table, afraid they would lose him. Are you still there? Where's the sample? The door behind Dallas opened, and she spun around with the phone in her hand as Drew stepped inside. Raising it in the air, she put a hand out to stop him from speaking. Where, Gabriel? We don't have much time. It was a private lab, he answered, the connection faint. In Marseille, France. A tall man with brown hair and broad shoulders appeared behind Drew, frowning at her from under the surgical mask while shaking his head. He looked vaguely familiar. Most of Marseille was destroyed by Prometheus 1, he said, his voice a deep timbre that was also familiar. Another man and a teenage girl filed into the small room before Drew closed the door behind them. Approaching Dallas, he set several water bottles on the table and then took the phone. This is Dr. Washington. When Dallas nodded, he spoke at the handset. I'm Dr. Drew Huntington with the CDC. I'm assuming you also kept a sample of your own. I most certainly did, Gabriel replied after a brief hesitation. Preserved in the permafrost, of course, and properly stored here in the caves. Drew lowered the phone to look at Dallas over it. It would be faster for the CDC to get a team to Alaska than France, so it isn't necessarily a setback. Except I'll have to convince my supervisor how it's worth the resources, which are becoming more limited by the hour. And I wouldn't blame them for finding it ridiculous, Gabriel interjected, the connection suffused with worsening static. Not without some documentation to back it up. Fortunately, all the digital information, including imagery and testing data, is saved to a private, independent site, which you should be able to access as long as the government server is operational. Do you have a pen? Smiling, Drew sat at the table and pulled a pen and piece of folded paper from a pocket of his lab coat. I'm listening. As Gabriel began to give detailed instructions and passwords, Dallas turned to study the new arrivals. The three of them all had wet, freshly washed hair, wore the same blue scrubs and surgical masks, and had taped cotton balls in the crooks of their arms. Drew took his samples, she asked the tall guy closest to her, pointing at the tape. You must be what took him so long. Squinting at her, the man didn't extend a hand. We were isolated together for over 4 hours before he tested us. He seems pretty confident it means we aren't infected, but I'm not sold yet on the accuracy. Nodding, Dallas was encouraged he came across as at least moderately intelligent. Why are you here? I swear I've seen you somewhere before. Are you getting the VIP treatment because you're an actor or something? The black man pushed away from the wall he'd been leaning against and slapped the other guy on the back with a chuckle. The Star-Lord is at your service, he declared. I'm Troxel, the loyal sidekick. The sprite is his daughter, Evie. Shrugging Troxel off, the mystery man pointed at Drew with a grunt. He said you wanted to talk to me and that he'd clear us to make sure we can get on the plane when it returns. I'm Dr. Kyle Reese, he added and sighed in resignation. You saw me on the news. I work with. I know who you are, Dallas blurted, incredulous. How in the hell, where did he find you? We sort of ran into each other, Troxel explained. We were supposed to be on the same military transport as you. Luke moved from the table to join them. I was hoping you were here to give us some good news and take us to it, he said, opening one of the waters and taking a long swallow. I wish, Evie said. She looked as beat up as Dallas felt and had some scratches and bruising on her face to back it up. A sergeant told us it landed in Malmstrom, but no word yet on when it'll get back. Dallas stared at the clock on the wall and reached around Drew to help herself to the other bottle as he continued to scribble. In addition to the sting on her back the motion caused, she could also feel the effects of dehydration. Considering we've only got a few hours to impact, we might want to explore other options. You must have contacts, she said, gesturing at Kyle with the water. Kyle glanced at Troxel before shaking his head at her. If you thought my few minutes of fame would get me special favors, I'm afraid I've used up my get-out-of-jail-free card. I was clear on that point with Dr. Huntington, and I'm beginning to have some serious doubts that I can help a couple of CDC doctors. He didn't tell them anything, Dallas muttered, glaring at the back of Drew's head. Look, I'm a doctor of archaeology, she said, singling out Kyle. I don't work for the CDC. The kid here and I were quarantined on a 787 and watched over 240 people die. Troxel took a big step back. What the hell? We're immune, Luke said. But there's a good chance you aren't, so I think you ought to listen to what they have to say. Her optimism grew when Kyle reacted by tipping his head at Dallas in a calm, inquisitive way. She wasn't often compelled to trust someone without it being earned, but something about the man put her at ease. You're familiar with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, she asked. Kyle scowled. Of course I know what it is. Oh, Troxel interjected. Where is this going? Not to be discouraged, Dallas pressed on, not looking away from Kyle. And I usually prefer to withhold judgment on theories until there's enough scientific evidence to make an informed opinion, Kyle replied. But there was a paper published recently supporting it, in addition to some core samples taken in Carolina with platinum spikes that could point to, look, it's a fascinating theory. But why are we talking about it when we've got less than 4 hours to live? Could Prometheus, the main asteroid, have been around that long ago? Dallas plunged ahead. Troxel whistled. And there it is. Kyle ignored him. Most of the asteroids in the belt average 4.5 billion years old. So, yeah, it's possible, depending on when it broke off from its main body and started its present orbit. Drew turned around to join the conversation. I lost Dr. Washington, he said, but I got what we need for now. Which is, Kyle demanded, his voice rising. What if Prometheus had more than 3 moons thousands of years ago? Dallas asked, carefully gauging Kyle's reaction. Or maybe the source of the moons was a bigger debris field that intersected with our orbit. Running a hand over his head, Kyle scoffed as he put the obvious pieces together. I'd say that's a hell of a lot of speculation, and I fail to see how anything you're implying will make a difference in what happens over the next 4 hours. All I care about right now is getting my daughter away from the coast. If you can't help make that happen, we're walking back out that door. Sit down, Dr. Reese, Drew directed, pointing at an empty chair. I promise what we have to say is worth your time. Kyle wavered, looking from Drew to his daughter. He took a step toward the door. I already placed my trust in the wrong government agencies, he said, growing angry. It cost us the opportunity to drive out when we might have had the chance to get on that plane or to issue an adequate warning for Prometheus 3. I'm not going to make the same mistake again. Then sit down, Dallas shouted, grabbing Kyle by the arm. When he didn't shake her off and instead met her gaze, she gestured at Evie with her free hand. If you want to save your daughter's life, getting out of the asteroid's path isn't going to be enough. I just watched over 200 people die an agonizing death, and I guarantee you the asteroids aren't the greatest threat to mankind. It's what's inside them. 34. KYLE. CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. Lax, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 1:15 a.m. PDT. Kyle looked to where Evie was perched on the edge of a cot next to the other teen, needing to reassure himself again that she was there with him. Evie was alive and relatively unharmed. She was listening with rapt attention as the CDC doctor and Dallas filled them in, leveling up the nightmare status. Shifting his weight on the hard chair, Kyle checked the time on his watch as his anxiety threatened to max out. "This is all horrifically fascinating," he said, cutting off Dr. Drew and his detailed description of the final symptoms before death from the abnormal pathogen. "But can we talk about this once we're on the plane? You know, the one you said you could get us on. Because we've wasted another 10 minutes. I need you to fully grasp what's at stake here, Dr. Reese," Drew intoned, leaning toward Kyle from across the small wooden table. "Dr. Campbell is a leading researcher in her field, and—" Doctor, Troxel huffed. Waving his hands at the other 3 adults and then himself, he stood and stepped back, a clear sign to Kyle that he was feeling the same ticking clock. "Considering the circumstances, how about we drop the titles? It'll end up saving us a lot of valuable time." Dallas grinned, completely transforming her demeanor from cold and rigid to something more approachable. Devoid of any makeup, there was a large contusion on her forehead and impressive bags under her eyes. But between the spattering of freckles and long red braids, Kyle found the way the tall woman presented herself intriguing. It was a curious mix of intelligence and silent strength. "Drew should have led with the why," Dallas offered. "This pathogen has the potential of causing the extinction of mankind." "Extinction," Evie blurted. It was the first time she'd spoken since sitting down. Troxel shifted from foot to foot, looking between Dallas and Drew. "Isn't it a bit premature to declare the apocalypse?" The plane offered unique insight, a snapshot into the contagiousness of the pathogen and the mortality rate, Drew explained. Kyle knew he would regret the question, but it was impossible not to get drawn in. "Which is?" Drew sat back in his chair. Over a third of the passengers on the plane became sick within 12 hours into the flight, 90% in under 24 before they landed. Of those, nearly all of them have died during the 48 to 56 hours after exposure. From what is being reported around the world, the death rate is an accurate depiction of a more comprehensive development that is unfolding exponentially. "I've spent the last several hours poring over dozens of reports from our CDC field offices, and they match the observations made by the World Health Organization overseas. Countries we thought safe from the worst of the asteroid fallout haven't been spared from the pathogen. An extinction event is defined as a die-off of 70% or more of a species. We're looking at a minimum of 80 to 90%. "Billions dead," Troxel muttered. "A 1 in 10 chance of survival," Kyle added, looking again at Evie. "I don't like those odds." Drew stood and began pacing in the small space between the table and the wall. "Our only advantage is how fast it kills. Normally, that would enable us to better contain it, except that it's been globally aerosolized. The countdown has already started and we're running out of time. Then how come it isn't already killing people here? Luke asked. He gestured at Evie beside him. I mean outside of our plane. I know you guys said you've been wearing respirators, but what about everyone else running around out there? Shouldn't they already be dead by now? Just because I don't have any confirmed reports from the LA area doesn't mean it isn't happening, Drew said with a scowl. It hits so fast that with the ongoing upheaval, there could easily be pockets of undocumented outbreaks. Whether the pathogen came from the asteroids or the ground, there's going to be several variables, Kyle added. First is the size and weight of the ejecta. That determines how high up in the atmosphere it goes and where the wind carries and moves the plume around. We saw some of the ejecta from Prometheus 1, but I suspect the concentration of the pathogen or viability would be diminished by the time it reached us thousands of miles away. Troxel was nodding, and just because there was something tossed up with the first impact doesn't necessarily mean it was in the second. Some of the most significant concentrations of illness being reported are coming from the survivors of Prometheus 2, Drew revealed. In what's left of the eastern states. So much for getting behind Team Killer zombie virus from the ground, Evie said. When Luke turned to look at her, she shrugged. What are the odds of it being randomly kicked up from both asteroids? Exactly, Dallas agreed. Which further supports the theory of it coming from Prometheus, now, and possibly also 12,800 years ago. But how? Luke turned from Kyle and directed the question at Drew. Everyone keeps comparing these impacts to nuclear explosions. Why the hell doesn't the virus just burn up? It's not a virus, Drew corrected. It's a novel pathogen, and one of its unique characteristics most closely resembles that of archaebacteria, such as extremophiles that can survive in magma. It can be best described as a protective enzyme in its outer cell structure. But as I've already pointed out, this is like nothing we've ever seen before. Yet another supporting factor that it is of celestial origin. It's called panspermia, Kyle said with some reservation. More explanations meant taking extra time for Drew to cut to the chase. The hypothesis that life exists in space through space dust, meteorites, and asteroids isn't a new concept. Some compelling studies suggest that all a virus or bacteria would need is a couple of inches of ice or rock around it to survive in the vacuum of space. The basic concept behind Dr. Washington's theory is sound. I'm sure that's why he got sponsors. But it's a hell of a leap to go from panspermia to suggesting it's the cause of an already controversial extinction theory. Which brings us back to that, Troxel said, pointing at the paper beside the satellite phone with Drew's notes. Shouldn't you be doing something with it? And maybe you can fill us in on how any of this is going to save our asses, because none of it is going to matter if we're still around when Prometheus 3 brings its payload. Drew retrieved the phone and paper, pointing at Kyle with it. Like it or not, your face and name have become synonymous with Prometheus, instantly recognized as an expert on all matters astronomical. I need you to help convince my supervisor and colleague, Dr. Winchester, that I'm correct, and the only way to have a chance at potentially preventing a sixth extinction is by retrieving the Beringia virus sample and getting it back to a proper lab. Kyle stood with him, eager to move forward. He wasn't necessarily convinced of the pathogen's origins, and certainly not that some prehistoric zombie virus was a magic bullet. Still, if it meant getting away from the coast, he'd get on board whatever train was leaving the station. Assuming you're right about the virus, it's a frozen specimen thousands of years old. How can it be used to save lives? Drew headed for the door, gesturing for them to follow. I've been working with Dr. Winchester on refining the technique for making virophages. According to Dr. Washington, one of the unique characteristics of his zombie virus is that it has double-stranded DNA. So, all we need is a medium containing the strain host, an ancestral virus, to produce the virophage, which is a virus that would essentially infect and destroy the celestial pathogen through a backdoor that bypasses its protective layers. I'm not talking about a way to prevent infection. It's a way to cure it. Okay, Troxel drawled. I might be buying into some of this, but how does it make a plane magically appear? That military transport isn't coming back, Drew admitted. With his hand on the doorknob, he shook his head with a grimace. They determined there was too much risk and not enough resources. Things are deteriorating quickly on a worldwide scale, and everything is on lockdown. We have to get this information and that sample to the right people, and in the process, prove we're also invaluable. Dr. Winchester has the authority to secure us a plane from the CDC. Your involvement will get the weight of other government agencies behind us, but we have to hurry. Oh, now the doc's in a hurry, Troxel muttered, the first to exit the room as Drew opened the door. Why don't you and Evie track down more sandwiches and water, Dallas suggested to Luke. And anything else we can take with us. Food is going to be an issue. If we live long enough, Evie pointed out. When Dallas rose beside him, Kyle considered how she and Luke were in a similar situation as himself. Trapped, having lost everything, they had no choice but to do whatever was necessary to survive. His life had taken some radical turns in the past few days, but despite the overwhelming odds, he was encouraged. Luke, Dallas, and Drew were the sort of people you wanted around when it came to doing whatever was necessary. They'd been drawn to him, Troxel and Evie, for a reason. Kyle had never believed in coincidences. He gave Evie a quick hug. "I'll be right back," he promised. "And Dallas is right. You haven't eaten all day and will need the energy later, much later." Evie clasped his hand before he could pull away. "Do you believe them?" she whispered. He hesitated, not sure of how to answer. "I don't know. I want to believe they're right. It's possible." She squeezed his hand. "Then you have to help them, Dad, no matter what." 35. EVIE. CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. Lax, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 1:30 a.m. PDT. Evie resisted the urge to follow her dad when Luke led her down the narrow hall in the opposite direction. She'd just gotten him back and hadn't yet shaken the feeling that she would wake up from a dream to discover he was still gone. Luke was pausing outside each door as they passed. "I think," he said, "yup, last door on the left. Here it is." They entered a small kitchen area the same size as the dorm room, but with a kitchen counter instead of cots. It was on an outside wall, so it had a large window overlooking the tarmac and was probably used as a break room for employees. A sink occupied the middle of the counter, with a microwave on one side and a small fridge on the other. Evie went for the row of cupboards above it, hoping to find food that would last a while and be easy to throw into a bag. "So, were your grandparents sci-fi buffs or something?" Luke asked as he opened the fridge. When Evie gave him a questioning look, he smiled and handed her a sandwich wrapped in plastic. "Kyle Reese. I'm a fan of 80s pop culture. Terminator is my favorite." Smiling, Evie took the food and gave it a sniff test. "It's better than it looks," Luke assured her. "Sorry to disappoint, but our last name is spelled with a C," Evie said, taking a bite of the ham and cheese. "Dad was named after Gramps, so it was just a coincidence, but Dad totally plays into it whenever it comes up at work. and he's a blast at parties. He's got most of the characters' famous lines down to a fine art. Luke pivoted and grabbed her arm with a dramatic flair. "Come wi' me if you wanna live." Nearly choking on the food, Evie snorted and batted his hand away. "You and I are gonna get along just fine." Feeling immediate guilt for her playfulness, Evie's mouth went dry and she struggled to swallow. "They might be dead now. My grandparents," she added when Luke raised a brow at her. "They live on the East Coast?" he asked. Evie shook her head. "They have a ranch in Colorado. That's where Dad, Troxel, and I are headed." But they were golfing in Florida on Saturday, waiting to leave on their annual cruise Sunday morning. Dad wasn't able to get a hold of them before the phones went down. Luke had tossed a pack of string cheese and a bag of apples onto the table in the middle of the kitchen. "Let's stack stuff here for now," he directed. "How about your other grandparents?" "Mom never knew her dad," Evie said, dropping a box of crackers onto the pile before taking another bite of her sandwich. She had no idea she was so hungry. How could she possibly think about food? It should have been revolting, but Evie had some experience with going into automatic pilot and accepted how her mind and body would do what was necessary. She had to eat, especially if things were as bad as Drew and Dallas made it out to be. It could be her last ham and cheese for a long time. "My Grandma Silva lives in Brazil," Evie continued, carrying on the pretense of a normal conversation while rummaging for survival rations. "I've only met her a couple of times, and she doesn't call much since my mom died a few years ago." "Oh," Luke turned slowly from the fridge. "I'm sorry." Evie moved to the next cupboard without looking away. "Yeah." There was an awkward silence that had to be filled, loss that should be acknowledged so they could get it out of the way. Pivoting to lean against the counter, Evie met his gaze. "I'm sorry, too, about your parents. What about the rest of your family? Are they all in Italy?" During the initial introductions, they were given a brief rundown on who they were and how Luke and Dallas had come to be in California. Luke nodded as he crouched down to search the lower cabinets. "I've got 3 grandparents and a large family tree, but I'm closest to my aunt and her family. They have this great place right next to the water." When Evie didn't answer, he stood abruptly and slammed a bag of peanuts on the table. "There's a good chance it's gone because of Prometheus 1, that they're all gone." Luke didn't show much outward emotion except for the fleeting burst of anger, another side effect of trauma. They were locked into a fight-or-flight mode, but it was still dangerous ground to linger on for too long. "Where will you go?" Evie asked, reaching for another topic. "Once we get to Malmstrom." "You mean if most of the world's population doesn't die off?" "Okay, maybe not so fleeting." "Good point," Evie agreed. She handed him a small pack of instant coffee with a crooked grin as he stood. "I've never been good at small talk." He grinned back. "Coffee, you think this is what we need?" "I thought an Italian would understand the importance of being properly caffeinated," Evie scoffed. He took the coffee and set it on the top of the pile of food. "I haven't lived in Italy since I was 12. "How old are you?" Evie asked, stepping back to study the supplies. "We're going to need a couple of bags. Our backpacks are in the lockers outside the decon showers. I think we could cram most of this into them." Gesturing for her to follow him, Luke went back out into the hallway. "I've got my bag there, too." He glanced over his shoulder, his dark eyes the same color as his hair. "I'm 17. South Africa has a different school year, so I was finishing up my senior year. I applied to a university not far from here to study zoology. I worked at a zoo in Pretoria. Was starting my junior year in a month or so," Evie offered, though Luke hadn't asked. "I'm 16. Their bare feet slapped against the tiled floor of the decon locker room, reminding Evie of some other needed supplies. Drew said he couldn't find any socks, and he made me throw away the ones I was wearing along with my clothes, she said as they began pulling the bags out. The doctor had sprayed the outside of the backpacks, and their shoes down with some sanitizer he said worked against the pathogen. She didn't know why he couldn't have done the same for the clothes, except that it might have had something to do with the absorbency. There wasn't a lot of chatter during the process. Luke lifted one of his feet and wiggled his toes. One of those rooms looked like it was used as a storage closet. I'll bet we can find some in there and maybe a few other useful things. Slipping her pack over her shoulder, Evie hurried after Luke as he rushed to retrace their steps. She could feel the time ticking away like the countdown on a bomb, the equivalent of one of the biggest bombs the Earth had ever seen. The no-skid socks ended up being easy to find. Located on an open wire shelf along with the scrubs, they grabbed several pairs after putting some on, and a box of surgical-grade masks. Back in the break room, Evie's need to find her dad intensified after checking the clock on the wall. "Another 15 minutes burned up," she muttered as they sorted the food. "Dallas won't wait too long," Luke assured her. "It wouldn't surprise me if she can fly a freaking plane." Unzipping her backpack, Evie removed the plastic ball to make room for the peanuts and apples. "Is she really like a modern Indiana Jones?" she asked, opening the ball to check on Gizmo. "Probably more like Laura Croft," Luke laughed, pointing at Gizmo. "You're carrying around a gerbil." "He's a hamster," Evie explained. "There's a difference." Evie smirked. "Not really, but he's sensitive." "Ah," Luke breathed. "I'll be sure not to feed him after midnight." "Again with the wrong species," Evie scolded, relieved they both turned to sarcasm when stressed. It was better than throwing punches. "Come on," Luke said, picking through the rest of the snacks. "Let's get as much of this as we can. In a few days, people will kill for a bottle of water and a Snickers bar." Frowning, Evie stared out the window and the inky blackness. "They already are," she whispered. 36. LUKE. CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. LAX, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 1:45 a.m. PDT. "You think he shot them?" Luke asked when Evie finished her escape story. Zipping his backpack, he gauged Evie's reaction as she nodded. In a twisted way, he found it encouraging her dad was capable of pulling the trigger. It might come in handy later. Everyone was quick to say they were sorry. Luke wasn't as interested in sorrow or pity as he was in finding a way to fight back against an invisible adversary. He'd noticed how Kyle Reese, spelled with a C, was good at cutting through any BS and saying exactly what was on his mind. He suspected Evie was a lot like her dad, but Luke had always been more of a thinker and slow to act. He would need to learn to adapt. "How about Troxel?" Luke shrugged into his backpack as Evie crammed the hamster ball into a side pocket of her bag. "He seems kinda quiet." Evie scoffed. "Don't let Uncle Troxel fool you. He's got the same doctor title and is probably smarter than all of them, at math and computer stuff anyway, and he knows how to fight. He and Dad took all the same martial arts classes together." "Huh," Luke mumbled, further encouraged by their new friends. "He's your uncle." Evie laughed. "My adopted uncle. I've known him since I was 9. "Come on," Luke said, motioning at the clock with his chin. "Let's go find everyone." They de-filled the last few minutes with Evie's recap while packing the food, making Luke eager to track down the others. But as they filed out into the hallway, a woman sobbing made them stop and stare at each other. "Must be one of the 12, Luke explained. It had come from behind the door opposite the kitchen. That's what we've been calling the survivors from the plane. We started with 12 of us. I was wondering where they were, Evie said, her face pinched up at another moan. The 12. It sounds like a bad name for a TV show. It would be short and bloody, Luke quipped, turning away. Let's go. Wait, Evie grabbed his arm. Maybe we should check on them. Have they eaten? Why are they in a different room? Because they don't have doctor in front of their name, Luke huffed. Drew didn't say, but most of them are pretty screwed up after what happened. He felt like he should care more, but he didn't. He just wanted to get on with things. When Evie continued to scowl at him, Luke caved and went to the door. As soon as he opened it, the smell hit them, and he immediately regretted the decision. A middle-aged woman in soiled scrubs lay on the only occupied cot, curled into the fetal position in a pool of urine. Looking up, she squinted at Luke. "Leave me alone," she hissed. Evie shot him a look of concern. "Is she sick? Does she have it?" Shaking his head, Luke gestured at a small glass vial and needle on the table. "The doc said he had to sedate her. Allison's her name, I think. Let's go." "There isn't anything we can do to help her." "Allison," Evie muttered, but it was more to herself than the woman. "My best friend's name is Allison. She left with her family for Arizona over a day ago, after we found out about Prometheus 3. I wanted us to leave with them, but Dad got talked into the whole plane idea. It was supposed to be the more reliable way to get as far as Colorado. I wonder now if I'll ever see her again, if they even made it far enough away to survive the impact." "They took off over a day ago?" Luke asked, his opinion of the astronomer threatening to shift. He pointed at the window. "How long did your dad and the government keep that info to themselves and their friends?" "Because Drew told us the plane was forced to leave early when everyone freaked out after the news leaked that the asteroid was headed for us, less than 12 hours ago." Evie flinched away, her eyes drifting to Allison and then back at Luke, her body stiffening as she processed the accusation. Yanking her mask down, her lips pursed, and she took a step closer, poking her finger into his chest. "Do you really think we'd be here right now if that were true? My dad stayed and tried to get them to issue an evacuation alert, but the government refused. They said it would start a mass panic and end up getting more people killed." He wasn't more than an inch taller than Evie, and she was pretty in a I-can-kick-your-ass kind of way. Luke had never met anyone like her, and he didn't know if he should be attracted to her or scared. "You should keep your mask on," he said without moving, choosing to keep it neutral. They were wasting time, and that was something they didn't have a lot of. "He tried," Evie repeated, stepping back and pulling the mask up. She looked around the room at the other messy cots and empty water bottles scattered on the table. "Where's the rest of the 12? "There were only 3 others, Luke said, frowning as he studied the garbage. They'd been in there. That much was obvious. 1 gal stayed on the plane, and 4 of them bolted as soon as they stepped onto the tarmac. We were all going a little apeshit." "The others left," Allison whispered from the cot. "Left?" Luke asked, turning to her. "What do you mean?" He'd been asleep for half the night and missed more than he realized. "What it sounds like," Allison retorted, pushing herself up onto one arm and looking around groggily. "The meds were wearing off. Dr. Drew unlocked the door after explaining we'd been left behind. He said it was up to us to choose what to do, so they chose to leave." Feeling somewhat betrayed that Dallas had failed to fill him in on that little development, Luke tried to rationalize it. It was something outside of their control and, if anything, simplified the situation. There was no point in dragging him into it. "But you stayed," Evie said, moving closer to Allison. "We're trying to find another plane for us. We'll get out of here soon." "Are you hungry or thirsty?" Allison shrunk away from Evie, scooting on the cot until her back hit the wall. "Leave me alone," she wailed. "But we can help you," Evie insisted. Luke took hold of her arm and pulled Evie back, fighting with the guilt for what he'd said about her dad. He needed to get a better grip on his emotions. "She doesn't want our help," he whispered close to Evie's ear. "Her family was on the plane." "All of them?" Allison cried. Unfortunately, the sedative didn't affect her hearing. "My beautiful babies, my husband and 3 kids, they all died in my arms." Allison's eyes were glazed with madness, and she frothed at the mouth as she kicked at the blankets and clawed her face. "I don't want to live," she shrieked. "Do you understand? Just leave me alone. Let me go to sleep and never wake up. Leave me alone." Luke didn't know how losing your kids would compare to the death of your parents, but it had to be worse. A lot worse. "We'll go find Drew," Luke said, still holding Evie by the arm. He pushed her toward the door and closer to the window as Allison continued to scream. "He can give her some more sedative." But Evie wasn't paying attention to Allison anymore. She was staring at Luke. All he could see were her brown eyes and an understanding of his pain that transcended anything he could have said. "What happened on that plane?" she gasped. "No one should have had to go through that." Transfixed, Luke's brain failed to properly register the flash of light over her shoulder from beyond the window and deep into the darkness. It wasn't until it swelled into a ball of fiery brilliance that he pulled away, bringing Evie with him. They crashed together to the floor as the shock wave from the explosion hit the building. A pulse of pressure shattered the window, and Luke threw his arms over both of their heads as they plunged further into the nightmare. 37. KAT. North of Sandpoint, Idaho, USA. Day 4. 2:00 a.m. PDT. There it was again, a scraping sound, sloshing, long and slow like claws dragging something wet against the wood. Kat pulled her comforter up to her chin, staring into the thick darkness of the bedroom and trying to discern any movement. The material balled up in her fingers was damp. Distracted momentarily from the sound that had woken her, Kat lifted the hand-sewn bedspread to her mouth and dabbed it against her lips. Yeah, it was definitely wet, and it smelled foul. Rotten like meat left in the fridge for too long. Kat. She froze at her whispered name, confused by how it manifested from the open space around the bed. "Hello," she whispered back. Click, 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 gurgle, Kat. She recognized the voice. Kat whimpered and reached for the lamp beside the bed. The movement caused an excruciating flash of pain to shoot up her arm, and she cried out in fear, certain the ghostly visitor had bitten down and was sawing off her hand with its rotting teeth. But her arm came away freely when she bolted upright in the bed, and something heavy fell to the floor with a thud. "The flashlight," she muttered, the first remnants of reality forcing its way around her delirium. Blinking rapidly, Kat's eyes continued to adjust to the darkness, and the thin moonlight streaming in through her open bedroom window helped define her surroundings. "I'm home," she said to the empty room. "There's nothing here." She shivered. Something was wrong with her. Her body ached. With a moan, Kat leaned forward and retrieved the flashlight with her left hand, the good one. The bedside lamp wouldn't work. She remembered that now. The generator ran out of gas earlier that afternoon before it got dark. Clicking on the flashlight, Kat confirmed she was alone in the room. Her nightshirt was soaked with sweat. The fever was back, worse than before. She could feel the heat radiating from her skin, though she was shivering in the humid summer air. "Kat, catty cat, I want to play ye," click, click, click. "You aren't real," she cried. She was hallucinating. Kat knew she was hallucinating because the voice belonged to Colton, her little brother, who drowned in the creek on the back of their property 2 years ago. "You aren't real," she repeated, turning the flashlight around to reveal the source of the putrid odor and fever. The bandages on her right hand were soaked through again, oozing a yellowish-brown pus mixed with blood from a deep cut on her palm. Red lines streaked out from under the soiled gauze and up her arm, disappearing into spider-like veins above the inside of her elbow. Kat might only be 16, but she was smart enough to know it meant she was in a lot of trouble. She'd been taking some old antibiotics her mom had in the medicine cabinet, left over from a bladder infection. It wasn't working. "I need help," Kat gasped, but no one was there to hear her plea. The house was empty. Her parents hadn't come back from their anniversary trip to Hawaii. The only text message to get through from her mom had come Saturday evening. They were on the way to the airport. She promised they were coming home and she wouldn't be alone. But Kat was alone, and she was afraid she was dying. $20, a deer, Mountain Dew, and Eddie Gillespie. Those were the cause of Katrina Harrington's demise, in that order. It wasn't an asteroid, looters, a bizarre virus, or sick bastards looking for gas in some dystopian fun. Just plain, old, lousy luck. The sort that only Kat could find. She'd always been unlucky. "I have to get help," she grunted, dragging herself to the edge of the bed and throwing her legs over the side. Her bare feet landed in something slimy. Yanking her feet back, Kat was afraid she'd been wrong. That she was already dead and in a nightmarish wasteland for lost souls. Her brother's soggy corpse lying below in wait, but the flashlight revealed something mortal. Sometime during the night she must have puked, though Kat had no recollection of it. The sour taste in her mouth confirmed the source and should have relieved her. Instead, she acknowledged it was further confirmation of her approaching death. She had an aunt who died of sepsis the summer before from bacterial pneumonia. It was fast. So fast that Kat had been scared into researching it. Standing on shaky legs, she studied her rotting hand again. The bacteria was in her blood and had already spread up her arm since she'd fallen into a fever-induced sleep. 12 hours. That was how fast sepsis could kill you, and she had no idea how long she'd been asleep. Her phone was dead, and she had no way to charge it. "I need help," she whispered her new mantra, reaching for the open bottle of Advil beside the bed before staggering from the bedroom and into the darker hallway. Click, click, click. "Slash." "No," Kat hissed as she turned away from the phantom sounds and toward the front of the house. She would go to the McCarthys. They were the nearest and only neighbors, a 5-minute walk down their dead-end dirt road. The old man and his wife weren't nice people. That's what her dad said, but that didn't mean they'd turn away a sick kid. Kat's best friend used to live there. They moved away 6 months ago when her dad got a new job in another state. If Joe were still around, they'd have huddled together in her cool attic bedroom while her dad cared for Kat until her parents returned. Instead, Kat had been making one poor decision after another. It all started with the $20. She stopped in the kitchen and snagged an open water bottle from the counter to down the last few pills, staring at the spot where her dad had left the money. It was supposed to be for gas. After discovering she'd let the family car get down to a quarter tank, he'd pulled it from his wallet with a huff on his way out with their bags. She had a bank card, but the closest gas station in their tiny town only took cash for the ancient pumps. "Why didn't I get the gas?" Kat tried to scream, but her voice was a weak cry. Throwing the bottle, she made her way onto the front porch, and the cool night air made her feverish body shake harder. She'd debroken the main house rule within hours of her parents leaving on Friday. She had 4 friends over, and the $20 bill went toward an extra pizza. That was her first mistake. "Catty," Kat's head snapped up, looking for the brother who wasn't there, the cherished nickname carried away on a stiff breeze. She was in the front yard on her hands and knees. How had she gotten there? "No, no," Kat muttered, crawling toward the road. She just had to make it to the road, but her body hurt. The power had gone out at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Already freaked out by the emergency alert broadcast and her phone not working for anything, Kat decided to drive to the big gas station store combo on the far side of town. She'd use the card to gas up and get some information at the same time. Maybe keep going and crash with her friend Stacy a few miles further. It was her fault anyway that she had to get the extra pizza. That was when Kat encountered the dead deer. About a mile down the paved country road, someone had run into a freaking deer and taken out a power pole. It turned out the asteroids had nothing to do with the lights going out. The power company would have probably gotten to it by then on any other day, or at least someone from State Patrol would have moved the carcass out of the road and hauled the wrecked truck off. Thankfully, no one was in the truck. Kat stopped to check. But coming upon the scene out in the middle of nowhere, the driver's side door open and deer guts trailed across the fog line, it was eerie. And it was the first time Kat considered she might not be safe, tucked away on the two-house, dead-end road in the Idaho Panhandle, or that her parents could be in trouble. She'd been so stupid. A deep, low rumble vibrated through the ground, yanking Kat back to the present. Was she hearing things again? Lightning flashed, revealing the end of the gravel driveway. She couldn't remember crawling there. The flashlight was gone, and her right hand throbbed from the weight she was putting on it. The wind had turned cold, pushing a summer storm into the valley. Kat attempted to stagger to her feet as another bolt of electricity crashed above the ponderosa pines, and the first drops of rain hit her head. Pop, pop, pop. Bubbles breaking the murky surface as Kat reached for the mass of dark hair. And her fingers clawed at the ground as she fell to her knees on the dirt road, oblivious to her surroundings as the rain increased, and her muddled thoughts flitted back and forth from the distant past to the last 3 days. The rest of the 15-minute drive through the mountainous countryside had been uneventful until Kat reached the outskirts of town. She'd never seen so many people in the streets. There were too many, even for a sunny Saturday afternoon. The only explanation was that people had fled there in a panic from the nearby freeway in search of what? Kat found her answer at the gas station. It was overrun, though it wouldn't have mattered since the cards weren't working at the pumps. The lot was overflowing with a line of vehicles and trucks pulling travel trailers, families on vacation trying to get home. She parked in the street, thinking she could get the latest news and maybe a can of gas if she went inside to pay. Another mistake. Get out of the way. A man yelled at a truck blocking the pumps. I have cash, you asshole. Kat dodged inside before it turned violent, making a beeline for the checkout counter. Unfortunately, more than a dozen others had the same idea. Turn the gas back on, a woman screeched. I have $100 in my hand. Look. It's gone, the employee yelled back. It's all gone and I'm out of here. Do what you want with it, I don't get paid enough. He stopped to grab a case of water stacked near the front doors on his way out, instigating a stampede as half the people in the store followed his example. Get the beer, someone shouted. People began running. Some were shoving, and Kat was pushed along with the mob as a candy shelf crashed to the floor. A fight broke out near the beer cooler as someone threw a garbage can through the front window. Potato chips, candy bars, and bottles of Mountain Dew littered the floor. Kat didn't know why she picked up the soda. Maybe because it was her favorite and she was thirsty. Maybe because she got caught up in the mob mentality. But she picked it up and ran, cutting her hand on a shard of glass stuck to the side of the open space in the window as she dodged through with her loot. She didn't have time to stop and inspect the damage, because the fight at the pumps had escalated into an all-out brawl involving several men and a couple of women. Food and other goods were strewn across the pavement, and Kat dashed for her car, veering around the back end of a fifth-wheel trailer for cover, and straight into Eddie Gillespie. Eddie was a senior at their local high school. A big guy on the football team who was used to being hit, and Kat bounced right off his chest and into a stream of raw sewage leaking from the stranded fifth wheel. Gagging on the foul odor, Kat lifted her bloody hand covered in human shit, and lightning strobed, the trees swaying around her in the middle of the dark country road. The smell was still there, and she blinked rapidly, trying to clear her vision. It was coming from her hand. The infection that was spreading to her internal organs and shutting them down, one by one. Kat had tried to drive to the clinic the next day after the skin around the cut began to pucker and weep. She ran out of gas halfway there. It took an hour to walk home, her last mistake, because by then she already had a fever. So many choices, so many different things she could have done, any of which would have led to a different outcome. Just like the day Colton drowned. Catty cat. Click, click, pop, you were supposed to be watching me. I'm sorry, warm rain caressed Kat's body, blending with her tears and sweat and washing the sickness from her hand as she lay on the dirt road. It turned to mud around her, transforming the potholes into puddles, bubbles popping on the surface. Pop, pop, poppy catty, I'm coming. Scrape, slosh. Kat opened her eyes, reaching out for her brother, her mom, her dad, anyone. Except she was alone. She was going to die alone, just like Colton. Catty, I'm he ye year. 38. Dallas. CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. Lax, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 2:30 MPDT. Dallas braced herself against the desk as the building shook, closing her eyes when an intense flashback to the underground cavern threatened to overwhelm her. She could smell the fresh earth, disturbed by the aftershocks, and a male voice calling out. Evie! Dallas gasped, jerked back to the present by Kyle's frantic shout. He was running from the room, screaming repeatedly for his daughter. A different sort of fear spurred Dallas into action, and she whispered Luke's name as she chased after him. The teens were already in the hallway, shaken up but uninjured. Outside, Luke directed, pointing down the corridor. I think a plane or something exploded on the tarmac. Thank God, Dallas muttered. I thought it was the asteroid. She'd been terrified it arrived early, though they would probably be dead already if that were the case. You're sure it wasn't a bolide? Kyle demanded, grabbing Evie to give her a once-over and checking her for blood. An advanced piece of Prometheus 3 breaking up in the atmosphere. Evie was shaking her head. No, it definitely came from the ground, not the air. I'm fine, Dad, she huffed, pushing Kyle away. Did you find us a plane? It looks like a real war zone out there now. I'm pretty sure I heard more automatic guns firing. It was a plane, Drew confirmed. He stood in the doorway to the office with Troxel, holding a sizable two-way radio, and he put a hand out to silence them when it crackled to life. That's affirmative, Doctor. It was an unauthorized, personal aircraft attempting to leave that we were forced to fire upon, and it struck another stationary plane. Drew scowled and motioned for them to follow him back into the office before pressing the button. Please stand by, Sergeant. I'll get back to you momentarily. Meanwhile, if you could get that inventory I spoke with you about earlier. Over. I'll try, but things are rapidly deteriorating. We'll soon lose containment. How many passengers? Over. Drew looked up, hesitating. 6. Received, but if you've got another plan, you'd better execute it soon. Over. Maybe we should define soon, Troxel said, stepping aside so the rest could enter. Because we have, T-minus 2 hours and 30 minutes. What about the rest of the survivors from the plane? Kyle asked, with a glance at Dallas. They chose to hedge their bets, Drew interjected, answering for her, and risk finding their own transportation. Evie dropped her heavy pack onto the floor with a scowl. Not all of them, she muttered. Now isn't the time for philosophical debates, Dallas said, leaning against the desk. Let's concentrate on surviving to see another sunrise first. Kyle waved a hand at Troxel and the laptop beside the satellite phone. Do you think you could use Drew's server to get through to Dr. Koch? He asked. He should have an updated position on Prometheus 3 by now. It'd be nice to know if it's on schedule and how far inland we have to get. Troxel sat at the desk and waited as Drew reached over his shoulder and entered his password to unlock the monitor. Sure, Troxel boasted, making a dramatic show of cracking his knuckles. Give me a few minutes. I can't call mission control, but I should be able to send him a message. I wish I still had my team, Drew muttered, dropping the radio onto his desk. This is impossible for one person to coordinate. Then why let them leave? Dallas snapped. She was tired of talking. The last nurse that came onto the plane promised to stick around until the end. I made her go, Drew confessed. Dallas didn't believe it. While she appreciated the doctor and everything he was doing, he didn't seem the type to give in to sentimentality. It was the best way to guarantee the samples got to where they needed to go, Drew explained, confirming her suspicions. By now, the CDC will have the samples of the Prometheus pathogen and blood work from everyone on the plane, including the 12. I made sure in advance that it was all personally carried onto the transport to Malmstrom. Good to know you took extra steps to get our samples out, Luke grumbled. I had no way of knowing they'd leave early, Drew said, nonplussed. None of you were getting on that plane without being deconned and tested again. 4 of you running away from the plane covered in infected bodily fluids didn't help matters. It's beyond my control now, so we can't worry about the rest of the airport. What's important is that we work with the National Guard to keep a runway clear for us. Then you found us a plane. Evie repeated the question with a look at her dad. We're waiting to hear back from the CDC, Kyle explained. He gestured at the laptop Troxel was hunched over, typing away furiously and seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The information we found in Dr. Washington's files on the zombie virus was encouraging. Got it, Troxel shouted. He kept typing. Now to send the message. The details on the Beringia virus are more than encouraging, Drew added, ignoring Troxel. I don't care at this point where the Prometheus pathogen came from, and neither should the CDC. What matters is the potential for creating the virophage, which, in my opinion, is quite possible. How? Luke asked. Even if you're right and the CDC gets this ancient zombie virus sample, how the hell would they turn that into the virophage and then make enough to get it to millions of people? Dallas noticed a small cut on Luke's chin and resisted the urge to inspect it. She wasn't his mother, and he'd likely resent any attempt on her part to behave like she was. And he'd be right. Luke was basically an adult, but that didn't prevent Dallas from feeling responsible. She lost her best friend, her whole team, as well as her mom and anyone else that mattered in her life. Whether it was due to a dying promise, a special bond forged by death, or her need to matter to someone, Dallas was committed to keeping Luke safe. Not so much the CDC, Drew admitted. Dr. Winchester is also CEO of a prestigious pharmaceutical company and manufacturing plant. He's developed leading-edge technology to create virophages with the potential to cure certain cancers, and already has everything required for the process in place. With the sample, The first steps would be completed in a matter of hours, and the first doses could be mass-produced within days. Dallas exchanged a look with Kyle, encouraged to see he immediately grasped the enormity of what Drew had said. It was so much bigger than all of them. And yet, keeping the kids safe was her motivation to keep going, to fight for the salvation of the rest of the world. It was fascinating how so much could change in such a short amount of time. "Where is this place?" Troxel asked, pushing away from the laptop. Drew grabbed the sat phone and stared at it, willing it to ring. "Just outside Lincoln, Nebraska." "Nebraska," Dallas scoffed. "That's the last place I'd expect a big medical pharmaceutical plant to be." "There are several of them in Lincoln alone," Drew said. "It should be safe from the worst of any effects from the asteroids, and they have a backup power supply with redundancies. It's just a matter of getting them the sample." "Come on, Alex," he shouted at the phone. "Call me back." Kyle pulled Evie closer to him. "How long do we wait?" Drew ran a hand over his head. "Not much longer. Let's give him until 3. Then I'll radio Sergeant Mayers and see what she can do about commandeering a plane for us." "Let's go now," Troxel shouted. "Let's get the hell out of here. Why are we waiting?" "Because we have nowhere to go," Drew yelled back. "Keep in mind that every major airport is on the same lockdown, but I'd imagine the military is doing a better job enforcing it in other states that aren't under the imminent threat from Prometheus 3. Malmstrom won't let us land without clearance from the CDC, which only Alex, Dr. Winchester, can give us. They'll shoot us out of the sky first, and it's my duty to ensure this potential cure gets." "Your duty," Troxel interrupted, jumping to his feet. "We can land in a freaking field for all I care, so long as we're away from the coast." Dallas stepped between them. 20 minutes, she said, placing a hand against Troxel's chest. "That's it. Then we take matters into our own hands, everyone else be damned." "They're already damned," Evie cried. "The asteroid is." "She's not talking about only those of us in the airport," Drew interrupted. He turned to stare at Dallas. "Don't lose sight of the stakes." Dallas held his gaze. "I'm perfectly aware of what's at stake, perhaps more than most after my time spent on the plane." The laptop chimed, and Troxel dropped back into the chair to open the incoming message. "Oh, God," he whispered. Kyle grabbed the computer away from his friend and stood with it, his brows furrowing as he read Cox's update. "Prometheus 3 is on schedule," he said, letting out a huff of frustration and slamming the device shut. Evie grabbed her dad's arm. "And think of the California coast as the target," Troxel said, answering for him. "And Catalina Island is the bulls. It's going to impact 100 miles from here." "It'll all be gone," Kyle added. "The whole state of California and most of the West Coast." 39. Dr. Washington. Beringia Caves. Near Kobuk Valley National Park. Northwest Arctic Borough, Alaska. Day 4. 1:50 a.m. AKDT, 1 hour earlier than PDT. Gabriel slowly set the satellite phone down, his mind racing over the details of the task at hand. It was the second call from Dallas in less than 2 hours, and it was clear what he had to do. "Now, will you come back with me?" Tanarak begged from the entrance to the gable tent. "Bring the phone with you. And the sample." Gabriel cringed at her change in tone, accusing him of a betrayal without saying the words. It was illegal, of course. All of the artifacts had been turned over to the Alaskan government for display in a museum, but he had kept the undocumented second sample. "It was wrong for many reasons," Gabriel replied without turning around to face his friend. "But it was too big, Tanarak, all of this. I couldn't trust anyone to keep it safe. Not the way I would." When she remained silent, Gabriel shifted on the stool to face her. The Inupiat woman had been a lifelong resident of Ambler, though she'd left for some years to acquire a degree and become a teacher, and then the principal of the only local school. She was a hunter, forager, mother, and grandmother. She was intelligent, and though she wasn't known for being long-winded, people listened to her when she spoke. Sometimes that was with nothing more than a look, the kind she was currently giving Gabriel. He squirmed like one of her schoolkids sent to the office. "I violated your trust," he admitted, "and for that I am sorry, but you heard what Dallas and the CDC doctor just told me. I was right to have kept it. It may be the only chance for—" "Of course you were," Tanarak spat, unfolding her arms to point at him. "Which is why you don't need to waste the time to speak of it. It's done. So get it and let's be done with it. We'll take the Beringia virus to the airport and wait for the CDC to arrive." Gabriel stood and began collecting supplies, stuffing them into his pack as he spoke. "I'm afraid it is that simple." Tanarak stepped into the tent and grabbed the bag, stopping him and forcing Gabriel to look at her. "Where is it?" Indy whined, picking up on the tension. He dropped the backpack with a huff. "I'll admit to being eccentric and acting outside the law and perhaps morality, but I'm not negligent. Harmless or not, do you think I would keep an ancient virus in my fridge? No, it's carefully packaged and stored in its natural environment." "You aren't going to those lower chambers," Tanarak exclaimed. "Gabe, it's getting worse. And don't lie to me, I can tell when you've been exposed to the carbon dioxide. You promised me. It was written into the new lease." Gabriel hesitated. The odorless gas emissions were random and unpredictable. Most of the time, it wasn't enough to cause more than a headache or, at worst, mild disorientation and confusion. However, since CO2 displaced oxygen, it took very little of it to be life-threatening, and it could sink and pool in lower areas. He had a personal alarm, but by the time it sounded, he would already be immersed and at risk of asphyxiation. "Like I said, I'm not negligent," Gabriel said evenly. He would have to be careful with the lie by keeping it as close to the truth as possible. He couldn't risk his friend trying to intervene. She meant well, but too many lives were at stake. "It's not that deep, just enough to remain at the right temperature in the permafrost. I'll have retrieved it before our brief twilight fades and the scientists arrive." Tanarak stared at him for a moment before issuing a grunt of frustration. "Fine, but let me help you. I can." "No," Gabriel shouted. "You've already been here for 2 hours. Go home. Check in with Nanak and have him go with you to the airport. If Mayor Inuksuk has returned, be sure to wear masks. He may have been exposed in Kotzebue by people flying in from other parts of the country. You have to be careful." Tanarak knelt to pet Indy while squinting up at him, clearly unconvinced. That woman, Dallas, was still waiting for confirmation. What if no one comes? "They'll come," Gabriel said, nodding. "They have to. Just make sure the airstrip is clear for them and that fuel is set aside. If they're correct and the virus can be made into a cure, millions of lives will depend on them being able to fly out of here with it." With a sharp jerk of her chin, Tanarak stood and went to the door, the clearing outside glowing a shadowy bluish-gray in the twilight. "I'll wait for them," she promised. "And I'll make sure they get here and back. Just be careful, Gabe." His hand closed around a small air cylinder, the last spare for his mini rebreather. There was to be another case of them with the missing supply order. It was possible he might not need it, but if he did— "I'll be fine and waiting when you return," Gabriel said. "Thank you," he added, turning to make eye contact before she stepped outside. He detested lying to his friend. As soon as the truck started, he slipped into his deep tunnel gear, which included the rebreather and CO2 detector. He hadn't lied about everything. It had been 8 months since Gabriel entered the ancient chamber, after his staff left and the relics were turned over. The sporadic carbon dioxide releases used to be limited to that location, but based on his increasing lapses and confusion, they were becoming more widespread throughout the whole system. He'd been getting too complacent, which was likely a better measure of his psyche than any naturally occurring substance breathed off from deep inside the bowels of the earth. Calling for Indy, Gabriel left the sat phone behind. Like the other electronics, it didn't work inside the caves. There was a time he'd found it refreshing to be completely cut off, back when colleagues, friends, and sponsors constantly tried to reach him, in addition to coordinating the working faucets of the expedition. Pausing at the entrance to get his bearings, Gabriel lifted his face to the night sky and took several deep breaths of air before stepping inside. String lights ran the entire length of the mapped tunnels, powered by a bank of solar batteries housed in a separate structure. It was one of the benefits of having so much daylight that time of year. Stopping in the upper work chamber, he went to a control board and flipped multiple switches, firing up several additional solar-powered lanterns in other locations. He also had a headlamp, extra batteries, and 2 handheld flashlights with hand cranks in his backpack. Every chamber had a moisture-tight tub with extra flashlights. Gabriel went to great pains and expense to ensure he would never be trapped in the dark. Most of the tunnels to the artifact chamber were no more treacherous than any of the dozens of other caves in the state that were open to the public with guided tour. There were only 2 sections of concern, and both had ropes installed by his previous staff for extra safety. Ideally, I would wait and have the CDC collect the sample themselves, he said to Indy as they began the long descent. But it takes a good 4 hours round trip, much longer if someone unfamiliar with the maze down here were to get turned around, map or not. According to Dr. Drew, things are reaching a critical point, so 4 hours may very well equate to tens of thousands of lives, maybe more. Indy looked back at him and chuffed. I couldn't wait, Gabriel insisted. But don't worry, this is as far as you go, my friend. Stay. Indy stopped but remained standing, staring at him somewhat obstinately. This isn't open to debate this time, my boy. Digging a favorite treat from a deep pocket of his pants, Gabriel offered it as he scratched Indy's favorite spot. Stay. He didn't have to repeat himself despite the dog's strong will. Indy never wandered far into the caves, which should have been enough to make him wary, but a self-preservation concern never crossed his mind. Gabriel reached around the chest strap of his pack and withdrew a picture from the inside pocket of his vest. Faded and wrinkled, the poor-quality image had been printed on the old printer at the library in Ambler 2 years ago. It was the most recent family photo his daughter had posted on social media. Julian was beautiful. You took after your mother, Gabriel chuckled, running his finger along her face and down to the 2 small girls on either side. His granddaughters. They were 6 and 10 when they died. He'd never been a grandfather to them. He'd always meant to follow through on his plans to reach out or show up unannounced if that's what it took. To take the first step in healing the fractured relationship with his daughter. With a pained gasp, Gabriel jammed the photo back against his chest and wiped at his face. He was tired and emotional, 2 things he needed to work harder to overcome. Wallowing in the pain and grief would only serve as a distraction. Being distracted while underground could get you killed, even in a cave system as established as his. Up until a few hours earlier, he wouldn't have cared. If Gabriel were honest with himself, he'd have to admit his lack of using the monitors, spending countless hours in the deepest levels as a recluse, and going without sleep were all attempts at helping him reach that goal. He didn't have anything to live for aside from feeding Indy. Even that motivation was a lie. The dog could take better care of himself than he could. Gabriel stopped and looked around in confusion. He shook his head and took a breath, winded as though he'd been jogging instead of walking at a brisk pace. He was already at the first rope hold, more than a 10-minute hike from where he'd left Indy. He'd lost time. Why was that important? "I have to get the sample," Gabriel muttered, reaching for the rope. It was anchored to the rock wall and meant as an aid during the descent to prevent a fall over a rather steep drop-off to the open cavern below, one he hadn't been in for months. There was a reason for that. Gabriel stopped again as an unusual sound echoed through the deep chamber. Lights glittered along the steep pathway and illuminated parts of the floor below, but the rest was in shadows. Moving and dancing shadows that always seemed to pulse to a rhythm of its own, music that was beckoning. Beep, 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 the alarm. The CO2 detector was attached to a carabiner, hanging so that it slapped against his thigh with every step. He lifted it, blinking slowly at the flashing red light. "Carbon dioxide," Gabrielle whispered. That was the danger of the insidious gas. Even when fully equipped, many a caver had been killed by it due to the sudden onset of confusion when exposed. Oxygen. Gabriel was panting as the asphyxiation increased, and he fumbled to release the simple clasp holding the mask to the other carabiner as he turned to climb back up. Pivoting, he misjudged the width, and his left foot came down on the crumbling edge of the trail. "No!" Gabriel screamed as his momentum carried him outward, his arms flailing as he desperately reached for the rope. But he was too slow, too weak, to stop himself from sliding, and his voice echoed around him as Gabriel rolled down the steep embankment and crashed to the floor below. 40 KYLE CDC, Los Angeles Quarantine Station. Lax, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 3:10 a.m. PDT. Kyle grabbed his bag from Troxel with a scowl as he entered the office. "He finally got through," he said, gesturing at Drew with his backpack. The doctor had been trying to reach the central CDC lab for over 15 minutes. "It's about time." Troxel pulled at his surgical mask so Kyle could see his whole face and get the full effect of his concerned expression. "I could hear the soldiers running past the building and some gunshots from not all that far away. It better be some good news." Kyle winced and tipped his head at the heated conversation. "What do you mean Dr. Winchester isn't available?" Drew shouted at the phone. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm one of his lab assistants, Dr. Miller." "Get Alex on the phone," Drew demanded. "If you work with him, then you know how critical it is that I speak to him. Now." "He's gone. Things are bad here and getting worse." Most of the staff panicked and took off. They have families to take care of. Dr. Winchester said something about his wife and kids before he left. Troxel dropped the other packs onto the floor with a thud in the ensuing silence, and Kyle looked over at Dallas. Her hands balled into fists as she stepped toward Drew, but he put a palm out to stop her from speaking. "Dr. Miller, listen to me," Drew urged. "This is vital. Did Alex show anyone the documentation I sent on the Beringia virus?" Another long pause. I'm not sure. The initial theory was interesting, but the leading consensus after the last roundhouse we had was that the pathogen came from the ground. The primary focus has been on managing those already infected, whose numbers are exponentially rising, and trying some experimental antiviral agents against the Prometheus pathogen. That's what we're calling it. It was either that or the Reese pathogen. Kyle groaned, wishing he'd never done the interview 4 years ago. Snatching the phone off the desk, Drew brought it close to his mouth. I don't care what you call it or where the CDC thinks it came from. I want to stop it, so get me whoever is in charge. Look, you don't understand. I couldn't tell you who's in charge, but it isn't anyone that's here. Our infrastructure is failing, and the pathogen has begun to spread worldwide. It's officially a pandemic that we can't keep ahead of. We're no longer able to function at our expected. A blaring alarm drowned Miller out, and Drew flinched away from the phone. "What is that?" Evie gasped. She and Luke had taken to sitting on their bags as they waited out the 20-minute countdown that was pushing closer to 30. "A containment alarm," Drew said without turning around. Dallas stiffened. "Containment of what?" "He's in our main CDC Bio-Level 4 lab, which houses the most dangerous pathogens in the world," Drew explained. It was best equipped to study the Prometheus pathogen, and it's one of the most stringently controlled environments in the world. "If we've lost containment," Miller screamed, his voice thin and sounding further away. "We've lost." The line went dead. Hanging his head, Drew calmly reached for the bag Troxel had set on the desk for him. "Well, that's it. Time's up. No one there can help us now, which could very well mean no one can." He closed the laptop and crammed it into the bag along with the phone. Snatching up the military radio, he put his arm through one strap of the backpack and turned to address the rest of the group. "We'll have to do this ourselves." "Hold on," Troxel ordered, moving into the doorway to block him. "The only thing we have to do is get on a freaking plane. Any plane that'll get us the hell out of here. Whatever happens after that doesn't involve us. We're astronomers, not microbiologists or virologists. That's your department, man." "Billions of lives," Drew replied evenly. He shifted to look at Kyle and Dallas. "Help me out here. We've got only one option. It doesn't matter what sort of doctorate we have. We're the ones in the position to stop the extinction of mankind." "You want us to go to Alaska?" Luke asked, standing. Evie stood with him. "But we're going to Colorado, my grandparents." "He's right," Dallas interrupted, bending to retrieve her pack. "I've been up to Ambler, Alaska. Once, 3 years ago, for a tour of Dr. Washington's site. I know where it is and how to get to the caves. It's what we should have done in the first place, instead of waiting around for someone else to take action." "Wait," Kyle grabbed her arm as Dallas went to walk past him. "That's got to be close to 3,000 miles away. We've got some logistics to figure out." Instead of shaking him off, Dallas met his gaze and leaned in. "They'll be safe there, Kyle. It's far from the coast, and the only way in or out is by plane. The jet streams will make it one of the safest places in the world as far as the spread of the contagion goes. It's self-contained, and they'll be safe." "You know what?" Troxel clapped his hands as he turned to the door. "I'm sold. We've got less than 2 hours before we can kiss our collective asses goodbye. If the good doc here can get us on a plane and Dallas says it's our best option, then I say we figure out the logistics along the way." Drew waved the handheld radio in the air before speaking into it. "Sergeant Mayers from Dr. Drew. I'm going to need your assistance after all." The reply was immediate. "I was about to come get you. I might have found a solution to your problem. Meet me at the quarantine exit to the tarmac. Over." Kyle gave a slight nod before releasing Dallas and looking at Evie. "One day at a time, Evie. We survive this, and then we pivot. We figure it out." He'd been amazed at how well she'd managed up to that point, but Kyle knew his daughter and that she could put on a brave show. He needed her to stay in control, if only for a little while longer. They could all fall apart later. She took a couple of deep breaths before getting her pack and taking hold of Luke's wrist. "Right," she agreed. "Together." You'll want to swap out those surgical masks for the respirators you came with before stepping outside, Drew directed. He pointed to his own face. And everyone else wears a surgical mask. We need to load up on as much water as possible. We can do without the food, but clean water will be scarce. They rushed after Drew toward the kitchen, but Evie hesitated outside the entrance. "What about Allison?" she asked, gesturing at the room across the hallway. When Kyle gave her a questioning look, she grimaced. "The only other immune survivor left from the plane. She was sedated." "Go get the water," Drew replied, taking Evie by the shoulders to usher her after the others. "I'll take care of her." Kyle followed Drew into the room, his stocking feet crunching on the broken safety glass from the shattered window. He didn't realize how close the teens had come to being hurt during the explosion. Stopping to get his shoes from where they were tied onto his backpack, Kyle took in the rest of the surroundings as Drew retrieved a vial and needle from a table. A woman lay on the cot with her back to them, and the balmy night air wasn't enough to scrub the space of the foul odor of urine and feces. "We're leaving," Drew said, kneeling beside her. "I don't care," Allison moaned. "Leave me alone." "You should come with us," Kyle suggested, earning a glare from Drew. "I know you want to stay," Drew cooed. "I'll give you some more sedation." Allison turned suddenly and grabbed his hand, her face pinched with such deep sorrow that it reminded Kyle of the awful days following the accident when Evie was hospitalized. "I just want to die," Allison begged. She stared at the needle and licked her parched lips. "Please." Kyle expected Drew to refuse, but instead, he withdrew a full syringe and leaned closer to the woman. "I'll have to inject it into the carotid artery in your neck," he said, rubbing a spot below her chin. "And it won't be as fast as you'd like." "Please," Allison whispered. "Do it now, do it, do." "Hey," Kyle lunged forward when he realized Drew had inserted the needle. But the doctor was already slowly depressing the plunger, with the first of the effects almost immediate. Standing, Drew dropped the needle onto the soiled bedding and adjusted his backpack before turning to Kyle. "Contrary to what most people believe, a lethal dose of morphine doesn't kill you instantly. She'll struggle to breathe for several minutes, but there's nothing further for us to do. Let's go." It happened so fast that Kyle fought to process what had just happened. Was it because he didn't want to? Or maybe because a part of him agreed with the Mercy killing, a side of himself he didn't like to acknowledge. "You killed her," he muttered. Drew huffed with impatience. "She lost her whole family on that plane," he said, pushing past Kyle. "She's insane. We couldn't risk dragging her around with us. We don't have the time to deal with it, and it's what she wanted. Now come on. Sergeant Mayers is waiting." Allison lay gasping on the cot, her eyes parted and mouth frothing. Kyle stood transfixed, horrified by the ease with which Drew made the lethal decision. When he turned to go, Dallas was standing in the doorway, watching him as shouts and more gunfire wafted in from the broken window beside her. "He didn't have to kill her," she said, her jaw clenching as she looked beyond Kyle. "Heavy sedation would have accomplished the same thing. They'll all be dead in less than 2 hours." Stepping up to her, Kyle checked that the others were in the kitchen and out of earshot. "Can we trust Drew? Do we have a choice?" Nodding, Kyle unhooked his respirator from the carabiner and pulled off his surgical mask so that they were face to face for the first time. Dallas looked up at him with such piercing blue eyes that, unlike Drew, he found it easy to put his faith in her. "We should be saving as many people as possible," he said. "One person, a million, who decides which life is worth more." He looked over his shoulder at Allison. "Or worth the effort." "All of them," Dallas hissed, turning away. "They're all worth it." Kyle followed her to the kitchen, noting how it was clear where Drew's priorities lay. something Kyle would have to remember when it came time to make those pivots in the coming days. 41. EVIE. Lax Tarmac, Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 3:25 a.m. PDT. Evie was trying not to think about what was happening, to try to make sense of it. It was impossible to grasp the enormity of it all, that everything would be gone. Their home, JPL and Aubrey left behind with her dad and Troxel's coworkers. Her school, not just the building but her friends. How many girls from the soccer team were still in the strike zone? She'd grown up with them and knew their families. Evie hadn't spoken with Megan since parting ways Saturday after soccer practice. It turned out they didn't have to worry about those spicy tacos after all. Would she ever find out if Ally was alive and made it to Arizona, or if her grandparents? Evie inhaled sharply and counted to 5. Stop thinking. One day at a time, Evie whispered as they approached the end of a long corridor. It was the same way they were brought into the quarantine station, a back hallway with key-coded doors at each end. The exit led directly to the tarmac, and Evie figured it was designed that way to keep anyone under quarantine away from the public areas. Drew used the radio to bang against the metal door several times. There was a chirping as someone entered the code on the other side, and Sergeant Mayers pushed the heavy door open with a huff, her face red and sweaty. She wasn't wearing a mask. "What the hell took you so long?" she barked. An automatic rifle was slung across her back, something new from the last time they saw her. 2 other armed soldiers stood behind her, both of them looking around nervously at something outside that Evie couldn't see. "Do we have a plane or not?" Drew shouted back. "You implied you had something." The sergeant turned to her men. "Be ready to clear us the most direct path." She stepped inside the building and stopped the door with her back to keep it from closing before issuing further instructions. "I got you your plane, but I'm working with a skeleton crew. I promised to update you on Prometheus 3 if we heard anything," Kyle said, glancing around at the rest of the group. "I'm afraid it's right on schedule to impact just off the coast of California in an hour and 30 minutes from now. An asteroid of that size, the swath of devastation will be well over 300 miles. The seismic results alone will be enough to wipe out most of the West Coast." Hearing her dad deliver the news, Evie broke out in a cold sweat. "Stop thinking." Sergeant Mayers remained stony, her only outward acknowledgement a sharp jerk of her head. "Once word spreads over the next half hour that the military transport isn't returning, and I have no doubt that it will spread, I can't guarantee how many of these soldiers will continue to follow orders. Everyone wants to live. There's got to be dozens of planes out there," Luke said, his grip on Evie's hand tightening. "Load up as many people as you can." He'd taken her hand in his, on the way out of the kitchen. Instead of pulling away, Evie found strength in the contact, in the same way he'd prevented her from having a flashback when the window exploded over them. The surreal experience created an instant bond that went beyond any normal friendship. "The quarantine still stands, as hard as that is," Drew intervened. "We can't risk a further, exponential spread of the pathogen from yet another location, with how fast it kills." "I get it," Mayers shouted. "Why do you think I'm still here? Aside from my oath, I also understand the danger to the rest of our country, to the world. I saw what happened on that plane and how these 2 walked off it unscathed. You have the real capacity to make a difference. Now, follow me and stay close. There's no way to avoid crossing the tarmac and the Jeep isn't available. It's dark out there and we've had several perimeter breaches." "But you've been tested," Dallas insisted as they filed outside and into the balmy night, thick with the haze of smoke. "Drew took your blood a few hours ago and you were clear. You should come with us." Sergeant Mayer scowled, swinging her rifle around to the ready. "I've got a husband and 2 kids not far from here, where we live in military housing. They were supposed to have been picked up by the same convoy that failed to retrieve you, Dr. Reese." Her lips pressed together, and her nostrils flared. "I'm not going anywhere." Evie caught her by the elbow before she could turn away. "What about the 4 other survivors who ran from the plane?" "They were taken care of," Mayer said evenly. "For the same reason, I can't allow anyone else to leave this airport without the proper clearance." Evie cringed away from the sergeant as she took off at a brisk pace, leading them into the darkness. Again, it was impossible to comprehend the right and wrong of it all. There might never be a time when they had the luxury of looking back and judging their actions. "How far is it?" her dad asked, putting an arm around Evie to hurry her along as they rushed to keep up. "Do you see the purple blinking lights up ahead?" Mayers asked, gesturing with her rifle without turning around. "That's one of the private hangars." "You got lucky. I found you a Phenom 300E with the pilot on standby for a rock band in town this weekend for a concert." She was more than happy to accommodate the request when it included lifting her takeoff restrictions. Drew took several long strides to walk alongside her. "Has she been around anyone that—" "Seriously," Sergeant Mayers cut him off. "She's been cooling her ass all by herself on that fancy jet for the past 2 days, Dr. Drew. She's less of a risk than you are." It was a veiled threat, and she made a valid point. Evie leaned into her dad's side, still holding Luke's hand. What was stopping the sergeant from deciding it was too risky to let anyone but Dallas and Luke leave? They were the only 2 left who were immune. "We've all been tested," her dad offered, sharing Evie's concern. Dallas pushed into his other side with a jab of her elbow. "Shut up, Kyle," she whispered. "Leave it alone." They were a couple 100 feet from the main airport, with more than double that distance to go to the hangar through inky, undulating shadows. The planes involved in the explosion still burned on the far end of the runway, and tendrils of toxic smoke blew their way. The respirator protected Evie, but Luke was vulnerable with the paper mask he wore, made evident by his coughing. Various types of lights danced and played along what had to be the fence line as men and women shouted unintelligible things at each other, and groups of soldiers ran in various directions, adding to the overall chaos. Troxel pushed between Drew and the sergeant. "Thank you," he said, his voice muffled behind the plastic of the breathing apparatus. "Thank you for staying and helping us, and I'm sorry." Sergeant Mayers turned to look at him, but suddenly threw her arm out to push Troxel back. "They're climbing the fences," she shouted. Several gunshots rang out from somewhere ahead of them, spurring their escorts into a jog. The radios crackled as Evie ran, sandwiched between her dad and Luke. "We've got a problem," one of the 2 other soldiers barked. "An armed, organized group is making a run at the fence and the hangars. It's a safe bet that they've got the same idea." The other soldier stopped, motioning for them to gather around him. He pressed a mic in his ear and shook his head at Sergeant Mayers as she squared off with him. "It sounds like some of them are ours," he revealed. "We may be on our own from here on." Cursing, she pulled a handgun from a thigh holster and held it up. "Who knows how to handle this?" Nausea rose in the back of Evie's throat when her dad stepped away and snatched it from the air. "We both do," he said, gesturing at Troxel. Mayers nodded at the soldier with the ear mic. "Give Troxel your sidearm." Dallas reached out to the remaining guardsman when he stared at her without moving. "What do you want, my CPL?" she yelled, shaking her hand. "Come on." Checking the magazine after taking his weapon, Dallas slammed it back into place as a vehicle gunned its engine. They turned as one toward the fence as a jeep rammed into it, and a burst of shots echoed around them. Ducking and moving into a protective stance in front of Luke and Evie, Dallas looked to Kyle for guidance instead of the sergeant. Now what? It was the phrase that had been running through Evie's mind since the madness started, with the mysterious texts from her dad and an emergency broadcast that sparked a panic. What do we do now? Her dad lifted the gun. We run and don't look back. 42. LUKE. Lax Tarmac. Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 3:35 MPDT. Luke dove behind a 5-foot-tall tire of the 787, pulling Evie with him as bullets ricocheted off the pavement. Kyle fired off a shot before crouching next to them, providing cover for Troxel and Dallas as they dashed under the belly of the plane to where Drew had found refuge behind the boarding ramp. Sergeant Mayers and her remaining soldier were pinned down on the far side of the fuselage, using a baggage trailer as a shield. After successfully stopping the Jeep, their escort was attempting to lead them to the hangar when a second group attacked from behind, shooting the other guardsmen and cutting them off. "I'm pretty sure I saw fatigues," Kyle whispered, squinting into the darkness. "These guys aren't moving around like amateurs." Luke shifted to look at the purple lights blinking in the distance, trying to gauge how far away it was. "I guess word already got out about the lack of transportation," he muttered. "But how do they know about us?" Evie whispered back. "Or where we?" "Kyle," Sergeant Mayers barked. "On my lead, add to my suppressive fire and send the kids over." "Dad," Evie moaned. "Go," Kyle insisted when the shooting began, pushing at Evie as he leaned out to pick a ghostly target. Luke didn't need any encouragement. Side by side, he and Evie ran, hunched over with arms on their heads in a futile attempt to stop any bullets. Reaching the safety of Mayers and the trailer, Luke jumped over one of the scattered suitcases near her and stumbled to a stop as he grasped for Evie. She was there, and they clung to each other as another volley erupted from behind them and the trailer. Luke was still processing what had happened when the sergeant grunted in pain and pitched forward, taking another shot to the torso before colliding with Luke and taking them both to the ground. The wind was knocked from his lungs, and his head smacked against the pavement, but Luke maintained awareness as his adrenaline surged and his vision narrowed, making everything play out in slow motion. The guardsman who was supposed to be protecting them was less than 10 feet away, holding his rifle at the ready and pointing it at Mayers, who was sprawled face down across Luke's chest. Determining she was no longer a threat, he pivoted and brought the weapon around to aim at Evie. But instead of the expected gunfire, there was only a dry click. The first assault had used up his ammo, and it would spare Evie's life if he was stopped before changing out the magazine. Without a safe place to run, Evie froze before crouching as if to launch herself at the assailant, and Luke pulled at the automatic weapon wedged between himself and Sergeant Mayers. She groaned and rolled partially aside, giving him the space to get his hand around the stock and yank it free. He had to act before Evie moved. Luke lifted the gun a few inches and pulled the trigger as the other soldier slid the replacement mag into place. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The recoil kicked the weapon up in Luke's hand as it unloaded a lethal deluge, digging out a path from the man's stomach to his face. His head pitched back as Luke stopped firing, his ears ringing and heart hammering in time with his rapid breaths. The thud of the soldier's body hitting the ground was loud enough to break through Luke's panic. "Evie." He exhaled, squirming the rest of the way out from under Mayers. Strong hands caught Luke under the arms and lifted him to his feet. "She's okay," Kyle said, close to his ear. "Evie's okay, but we have to keep moving." Evie took his hand as proof and pulled him closer to the trailer. "I think we either shot them all or ran them off. Dallas declared, bending over to catch her breath as Troxel and Drew jogged up behind her and joined them among the scattered suitcases. For now, Troxel added, if this is a legit coup, then there's no telling how many more are coming. The sergeant grunted from the effort to get an arm under her so she could look up at them. I'm sorry, Mayers gasped, hanging her head. They're scared. We're all scared. This baggage cart is operational, Drew whispered from the driver's seat of the open cab. Everyone get on the trailer. You can use the stacked bags as cover. It isn't much further to those hangars. Dallas didn't hesitate to bend down next to the injured woman. Take her legs, she ordered Kyle. Instead of debating it with her, Kyle grabbed the sergeant by the ankles and lifted her, easing her carefully in between the bags that Luke moved aside while she cried out in pain. How bad is it? Kyle asked, climbing up next to Dallas and Evie. Most of it hit my vest, Mayers grunted. She lifted a bloody hand away from her left side. But a couple found a way under. I'll live long enough. Luke was the last one to clamber onto the trailer, still holding the rifle he'd used to take a life. He didn't regret it. He thought he could do it again if he had to, but the realization wasn't comforting. As he settled onto a suitcase and they lurched away, he glanced up at the plane they'd been hiding under. The plane. The one where his parents' bodies were left to rot, where Luke had left them under the thin blue complementary blankets as indiscernible lumps among a sea of death. Mom, he groaned, pressing his forehead against the rifle scope as the enormity of his loss made it hard to catch his breath. They were gone. A hand on his forearm prompted Luke to jerk to attention, and he found Dallas leaning forward to stare into his face. We're getting on that jet, she whispered, lifting her chin at the rapidly approaching hangar. The best way for us to honor them is to keep fighting. She knew what was on their plane from hell. Dallas knew, and sharing the horror of it lessened the edge of his grief so that Luke was able to fill his lungs and nod in agreement. The doors of the metal structure with the blinking purple lights stood open a few feet in the center, and the glow from inside cast a woman waiting there into silhouette. She waved her arms as they drew closer. You better be Sergeant Mayers, she shouted, sounding more pissed off than afraid. Campos. Mayers huffed as they came to a stop, with Troxel helping support her weight and keep her upright. Captain Angie Campos at your service, ma'am, Angie barked. It's nice to finally meet in person, but you don't look so hot. Was all that gunfire aimed at you, Sergeant? 'Cause I'd say this whole situation is already foobar. Kyle helped Evie down from the trailer while giving Angie a blatant once-over. You're military. The middle-aged woman sounded Puerto Rican, and though short, Angie was built like an athlete with an attitude Luke wouldn't want to mess with. She reminded him of his aunt. Angie wore a blue jumpsuit without insignia, and her dark hair was pulled back into a tight braid. She spun on Kyle with a hiss and jabbed a finger while looking up at him. You bet your lucky ass I am, ex-Special Forces, but enough about me. She turned to Luke as he stepped up next to them and unceremoniously yanked the rifle from his hands. Give me this before you accidentally shoot one of us with it. Whoever's getting on board better do it now. You saw to it that we don't have the time to stand around and chat about our situation and get to know each other first. Dallas smiled at Kyle as she stomped past to peer inside the hangar. I like her already. What about you? Troxel asked the sergeant as he propped her against a suitcase. Mayers waved a hand at him. Leave me here and give me your weapon. I'll do my best to hold off anyone that shows up. Your plane's large enough to handle the 6 of us, Drew asked, ignoring the exchange as he jumped down. What's its range? Can you get us to Alaska without? You must be Dr. Drew, Angie interrupted, squinting at him. What part of hurry up do you not understand? There are 6 plush recliners and a bench seat, 2 more in the cockpit. We're good so long as we can get off the ground. As far as range. The night suddenly turned to day as the sky exploded with light, and the air simultaneously clapped with a sonic boom. Bluish-white fire streaked overhead, smaller pieces falling away and snuffing out before hitting the ground. "Bolides!" Kyle shouted as they all moved toward the building. "The takeoff just got a lot more dangerous." "Like it wasn't already," Angie shot back. Another bolide roared into view, and Luke staggered back, throwing his hands up to protect himself from the shattered glass of his bedroom window. "Boca!" he gasped, confused and overwhelmed by the abrupt transition. The jacaranda trees were in bloom, the bright blue petals emitting a sweet scent that reminded him of honey. His parents were. "Luke," Evie shouted, "open your eyes, look at me." Evie, California. He wasn't in South Africa. Why would he think he was in Africa? But Luke could hear his mother running down the hall of their home. "Can you feel my hand?" Evie whispered as she squeezed his fingers. Her voice was muffled, because it was behind a respirator. They were in California. "That's good," Evie coaxed. "Look at me. Do you hear my voice? You're with me, Luke. We're okay, but we can't stop." Evie's face came into focus. It was dark again now that the chunk of rogue asteroid had finished burning up. "Yeah," he muttered, shaking his head as the last of the flashback faded. Drew walked past them, slipping out of his backpack as Troxel stepped away from Sergeant Mayers. How was it possible that only a minute had passed? Evie tugged at his hand, and Luke complied without comment, turning to follow Kyle and Dallas. He didn't look back at the 787 in the distance. It stood as a shadowy monolith of his past life, when he had to leave behind with its nightmares in order to move forward. In contrast, the hangar's interior was glaringly bright, and a sleek jet about 50 feet long sat in the middle. There was something obscene about making their escape in a luxury aircraft, and Luke's stomach churned as they drew closer. Angie jogged to the bottom of the stairs and grabbed hold of the railing while gesturing at them with the other. "I'm more than happy to fly us out of here," she announced. "This beauty is the fastest and longest-range single-pilot jet out there. She'll get it done, but there's no way in hell I'm going to Alaska." 43. Dallas. On board the Phenom 300E. Lax Los Angeles, California. Day 4. 4:15 a.m. PDT. 45 minutes to impact. "Damn it," Dallas swore, dropping the satellite phone into her lap. She looked at Kyle, seated across from her in a space narrow enough for their knees to touch. "Gabriel isn't picking up." "But it's going through," Kyle confirmed, raising a brow at her. He seemed uncomfortable in the plush leather seat, his back stiff and hands braced against the cream-colored armrests. Dallas nodded. "Yes, which makes me nervous. I hope it means he's in the caves, getting the sample like he promised." "You're talking about the zombie virus sample," Angie called from the cockpit. It was surprisingly quiet inside the jet, even with the engines revving up during her final pre-flight checks. Drew was perched on a 2-person bench seat, positioned against the wall outside the open entry to the cockpit, allowing him to speak to the pilot without raising his voice. The first 4 recliner seats were arranged facing each other so that Dallas had her back to Angie. The cabin section was only 17 feet long, so communication wasn't difficult, even with masks on. Drew had already given Angie the condensed version of their story during the 10 minutes it took to board the plane and prepare the jet to leave the hangar, while Kyle and Drew pulled the huge sliding doors aside. Dallas considered it a good sign when no one shot at them. "Can we not call it a zombie virus?" Troxel asked, twisting on his seat to lean out and look around Drew at Angie. "I feel like we're testing fate way too much with that one." Drew cleared his throat, making his irritation apparent. "You are correct," he told Angie. "It's the only remaining sample of the Beringia virus. With it, I can then create the virophage. And it's a legit cure for the extinction-level pandemic I've heard nothing about, except that it's kept me trapped in here since Sunday night because of your quarantine," Angie persisted, flipping more switches as she steered the plane toward the opening, and the pitch in the engines changed. "And you expect me to just accept all this bullshit and cart you around to the far reaches of the earth?" Dallas leaned forward and pulled her surgical mask down. "While you were suffering in here with your leather seats and sparkling water, I spent 2 days trapped on a plane with over 240 people dying a miserable death. Think Ebola on steroids, with bleeding out of every possible orifice. I guarantee you it's real, and it's spreading." Angie smacked at an unseen control and pivoted to glare at Dallas, bringing the jet to a stop at the hangar's threshold as the engines spooled up. "And the zombie virus in Alaska is the cure." Troxel groaned. "That's what Drew thinks it is," Dallas said with a cautionary look at the doctor. He held her gaze, his lips thinning. "I'm betting our lives on it. Ours and the rest of the human race, if we're wrong." "Oh, is that all?" Angie scoffed. "Because I was worried there for a minute." "Stop being so melodramatic," Troxel shouted. "It's not that complicated. If we do nothing, we're looking at Earth's sixth extinction event. Over 90% of the human population gone. If we're wrong about the virophage, we're still looking at the sixth extinction. But if we're right, we save humankind." Angie squinted at him. "Yeah, nothing at all melodramatic about that." Dallas redialed Gabriel's number and was reassured by another positive connection as the line rang. Luke stood to look over the top of the empty seat opposite Troxel. He and Evie were facing forward on the last two recliners in the third row. It was a unique configuration that allowed a few more inches of legroom. "Why is the satellite phone working better now?" he asked, gesturing at Dallas when she hung up. "There must be less atmospheric interference at the moment," Kyle explained, glancing at Evie when her head popped up behind him. "But I expect it to fail once the third moon strikes." Evie frowned. "How long will that last? When will we be able to get a hold of anyone and find out, who's left?" "It depends on how much ejecta there is from the third impact," Troxel said, sitting back in his seat to face the teens. "Then, there's the weather patterns and jet streams at play, so it's going to be hard to predict, but I would say at least a few weeks, maybe months before wide communications are restored, provided there are enough people around to restore it." "What about VHF?" Angie asked. "Will the high-frequency radios still work?" Kyle nodded at her. "Most likely, any line-of-sight transmission is going to have a better chance of operating." "Okay," Angie muttered, reaching to push something over her head while continuing to hiss a string of curses under her breath. "Because I'm going to need to communicate with my airstrip before we land and with my daughter." Dallas slid off her seat and squeezed through the foot-wide gap between her lounge and Troxel's to squat in the open area in front of Drew and behind Angie. "Why are you still here?" she asked the woman. "And how old is your daughter?" Angie had to raise her voice as the jet throttled up and they prepared to taxi. 14, and I'm sure you noticed those burning planes outside. They're kind of hard to miss. The good doctor here made sure the military took his quarantine seriously, which was made explosively obvious when anyone tried to take off without clearance. I figured I'd wait it out. Give those soldiers a chance to face their own mortality and let it all go to hell before making a run for it. But this... Well, when Sergeant Mayers contacted me and offered the authorization, That sounded even better, though it would appear you all dragged your asses a little too long. We should have left 2 hours ago, Troxel agreed, directing the comment at Drew. 2 hours ago, we thought the military transport was coming back, Drew countered. And we didn't have the information from Dr. Washington, so we wouldn't have known to go to Ambler. This is how it has to be. Angie glanced back at him. We're going to Minot, North Dakota. We have to go to Ambler, Alaska, Drew huffed. You're not really in a position to make demands, Angie pointed out. Not unless you know how to fly this jet. Do you know how to fly this jet, Dr. Drew? Dallas scooted closer to her with a chortle of appreciation. Since we're at your mercy, why don't you tell us what you recommend? She liked Angie. She reminded Dallas of Mitch, hard on the outside but soft in the middle. She couldn't be older than her mid-40s, which was young to be retired from the military and flying multi-million-dollar jets around for famous rock stars. Angie gave Dallas a crooked grin and a slow bob of her head. Even if I wanted to go straight to Ambler, we can't. That's several hundred miles beyond my max range. We have to land and refuel, regardless of the stakes and my opinion on whether you're all out of your freaking minds. It wouldn't be such a big deal on a normal day. But if I'm not mistaken, we're under martial law and a nationwide airline quarantine, so we don't have the leisure of hopping over to the next international airport along the way. The jet slowly taxied through the hangar doors, and Dallas had a clear view of the baggage trailer and Sergeant Mayers. She lifted an arm at the plane in acknowledgement, confirming she was still alive. The tarmac beyond was pitch black, the skies overhead momentarily cleared of any burning rocks. So why North Dakota? Kyle asked. That's where your daughter's at. Yes, Angie answered. I imagine you can understand that sort of motivation. Kyle is your name. Pretty sure I saw your handsome mug on the news before the station went off the air. When Kyle grimaced at the reference, she continued. Any blackmail or bargaining aside, it's the only place we'll be able to land and fuel up. Of course, you have to get your daughter, Dallas said, lifting a hand and mouthing shut up at Drew. In fact, we'll help you do it. Shifting in her seat, Angie met her gaze, measuring Dallas and trying to determine her intentions. I'm going to hold you to that. She looked beyond her and at the rest of the group. You'll want to get away from those windows for this part. We'll be a moving target, and it's a long runway. Dallas returned to her seat, forced to hunch over under the 5-foot ceiling. With how the windows were positioned, the only way to avoid exposure was to perch on the edge of the seat. Sliding forward, her legs were partially entangled with Kyle's, while Troxel got the floor space between the lounges to himself. Evie and Luke also had room to get onto the floor and huddle partway in the aisle. Evie reached up to hold her dad's hand, the hamster ball under her other arm. As the jet bounced over the pavement and picked up speed, Dallas noticed the blood on Luke for the first time. Smeared across his knuckles and the front of his chest, it was already dry and wasn't from any injury he'd suffered. Dallas made sure of that when they first got onto the luggage trailer. There would have been more concern about the risk of exposure for those on the jet without immunity, but the blood was from Sergeant Mayers, and she'd had a normal white count a couple of hours earlier. Dallas had seen the traitorous soldier fall as Luke shot him. With the plane and its dead passengers towering over her, it was an odd juxtaposition between death and survival, the past and the present and an unknown future. Her gaze drifted from the dark crimson stains to Kyle's hovering face, his masked expression a mix of pain and staunch determination. He was often a tough read, but Dallas trusted him to do the right thing. Given what they were up against, she might need him to remind her of what that was at times. He lifted his wrist to check the time, the muscles in his jaw working beneath the filters as he grimaced. How fast is this thing? Kyle shouted. They were gaining speed, and something pinged off the wing with a metallic clang outside Kyle's window. Without a load, it can reach Mach .08, Angie shouted back. With our current weight, we should average around 450 miles per hour. Dallas risked a peek out her window and saw the silhouette of Sergeant Mayers on the trailer and the muzzle flash of her weapon as she fired at unseen assailants. She couldn't hear the shots as the soldier and mother sacrificed herself for them, for strangers, and Dallas turned away with a gasp. She couldn't endure the luxury of thinking about the loss. Of Kelly, Nikita, Andrei, and Mitch. Of her mother and the whole state of California. Dallas would mourn them later. Troxel was looking in earnest at Kyle. "Is it going to be far enough?" he asked. "We have a half hour." "I don't know," Kyle muttered. Shaking his head, he clasped Evie's hand tighter. "Maybe, taking the altitude into consideration, but I don't know." They continued to pick up speed, the jet engine's wail turning into a scream. "I'll get you to Alaska," Angie shouted. "But only after we stop in Minot to refuel and pick up my daughter. If this Prometheus pathogen is as deadly as you say it is, and you really do have a way to make the cure, then I figure the safest place for my daughter Tess is with you." "How can you be so sure about this airstrip?" Drew challenged. "Because I own it," Angie yelled back. "Now buckle in and shut up. This is going to be a bumpy ride." 44. KYLE. On board the Phenom 300E. Somewhere above Eastern California. Day 4. 4:45 MPDT. Kyle checked his watch again and did the math. After 15 minutes of flight, the plane had just leveled off, so he estimated at least 100 miles between them and the coast. He was hoping for another 100. "I waited my whole adult life to buy that car," Troxel said, as he leaned forward to rest his arms on his knees. "I had it less than 6 months." Dallas smiled. "What is it?" Troxel grinned back. "A 2025 BMW 8 Series. Red." Issuing a slow whistle, Dallas shook her head. "Convertible." "There's no other way to go," Troxel nodded. Kyle scoffed, appreciative of his friend's many hidden talents. Troxel was the king of small talk, an expert craftsman of distraction, and filling any awkward or tense silence. It would take those tiny pockets of normalcy to help keep them sane, moments where they could smile without it being forced and forget about the chaos that was beyond their control. Troxel turned his attention to Kyle. "I'm hoping we'll get to experience Paul's epic campaign someday." They hadn't heard from Steph or Paul since Saturday night and had no way of knowing if they'd fled when it was still possible. It was the not knowing that was eating away at Kyle's resolve. "Campaign?" Dallas asked, looking back and forth between them. Troxel threw his hands up in the air. "I knew it. No way you could have been that cool." Evie laughed, a sound Kyle would have given anything to hear, and the rush of gratitude made it impossible not to risk being optimistic. According to Angie, they were in the air in one of the fastest personal jets on the market. Against all odds, they had a chance to survive. Gizmo rolled down the aisle, his hamster ball clacking against the floor with each revolution like the ticking of a clock. "What's he going to eat?" Luke asked, kneeling beside Evie. Evie withdrew a handful of hamster treats from the breast pocket of her scrubs. "I have a bag of food in my backpack," she explained, opening the hatch on the ball to drop it inside. "But you'd be surprised by some of the stuff Gizmo can eat." "We've reached an optimum cruising altitude of 45,000 feet, Angie announced from the cockpit. "With a cabin pressure equivalent to an altitude of only 6,600 feet, a good 2,000 less than most commercial airlines. So, you should feel nice and comfy. And we just hit a distance of 150 nautical miles." How far is it to Minot? Drew asked. The doctor had been unusually quiet since the bouncy takeoff. Just over 1,300 miles, Angie answered, which is stretching the range of this aircraft. We'll be in the air for about 3 hours. Pushing off his seat, Kyle scooted the short distance to the cockpit and sat in the empty seat next to Angie. He took a minute to admire the view when she didn't acknowledge him. They were headed northeast, and at that height, the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon to their right. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Layers of ash and dust created a mosaic of colors that reached the upper stratosphere, and Kyle could see a clear delineation where it pooled into thicker bands to the south. Beams of light cut through the haze and painted the clouds scattered below them so that none of it looked real. How he wished it wasn't real. The jet stream is flowing down from Canada and pushing offshore to the southeast, Angie explained. The upper, central states should stay clear enough for us to take off for at least a day or two before too much of the ash spreads, or whatever you call it. Ejecta, Kyle offered, but ash plume is technically correct once it's aloft and spreading. Are we going to die? It was a sincere question and deserved an honest answer. Kyle looked over at Angie. I don't know, he admitted. I hope not. Evie stepped in between them, her eyes wide. She inhaled slowly while taking in the incredible display. Mom would have loved this, she whispered. Kyle took Evie's hand, needing the physical contact to reassure himself she was there and unharmed, aside from some cuts and bruises. I've been wondering, Dr. Drew, Angie called over her shoulder, how you're going to make that virophage thing without a sample of the Prometheus pathogen. You said it takes parts of both of them. When he didn't answer, she turned and moved Evie aside with her arm to get a clear view of Drew. Because you sure as hell didn't mention anything about me transporting that mankind-killing alien virus in my cargo hold. It's perfectly safe, Drew retorted, nonplussed. Just be sure not to crash during the landing. Instead of pushing the argument, Angie froze when an alarm started to chirp. Spinning back to the controls, she gasped and pointed out the plane's left side. Oh my God, she hissed. Still holding Evie's hand, Kyle ushered her back to the main cabin. They gathered with the others to look out the back windows, which had a better line of sight to the west. Evie whimpered as Dallas recoiled and blindly reached for Troxel and Luke. The atmosphere ahead of the massive asteroid churned with fire and a growing upsurge of smoke and gases, careening through the sky like an invading ship rather than an inanimate object. And it was fast, plunging toward the Earth at tens of thousands of miles per hour. It has to appear to be, 20 to 25 times as big as the sun in the sky, Troxel estimated, always the scientist. Drew pressed his face to one of the windows. It's going to hit less than 100 miles off, though. He turned his head and threw his hands up in a defensive gesture as the plane was filled with an intense flash of light. Waves of energy emanated in widening bands from the impact site, a spreading swath of fire and raw power beyond anything experienced in recorded human history. The impact was devastating. From 45,000 feet above, the closest comparison Kyle could make was to a nuclear detonation. The plume was rising and swelling exponentially with the expanding destruction, but it wouldn't be fast enough. Feeling lightheaded, Kyle gasped, remembering to breathe. He had to keep breathing. We're going to make it, he choked out. But 3/4 of California won't, from the blast zone alone, Troxel replied, along with southern Nevada and half of Arizona. JPL is gone. Evie collapsed against Kyle, and he wrapped an arm around his daughter to prevent her from falling. Aubrey, Megan, she sobbed. Please, God, not ally. Dallas took Evie's other arm, and Luke touched her shoulder as they continued to watch together. It was impossible to turn away from the rippling and undulating debris field, as tons of ejecta shot upward in a rising pillar to mushroom into the upper atmosphere. Below it, the topography was impossible to discern, as the landscape along the coastline was erased and reshaped. "The center of the universe," Kyle whispered, reciting the JPL decree for the last time. He raised his hand in an island salute. 2020 PH3, the third satellite moon of Prometheus. Kyle had spent countless hours studying the celestial bodies from millions of miles away over the past 4 years. It wasn't a planet killer, but the strike would be the spark that lit the fuse, and the final countdown had begun. Something shifted as Kyle tore his gaze from the annihilation and looked down at Evie. Surviving and protecting his daughter was paramount, but it wasn't going to be enough. Not if he wanted to instill in her how precious life was. It had become a mission much more significant than himself. He glanced up at Dallas and found her watching him as the fire spread below. Together, they had a chance to save what was left of the world, if they didn't lose their humanity along the way. The sixth extinction will continue in